Chapter 8:23. After leaving the Blackwater St. Palace, Li Fuchen sent Shangguan Yu back to the Shangguan clan. The journey to the Black Whirlpool Island was uncertain. Shangguan Yu's strength was too weak and she would only be a burden. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the location of the Black Whirlpool Island. Closing his eyes, Li Fuchen carefully sensed the existence of the hidden domain. After a long time, Li Fuchen opened his eyes and said to himself, "There seems to be a special spatial wave, but I can't confirm it is a hidden domain. Furthermore, I can't find the entrance." Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was already at the saint's level. Even he could only sense the indistinct, special spatial wave. If it was any other saint, the result would be the same and they might be inferior to Li Fuchen. After all, Li Fuchen didn't just possess the saint's spiritual awareness. He had also condensed the void Tao heart. If it is really a hidden domain, then this hidden domain is truly of a high grade. As long as it was outside of high-class continents, Li Fuchen would be able to find regular heaven-class hidden domains instantly and immediately enter. If even he couldn't sense a hidden domain, then it was most likely an extreme Tao hidden domain. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness couldn't find the hidden domain, but he still had his spirit soul power. If his spiritual awareness was at the saint's level, then his spirit soul power was beyond the saint's level. Li Fuchen scanned with his purple and red spirit soul power and immediately noticed a giant spatial zone. This spatial zone was extremely concealed and was almost overlapping with the deep blue plain spatial zone. Therefore, even if the void of the sea region was torn apart, it was impossible to detect the existence of this spatial zone. Found it! With his spirit soul power, Li Fuchen quickly found a spatial door. Using both hands to press on the spatial door, Li Fuchen exerted force to open it. Crackle! The entire sea region's void was like a shattered mirror that had split open, revealing a completely different sea region. The seawater was still black, but there was a giant black whirlpool that appeared in the sea region. This whirlpool was too big and emitted an extremely terrifying qi presence. Even Li Fuchen felt a trace of fear when seeing this whirlpool. Boom, boom, boom. The instant the black whirlpool appeared, the great Tao rumbled and the laws shook. Even if it was billions of miles away, the commotion could still be felt. Black water continent, Black Water St. Palace. He found the Black Whirlpool Island so quickly. The Black Whirlpool Island was not too far away from the Blackwater continent. Moreover, Situ Tianqiong was also a quasi-sage. Therefore, he immediately sensed the commotion. Forget it. Every time the Black Whirlpool Island appears, there will be a great battle between great sages. It's not something I can interfere with. Situ Tianqiong shook his head, not intending to go over. There was an island in the depths of the Black Sea. This island was like a giant saber, and on the top of the giant saber, a middle-aged man in gray sat with his back straight. Occasionally, saber qi would spread out from his body, shaking heaven and earth. The great Tao roars. The gray-robed, middle-aged man opened his eyes. Two beams of light shot out for tens of miles, penetrating deep into the void. Whoosh! The gray-robed, middle-aged man turned into a saber light and disappeared without a trace. The great Tao is rumbling. This is the appearance of an opportunity. A horse-faced man with a special flame pattern on his clothes raised his head, his face full of surprise. The great path is roaring. Could it be that the Black Whirlpool Island has appeared? The last time the Black Whirlpool Island appeared, many great lords had experienced it. Many years had passed, and many great lords would come to search for the Black Whirlpool Island from time to time. Among them were the surviving great lords. In an instant, a large number of traveling lights were rushing towards the Black Whirlpool Island. Li Fuchen didn't expect the appearance of the Black Whirlpool Island would cause the great Tao roars. Normally, places with great Tao roars would have top-notch artifacts. There was a rumor that there was a place in the deep blue plain that was closest to the plain source. The great Tao roars there would allow people to directly feel the mysteries of heaven and earth laws. Law phase realm emperors would only have the chance to break through to become saints by heading there. This rumor was naturally exaggerated. There were plenty of saints in the deep blue plane. It meant that one didn't have to head there to become a saint. Of course, some law phase realm emperors that didn't have the chance to become saints might have the chance to become saints after heading there. With the great Tao roars, Li Fuchen felt that his bottleneck had loosened a little. But at his current cultivation realm, the great Tao roars within a short period of time wouldn't be of much help to him. A low-grade heaven stone would be able to trigger the great Tao roars for 1 or 2 breaths. Mid-grade heaven stones would be able to trigger the great Tao roars for more than 10 breaths. As of now, all the heaven stones that Li Fuchen had obtained were basically used up, but they didn't allow him to advance by leaps and bounds. They only allowed him to accumulate more experience. It wasn't that easy to break through. Perhaps only a large number of high-grade heaven stones and a long period of great Tao roars would allow him to break through quickly. The black whirlpool hidden domain might have appeared, but Li Fuchen still couldn't see the black whirlpool island. Diving down with his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen could see that in the depths of the black whirlpool, there was a giant island that was floating there. On this island, the qi was like rain and the vegetation was lush. Even though there was a layer of invisible energy, Li Fuchen could still feel the horrific vitality. In order to enter the black whirlpool island, I have to pass through the black whirlpool. Li Fuchen waved his hand and sent a sword qi flying at the black whirlpool. Crackle! The sword qi dived down for half the distance before it was shattered by the power of the black whirlpool. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. This black whirlpool didn't pose any threat to him. As long as he followed the direction of the whirlpool's rotation, he reckoned that the pressure he had to endure would be 10 times or even 100 times smaller. Fortune was found in danger. Li Fuchen didn't hesitate and flashed into the black whirlpool. Once he entered the black whirlpool, Li Fuchen felt a majestic force guiding him. If he didn't obey the guidance, the consequences would be unimaginable. 1 hour later, Li Fuchen arrived at the periphery of the island in the depths of the whirlpool. There was a layer of faint black light that enveloped the entire island. PFFF. With a cleave, Li Fuchen cleaved a crack on the black light. With a flash, he entered the crack. Cough, cough. The black whirlpool island's energy was too concentrated. It was 100 times more concentrated than the Saint Spirit continent. Li Fuchen wasn't able to adapt immediately and was choking. Only such an environment can nurture the black whirlpool tree. In just a short moment, after adapting to the environment of the black whirlpool island, Li Fuchen lamented. Swish! Swish! 2 streaks of light arrived at the periphery of the black whirlpool at almost the same time. It is truly the black whirlpool island. The legend is real. Haha! This saint shall make a move first. A burly man with thick brows who was wearing green armor executed his shifting technique and was about to enter the depths of the black whirlpool. Idiot! The handsome man with a fish scale on his forehead sneered. PFFF. As soon as the burly man hid in the void, he was jolted out and was drenched in blood. The power of the black whirlpool had obviously seeped into the depths of the void. There wasn't a single gap inside or outside. It was extremely difficult to enter directly. At least, with his strength, he was far from being able to do it. Ignoring the burly man with thick brows, the handsome man, who was obviously a demonic beast overlord, followed the direction of the black whirlpool and skimmed into it. The burly man with thick brows twitched his mouth and skimmed into the black whirlpool as well. In just a few short days, a large number of saints and demonic beast overlords rushed over. There were close to 50 demonic beast overlords. Chapter 824. The Black Whirlpool Island had extreme restrictions on spiritual awareness. Li Fuchen's saint-class spiritual awareness was only able to extend a few hundred miles, and the size of the island was at least a few 100,000 miles. The entire island is filled with herbs. Along the way, Li Fuchen didn't notice a single weed. To be exact, the weeds here were all yellow-class herbs. From far away, Li Fuchen noticed a heaven-class high-tier herb, the heaven flame spirit-fusing herb. He was preparing to harvest it. Roar! The nearby fire Dao Qi surged, and a scarlet giant beast formed from fire. Dao Qi appeared in Li Fuchen's vision. Fire spirit? Li Fuchen was rather surprised. This world didn't just have flesh and blood life forms. There were also natural life forms. The fire spirit was a kind of natural life form and was innately able to control the fire Dao law. The scarlet giant beast opened its mouth and shot out a scarlet red sticky fireball at Li Fuchen. Bang! With a flick of Li Fuchen's finger, the fireball exploded and splashed out like a stream of flames, burning a deep pit on the ground. The finger force didn't weaken and penetrated the fireball before penetrating the fire spirit's body. Immediately after, the fire spirit's body collapsed. Li Fuchen was surprised that the fire spirit didn't perish. The fire Dao Qi surged and formed another body. Subsequently, Li Fuchen destroyed the fire spirit's body 4 times in a row before truly eliminating the fire spirit. If I encounter a saint-class natural life form, I will have to be careful. Li Fuchen was on guard. This fire spirit was only a half-saint. If it had the strength of a low-level saint, Li Fuchen might not be able to kill it even after 40 or 400 times. For the next period of time, Li Fuchen realized that as long as it was a heaven-class high-tier herb, there would definitely be a half-saint-class natural life form. Fire spirit, water spirit, earth spirit, wind spirit, there were all kinds of natural life forms. It mainly depended on the attributes of the heaven-class high-tier herb. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen didn't see a single saint-class natural life form. Li Fuchen reckoned that a saint-class natural life form should be guarding the extreme Dao herb. A mere law phase realm emperor dares to come to the Black Whirlpool Island. A massive sharp claw image instantly slashed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen lifted his head and looked over. Over 10 miles away, a middle-aged man with a fierce gaze was standing on top of a tree. It was obvious that he didn't treat Li Fuchen seriously. After the claw strike, he didn't make another move. In his opinion, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to block his claw. Raising his right index and middle fingers, the sword light burst forth, and Li Fuchen cleaved off the sharp claw phantom. Sage. The fierce middle-aged man was rather astonished. He thought that it was a law phase realm emperor and didn't expect for it to be a saint. Jiang Yi's ability to conceal his qi presence was too good and was even able to deceive him. Since you're a sage, why do you need to hide your aura? The fierce-looking man flicked his fingernails. Whether or not I'm a sage has nothing to do with you. Just now, I took a claw attack from you. Now, take a sword attack from me. The joint heaven sword was unsheathed and Li Fuchen slashed. Hua! The dazzling sword light froze time. Clang, clang, sparks burst out violently. The fierce middle-aged man's hands had already turned into sharp claws and clashed with the sword light. But what shocked him was that as a mid-tier demonic beast overlord, he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. His hands were instantly turned into a bloody mess, and his body was also slashed by the sword chi. Damn it, this fellow is a mid-tier saint. The fierce middle-aged man turned into a jackal and fled. Li Fuchen didn't give chase. With his strength, he wouldn't be able to kill a mid-tier demonic beast overlord. Furthermore, there wasn't a need to waste time on fighting and killing. The Black Whirlpool Island also had night. When the day arrived and the night arrived, the dense darkness law would envelop the sky, causing fear to emerge from the depths of one's spirit soul. The extreme Dao hidden domain is indeed formidable. Without considering the size, the extreme Dao hidden domain was definitely superior to high-class continents. It wouldn't be wrong to say that it was an apex continent. Of course, the deep blue plain didn't have any apex continents. Furthermore, the extreme Dao hidden domain was too small. When the night arrived, a kind of wandering natural life form appeared on the black whirlpool island darkness life forms. Unlike other natural life forms, darkness life forms had extremely aggressive attacks. As long as they were discovered, they wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. Furthermore, darkness life forms were harder to kill than other natural life forms. Li Fuchen would need to destroy a half-saint darkness life form at least 6 times to kill it. In the dense darkness, there was a shadow that was constantly growing. When Li Fuchen got closer, he realized that it was a shadow tree that was emitting pure darkness chi presence. It looked like a shadow tree that didn't have a physical body. The tree looked a little like a coconut tree. The trunk was straight, and at the top of the trunk was a small cluster of branches. On the branches, there was a fruit with black flowing light patterns growing on it. It looked a little illusory. Darkness shadow fruit. Li Fuchen was moved. The darkness shadow fruit was definitely one of the peak class artifacts and wasn't inferior to the black whirlpool fruit. The darkness shadow fruit might be most effective for those that cultivated the darkness law, but it was also very useful for others. For example, the darkness shadow fruit could turn a person from a corporeal state to an illusory state and wouldn't suffer any injuries until the darkness shadow fruit's medicinal effects were exhausted. Apart from that, the darkness shadow fruit could also heal spirit soul injuries, increase one's illusion art resistance, and many other effects. According to what Li Fuchen knew, a single darkness shadow fruit was worth a few thousand peak-grade spirit stones, and it was enough to trigger a battle between saints. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to collect the darkness shadow fruit. His eyes were locked onto the shadow snake on the tree trunk. This shadow snake was almost fused with the darkness shadow tree. If Li Fuchen recklessly went over to collect the darkness shadow fruit, he would definitely suffer a fatal attack from the shadow snake. Saint class darkness life form. Li Fuchen might not have fought, but he was certain that the shadow snake was a saint class life form. Li Fuchen activated the Hand of Moon and aimed his left hand at the darkness shadow fruit on the darkness shadow tree. He wanted to use the gravity law to pull the darkness shadow fruit down. However, the darkness shadow tree and the darkness shadow fruit didn't seem to have a physical body, and the gravity law wasn't effective. Slash! Li Fuchen released a sword chi and slashed at the darkness shadow fruit. At this moment, the shadow snake moved and swung its tail to shatter the sword chi. It seems like I have to fight. It was impossible for Li Fuchen to give up on the darkness shadow fruit, as he was in urgent need of resources. With a flash, Li Fuchen charged at the shadow snake. SS. The shadow snake raised its head and opened its pitch-black mouth. In the next moment, an illusory snake head that was emitting a boundless darkness chi presence appeared in front of Li Fuchen. The snake's eyes opened, and the dark red eyes looked like they were going to drag Li Fuchen's soul spirit out. To be exact, it was indeed dragging Li Fuchen's soul spirit. If it was any other saint, they might have fallen for it. It was a pity that the soul spirit was Li Fuchen's strongest aspect. The shadow snake's eyes weren't even able to shake his soul spirit. Die. Li Fuchen blasted his sword, and the sword light was like a giant sun-like fireball that blasted on the shadow snake. Without any sound or presence, the shadow snake was devoured by the light and disintegrated. Even the darkness shadow tree that didn't have a physical body had a moment of distortion. Arriving at a branch, Li Fuchen extended his hand, and a weightless fruit landed in his hand. Right at this moment, a shadow that was as sharp as a spear suddenly emerged from the void and was about to penetrate Li Fuchen's body. I am already on guard against you. Li Fuchen executed a backhand slash to sever the shadow before he quickly retreated. In his vision, the shadow snake had already recovered. The shadow snake's speed was definitely faster than Li Fuchen. No matter where Li Fuchen fled to, he wouldn't be able to escape from the shadow snake's pursuit. Li Fuchen was already in despair to slay the shadow snake. He had destroyed the shadow snake at least 100 times, but was still unable to kill it. Chapter 8:25. If there was a shadow fruit, there would naturally be a corresponding light mango. From afar, Li Fuchen seemed to see a small sun shining in the sky. Taking a closer look, there was a tree that looked similar to the shadow tree, but it was shining with a golden light. At the top of this golden tree was a dazzling fruit with dark golden patterns on its surface. Just the mango was a top-notch treasure with a similar value as the shadow fruit. However, for those who did not cultivate the darkness law or the light law, the actual value of the mango was much higher. If the shadow fruit was worth thousands of top-grade spirit stones, then the mango would be worth more than 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Let alone ordinary great monarchs, even peak-level great monarchs would flock to mangoes. It's light mango. The radiance of the light mango was too dazzling. At the same time, there were quite a few demon overlords and saints who discovered the light mango. Everyone rushed over with their fastest speed. On the black whirlpool island, everyone's soul consciousness could only extend for tens or hundreds of miles, but the light of the radiant mango could penetrate the void and appear directly in front of them, so they could see the radiant mango from thousands of miles away. The closest demon sage was only about 50 kilometers away from the light mango. However, being close to it was not a good thing. The light life form on the light tree was a huge headache for him. He could fight it, but he could not defeat it at all, let alone kill it. The other party's body was like a ball of light without a physical body. Grab all the mangoes first. The demon saint that had transformed into a human revealed its true form. It was a strange demonic beast with a pair of transparent wings and 4 eyes. Its speed was extremely fast. With a flap of its transparent wings, it directly teleported near the light mango. However, even though he was fast, the radiant life form was even faster. With a flash of light, it intercepted the other party. Haha, light mango is mine. The second to arrive was a green-robed man. This green-robed man should have cultivated Wind Dao Law. He turned into a breeze and swept towards the light mango. Damn it! The 4-eyed demonic beast was infuriated. If it hadn't been for him holding back the light life form, the other party wouldn't have had the chance to approach the light mango. Just as the light mango was about to fall into the green-robed man's hand, a sword light flashed and the light mango disappeared. Who is it? The green-clothed man flew into a rage out of humiliation. Anyone who saw a cooked duck fly away would be incomparably furious. At the same time, the green-robed man punched the sword light. He might only be a low-level saint, but his cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the Unity realm. There wasn't much difference between him and an ordinary mid-level saint. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the sword light shattered, revealing the figure in the sword light. I really can't underestimate the saints of the world. Li Fuchen thought he could escape smoothly, but didn't expect to be hit by the opponent's fist. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness could sense that there were people coming from all directions. He was thinking of a plan to leave. Hand over the light mango and I'll spare your life. The green-clothed man didn't spare Li Fuchen and punched at Li Fuchen. For a moment, the void was filled with fist shadows. Heavenly thunder illusory sword. Pulling out the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen man and sword union came behind the green-clothed man in a flash. The skyline sword art actually had the shadow of the solipsism sword principle. Many of its moves required one to become one with the sword. Pucci! The green-clothed man looked down, and it was unknown when his body was slashed open. He didn't even feel any pain. Of course, as a saint, such injuries weren't enough to claim his life. Therefore, he immediately took out an extreme Dao cardinal artifact and tossed it at Li Fuchen. It was a silver iron hoop, and it was covered with ancient runes. The iron hoop expanded with the wind, and when it approached Li Fuchen, it was already the size of a small mountain. It was about to envelop Li Fuchen. Heaven and earth as I wish. Li Fuchen didn't dare to be enveloped by the iron hoop. Even if it was an inferior ceiling type extreme Tao cardinal artifact, once Li Fuchen was enveloped, it wouldn't be easy to escape. He might just be defeated. A sword light flashed, and Li Fuchen dodged the iron hoop by a hair's breadth. Qiankuan hoop, expand, expand. The green-clothed man's wounds had already closed. He chanted an incantation, and the silver hoop continued to expand. It produced a powerful suction force that caused Li Fuchen's sword light to slow down, as though he was sinking into a stream of water. This cardinal artifact isn't simple. Li Fuchen raised his brows. How could he know that the green-clothed man's Qiankuan hoop was a third-rate extreme Tao cardinal artifact? Furthermore, it was a replica of the super first-rate extreme Tao cardinal artifact, the Qiankuan hoop. It was extremely effective when used to trap people. Otherwise, the green-clothed man wouldn't dare to come to the black whirlpool island alone. But it isn't that easy to trap me. Li Fuchen's body burst out with heroic qi. The sword light was more than 10 times more nimble. It swept through the sky and dodged the iron hoop again. This fellow's sword art and movement technique are incredible. The green-clothed man's face turned dark. His Qiankuan hoop had even trapped mid-level saints before, but it failed twice against Li Fuchen. Heavy water boundary. Just as Li Fuchen dodged the iron hoop, a massive boundary enveloped him. In the next moment, the void was replaced by an endless stream of water. Furthermore, this stream of water was extremely heavy. A single drop of water was probably as heavy as a small mountain. The person who executed the boundary was an ugly, middle-aged, mid-tier, demonic beast overlord. This heavy water boundary was his innate ability. Sky fire, splitting sun sword. Inside the heavy water boundary, Li Fuchen's speed was extremely slow. After dispersing the heaven and earth realms sword intent, Li Fuchen slashed diagonally. The sword chi was like a giant sun that instantly filled the entire heavy water boundary. Boom! There was an explosion of radiance as the heavy water boundary was broken. The blinding radiance made the green-clothed man and the ugly middle-aged man's eyes hurt. It felt as though there were countless scorching sword chi stabbing at their eyes. By the time they reacted, Li Fuchen had already vanished without a trace. He actually broke my heavy water boundary. The ugly middle-aged man's eyes revealed ferocious light. Chase! The green-clothed man locked onto Li Fuchen's figure and chased after him. The ugly middle-aged man followed closely behind. As for the demonic beast overlord that arrived first, it was entangled by the radiant life form and couldn't escape. Over a dozen miles away, Li Fuchen burst out with extreme speed. His current strength might be comparable with regular mid-level saints, but it was still rather difficult to deal with a mid-tier demonic beast overlord and a third-level Soul Unity Realm saint at the same time. After all, at their level, as long as they didn't have overwhelming strength, there were plenty of factors to determine the victor, like the green-clothed man who had an incredible extreme Tao cardinal artifact. Another example would be the mid-tier demonic beast overlord who had outstanding innate abilities. It caused their combat strength to be inferior to Li Fuchen, but it was rather difficult for Li Fuchen to suppress them. Of course, most importantly, there were people rushing over from all directions. Chapter 8:26. In comparison, Li Fuchen's speed was still slightly faster than the green-clothed man and the ugly middle-aged man. 1 hour later, the trio was already a few hundred miles apart. This distance was already beyond the range of spiritual awareness. 1 shadow fruit and 1 radiant mango. I have made a huge profit this time. Li Fuchen was smiling. To him, Treasures that were worth a few dozen peak-grade spirit stones were already enough for him, let alone peak-grade treasures that were worth over 10,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Of course, Li Fuqin needed these two treasures very much too. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't sell them. Therefore, it would be even better if he could obtain some other treasures. At the same time, in a crater that was emitting blazing chi presence on the Black Whirlpool Island, a great battle was happening. The battle was between a Saber Dao Saint and a Fire Dao Saint. The Saber Dao Saint was a mid-level saint and was extremely powerful. He was almost comparable to the Ghost Sword Saint. The Fire Dao Saint might not be as powerful as the Saber Dao Saint, but he had an endless supply of extreme Dao cardinal artifacts. For a short period of time, he was actually able to suppress the Saber Dao Saint. Flying Cloud Saber Saint, give my Zhu clan some face. I, Zhu Herong, am determined to obtain this peak-grade fire element crystal. The Fire Dao Saint, whose clothes were embroidered with a special flame pattern, said, "If it was anyone else, Zhu Herong wouldn't have spoken so nicely. But this Flying Cloud Saber Saint was one of the upper echelons of the Saint Saber Gate. In terms of strength, the Saint Saber Gate wasn't inferior to the Zhu clan, but their foundation was slightly inferior. Zhu Herong, do you really think your Zhu clan is still a demigod clan?" The gray-clothed Flying Cloud Saber Saint sneered. The fire element crystal wasn't an ordinary item. A low-grade fire element crystal was worth 2 peak-grade spirit stones. A mid-grade fire element crystal was worth 10 peak-grade spirit stones. A high-grade fire element crystal was worth 100 peak-grade spirit stones. And a single peak-grade fire element crystal was worth 2,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Only a fool would give the peak-grade fire element crystal to Zhu Herong. Flying Cloud Saber Saint, since you aren't giving me face, don't blame me for being merciless. Go. An iron orb appeared in Zhu Herong's hand. As soon as the iron orb flew out, it expanded in size, and the flames of the sun burst forth, making it look like a miniature sun as it shot toward the Flying Cloud Saber Saint. The Soaring Cloud Saber Saint narrowed his eyes. The Zhu clan was a demigod clan and had an extremely deep foundation. The Zhu clan's extreme Dao secret treasure, the Ardent Sun Pearl, was even more famous. However, the Ardent Sun Pearl was also divided into grades. The Ardent Sun Pearl that Zhu Herong used was clearly a second-rate extreme Dao secret treasure. It was extremely powerful and was comparable to a mid-stage Saint Monarch executing a rather perfect second-rate extreme Dao martial art. Flying Cloud Slash. The Flying Cloud Saber Saint knew that he couldn't avoid the Ardent Sun Pearl, so he held his saber with both hands and slashed out vertically. A dragon-like saber light slashed at the scorching Sun Pearl. Clang! As the blade light and the Ardent Sun Pearl clashed, a strong air wave burst out. Kacha! In the next moment, the blazing Sun Pearl crushed the saber light and continued to blast toward the Flying Cloud Saber Saint. Cloud Sea Chop! The Flying Cloud Saber Saint slashed out with 10,000 sabers. Layers of saber light surged like a sea of clouds and sent the Ardent Sun Pearl flying. The Ardent Sun Pearl landed in Zhu Herong's hand. Seeing the saber light surging over, Zhu Herong opened his mouth and spat out an earthy yellow shield. It enlarged and blocked in front of him. Clang, 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 thousands of sparks burst out, but the earthy yellow shield didn't budge and forcefully blocked the saber light. Roaming Dragon Chop. The Flying Cloud Saber Saint turned into a silver roaming dragon and flew around Zhu Herong. Such an incredible saber art. Zhu Herong was shocked. Previously, he could suppress the Flying Cloud Saber Saint for a short period of time because the latter had underestimated him. Now that the Flying Cloud Saber Saint was going all out, Zhu Herong was under a lot of pressure. The earthy yellow shield was also an extreme Dao secret treasure, but it was just a third-rate extreme Dao secret treasure. Apart from the shocking frontal defense, The earthy yellow protective layer that it emitted couldn't withstand the flying cloud saber saint's chop. After a few breaths, the earthy yellow protective layer was slashed open with a puff. Zhu Herong grunted and flew back, but he stopped after flying for dozens of meters. Judging from his aura, he wasn't injured. Extreme Dao armor. The flying cloud saber saint frowned. The Zhu clan's foundation was simply too deep. This Zhu Herong was just an ordinary mid-level saint, but he had more extreme Dao cardinal treasures than a high-level saint. It was reckoned that a regular peak-level saint wouldn't be able to compare to him. Of course, external forces were ultimately external forces. Activating extreme Dao secret treasures consumed a lot of qi. It was at least a few times more than executing martial arts. It was normal for powerful extreme Dao secret treasures to consume 10 times or even 100 times more than executing martial arts. The silver roaming dragon was extremely fast and constantly clashed with Zhu Herong. Damn it. Zhu Herong had an awful expression. He originally thought that with so many extreme Dao secret treasures, even if he couldn't suppress the flying cloud saber saint, he could at least render the latter helpless. He didn't expect the latter to be so troublesome. He had to admit that he had underestimated the latter. As his qi was gradually consumed, Zhu Herong had the intention to retreat. He might have plenty of qi, replenishing elixirs, and some peak-grade spirit stones, but it was useless against an opponent that he couldn't defeat. Flying Cloud Saber Saint, I will remember you. Zhu Herong left. The Flying Cloud Saber Saint didn't give chase. He slashed open a depression and retrieved a peak-grade fire element crystal from the depths of the ground. After flying for a distance, Zhu Herong's anger still lingered in his heart. The peak-grade fire element crystal was too useful to him and was even comparable with the black whirlpool fruit. The black whirlpool fruit could increase his perception and allow his fire Dao martial arts to reach a higher rank. But a single black whirlpool fruit wasn't able to increase his strength by a lot. But a single peak-grade fire element crystal was able to increase his cultivation by several levels. He was now at the 4th level of Unity Realm. If he had more peak-grade fire element crystals, it was just a matter of time before his cultivation reached the high-level saint. It was a pity that everything was destroyed by the Flying Cloud Saber Saint. Flying Cloud Saber Saint, this matter won't end like this. Zhu Herong had the intention to kill the Flying Cloud Saber Saint. From far away, Zhu Herong saw a sword light flying over. Die. As though venting his anger, Zhu Herong sent a palm strike over. What is going on? Li Fuqin immediately saw Zhu Herong and was planning to leave quickly. He didn't expect for Zhu Herong to send a palm strike over without saying a word. The blazing palm print felt like it was engraved in the void and had sealed the area where Li Fuqin was. Heaven and earth roam. Li Fuqin forcefully sliced open the void and escaped from the palm print's range like a fish. Ardent Sun Pearl, go. After failing to kill Li Fuqin with a single palm strike, Zhu Herong tossed out the Ardent Sun Pearl. This is the Zhu clan style indeed. This was the 3rd time Li Fuqin encountered a member of the Zhu clan. The first time was at the Savage Hidden Domain. The second time was at the Fire Dragon Island. Each time, the Zhu clan gave Li Fuqin the feeling that they were tyrannical, arrogant, and condescending. It felt as though everyone was inferior to them. Li Fuqin wasn't going to indulge them. He didn't care if the Zhu clan was a half-god clan or a god-class clan. As long as they provoked him, he wouldn't care. Celestial will slash. After cultivating the Skyline Sword Art's 6th move, Celestial will slash, Li Fuqin hadn't executed it much. This was the official first time. The sword light was like a mist that suddenly dispersed. It bypassed the Ardent Sun Pearl and slashed at Zhu Herong. Clang! There was a burst of sparks, and Zhu Herong's chest felt stifled as he was sent flying. How is this possible? Zhu Hairong's eyes were wide open as he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. How could he know that the celestial will slash wasn't just powerful? The sword move's mystical aspect was the crux. The ardent sun pearl might be powerful, but it was a straightforward attack. How could it block the celestial will slash? Chapter 8:27. Go. Li Fuchen knew that Zhu Hairong was wearing an extreme Dao armor when he wasn't able to injure him. An extreme Dao armor was the same as Zhu Hairong having a defensive extreme Dao martial art. It wasn't that easy to break the defense. At least with Li Fuchen's ability, he wasn't able to break the defense, let alone injuring Zhu Hairong. If Li Fuchen wanted to leave, how could Zhu Hairong allow him to do so? He swung his hand and a red talisman flew at Li Fuchen. Along the way, the talisman burned and the flaming bird appeared. It instantly enveloped Li Fuchen. Bang boom! Li Fuchen's sword energy protection had burst from the heat. Immediately after, the law field had burst too. The flames were wreaking havoc on Li Fuchen's body mercilessly. Zhu Hairong's face was filled with cold intent. This flaming bird saint talisman was stronger than the ardent sun pearl, and its attack speed was several times faster. If the flaming bird saint talisman didn't have a limited number of uses, Zhu Hairong would have made the flying cloud saber saint suffer during the battle. Of course, Zhu Hairong knew that the flaming bird saint talisman could only make the flying cloud saber saint suffer a little. It was basically impossible to defeat the flying cloud saber saint. Therefore, Zhu Hairong didn't use it. He should be dead, right? Zhu Hairong was preparing to withdraw the flaming bird saint talisman. Swish! A streak of sword light rushed out of the flames and instantly rushed to the horizon. With the sword energy protection and the law field, the flaming bird saint talisman's power was already reduced by half. The remaining power wasn't enough to injure Li Fuchen. Zhu Hairong was startled as Li Fuchen had already flown very far away. According to Li Fuchen's speed, even if Zhu Hairong chased after him, he wouldn't be able to catch up. When the flaming bird saint talisman landed in Zhu Hairong's hand, his expression was extremely gloomy. The intense, murderous intent had caused the ground to crack. A few hundred miles away, Li Fuchen thought to himself, I can't carry on like this. In the future, all the places I appear in will be saints. Putting aside regular saints, those saints with formidable strength or those with plenty of cardinal artifacts are too much of a threat to me. I have to increase my sword Dao cultivation to the half-saint level as soon as possible. As for extreme Dao cardinal artifacts, they might be able to increase my strength, but with my current sword energy I can only use them a few times. Activating an extreme Dao cardinal artifact would consume a lot more qi than activating an extreme Dao weapon. Li Fuchen reckoned that he would only be able to activate a mediocre extreme Dao cardinal artifact a few times. The Black Whirlpool Island was neither big nor small. However, due to the large number of great sages and demon saints that came to the island, there were frequent battles. There were many reasons for these battles, but the main reason was still the treasures. The treasures on the Black Whirlpool Island were too precious, easily worth more than 100 supreme spirit stones. It was known that even a saint wouldn't have many supreme spirit stones with them. After all, a saint would need too many supreme spirit stones to advance by one level, which wasn't enough for cultivation. Only some extremely powerful saints or saints with heaven-defying opportunities would have a large number of supreme spirit stones with them. If anyone knew that Li Fuchen had obtained a shadow fruit and a radiant mango, they would definitely pursue Li Fuchen to the ends of the world. One had to know that these two treasures were top-notch treasures even in the universe. Let alone regular saints, even peak-level saints would covet them. Is that the Zhu clan's Zhu Hairong? From far away, the green-clothed man who fought with Li Fuchen previously and possessed the cardinal artifact Qianquan Bangles saw Zhu Hairong and transmitted a message. You are. Zhu Herong didn't recognize the green-clothed man. The green-clothed man said, "I am Saint Qian Yi. What's the matter?" Zhu Herong could see that the green-clothed man was at the 3rd level of Unity Realm. He was confident he could defeat the green-clothed man, but he wasn't confident he could make the green-clothed man stay. "Have you seen this person before?" Saint Qian Yi used his qi to draw out Li Fuchen's image. If the radiant mango wasn't too important, he wouldn't ask Zhu Herong. Everyone knew that the Zhu clan was overbearing and arrogant. "Why should I tell you?" Zhu Herong naturally recognized Li Fuchen and asked in reply. Saint Qian Yi said, "He has an artifact, and it is an extremely top-notch artifact. If Brother Zhu is willing to work with me, after obtaining the artifact, we will split it 30 to 70. I will take 30% and you will take 70%. Saint Qian Yi was going all out even though he knew that Zhu Herong wasn't a benevolent person. After obtaining the Radiance fruits, Zhu Herong might make a move on him or go back on his word. However, Saint Qian Yi had his own trump card. If he couldn't defeat Zhu Herong, he was confident he could escape. What artifact? Zhu Herong's eyes flashed with radiance, and at the same time, there was a flash of regret. Saint Qian Yi said it was a top-notch artifact, and its value was probably comparable to the peak-grade fire element crystal. If Saint Qian Yi knew that Li Fuchen had such an artifact, Saint Qian Yi would have to make Li Fuchen stay even if he had to pay a price. After thinking about it, Saint Qian Yi said Radiant Mango. With his strength, he wouldn't be able to take down Li Fuchen. Therefore, he had to rely on Zhu Herong. Zhu Herong's breathing became erratic. Radiant Mango, it was actually a Radiant Mango. As compared to the Radiant Mango, the peak-grade fire element crystal was nothing. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the value of a Radiant Mango was enough for him to become one of the top high-level saints. "Aren't you afraid I will go back on my words?" Zhu Herong looked at Saint Qian Yi. Saint Qian Yi laughed and said, "Yes, of course I am. Therefore, I want you to swear." Swearing wasn't fatal to a saint, but it would affect the saint's Tao heart. Unless it was an evil Tao saint, no one would make a random vow. Zhu Herong was a little hesitant as he didn't dare to make a random vow. Who knew what the consequences would be? "If you want to cooperate, show me your confidence." Zhu Herong decided that if Saint Qian Yi didn't have any trump cards, he would refuse to cooperate. Saint Qian Yi took out the Qian Kuan bangles. After activating them, there was a horrific suction force. "I wonder if this is enough?" A replica of the Qian Kuan bangles. Zhu Herong immediately saw through the usage of the Qian Kuan bangles. With the Qian Kuan bangles, Saint Qian Yi was indeed qualified to cooperate with him. After all, Li Fuchen was very slippery, and if Saint Qian Yi wasn't paying attention, Li Fuchen would slip away. Subsequently, Zhu Herong swore that he wouldn't make a move on Saint Qian Yi. After taking back the Radiant Mango, they would split the profits 30, 70. If he violated this oath, his martial Tao path would be stagnant. Seeing that Zhu Herong had made the vow, Saint Qian Yi let out a breath of relief. Of course, he would naively assume that Zhu Herong would abide by the oath. After all, if Saint Qian Yi obtained the Radiance fruit, this oath was worth a few thousand peak-grade spirit stones. In the depths of the Black Whirlpool Island, Li Fuchen didn't know that Saint Qian Yi and Zhu Herong were working together. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. If they were to fight to the death, Li Fuchen might be able to deal with the duo. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen arrived at a small valley. In this small valley, there was a faint trace of an extremely obscure fluctuation. The instant Li Fuchen stepped into the small valley, the spatial zone changed and an unfamiliar world appeared in front of Li Fuchen. What class of array is this? Li Fuchen was shocked. Before entering the small valley, Li Fuchen used his spirit soul power to scan, but didn't find any traces of array. It was obvious that the array that enveloped the small valley was beyond his imagination. It was at least a Class 9 high-tier array, or even a Class 9 peak-tier array. This was a dilapidated world, and there was a gloomy and deathly presence everywhere. From far away, Li Fuchen saw a corpse. From the remnant qi presence of the corpse, it was obviously a saint when he was still alive. After walking closer, Li Fuchen noticed that the corpse was already rotten. The strange thing was that the corpse's storage bag was still there. Li Fuchen originally thought that the storage bag wouldn't have anything good, but when he opened it, he realized that there were massive amounts of resources inside. There were even 2 peak-grade spirit stones. Did he die from the array power? Li Fuchen frowned. If the corpse was killed, the storage bag would definitely be taken away. Since it wasn't taken away, it meant that the corpse wasn't killed. After finding a place, Li Fuchen started to cultivate. This array was filled with strangeness, and he had to be cautious. At the current stage, the only thing he could do was to increase his strength. Chapter 8:28. Half a day later, Li Fuchen finally knew how that person died. This array formation contained an extremely terrifying deathly aura that was specially used to corrode one's true spirit. Furthermore, it was silent, and by the time one reacted, the deathly aura had already taken root. If his guess was correct, that person's true spirit should have been extinguished and his soul dispersed. It was fortunate that the true spirit came from the spirit soul. It could be said that the spirit soul was the source of the true spirit. Whenever the true spirit suffered a trace of damage, Li Fuchen's spirit soul would emit a trace of purplish-red qi presence to compensate for the damage. This is an array formation that specifically targets true spirits. Even a peak-level Saint Monarch would die if he were to enter. Li Fuchen's true spirit definitely wasn't weak, but Li Fuchen reckoned that without the support of his spirit soul, his true spirit would only last for half a month. Outside the small valley, a low-level demon saint appeared. A day later, the low-level demon saint died in the array. In the following week, another mid-level demon overlord and a low-level demon overlord came. The former lasted for 5 days, while the latter lasted for 4. On this day, Sage Qian-yi and Zhu Herong also arrived outside the small valley. Just like the people before them, the 2 of them did not suspect anything and directly entered the small valley. Not good. Half a day later, Sage Monarch Qian, he was the first to notice that something was wrong. What happened? Zhu Herong was startled. Sage Lord Qian, he said with a horrified expression, "This formation contains a deathly still aura. Our true spirits have already been invaded by it." Hearing this, Zhu Herong immediately inspected his true spirit. Very quickly, his complexion became unsightly. On the originally resplendent and flawless Holy Spirit, there was a trace of mottling, as if it had been branded by time. The key point was that he didn't feel anything at all. The 2 of them tried their best, but were unable to expel the deathly stillness. After 3 days, Sage Qian-yi's eyes had dimmed a lot. However, in comparison, Zhu Herong's eyes were even dimmer, which made Zhu Herong feel a little strange. In terms of cultivation, he was at the 4th level of the Unity Realm, while the other party was at the 3rd level of the Unity Realm. Logically speaking, the other party should be the first to collapse. Could it be that the other party had some sort of treasure that could protect his true spirit? Under the threat of life and death, Zhu Herong's killing intent was aroused. Compared to the future of martial arts, life was more important. If he didn't even have his life, how could he talk about the future of martial arts? Moreover, it was hard to say whether the oath would affect his martial arts future. Perhaps it was just a rumor. Die. While Sage Monarch Qian, he wasn't prepared, Zhu Herong suddenly took out the scorching sun pearl and smashed it towards Sage Monarch Qian-yi. Dang! A silver iron ring blocked the fierce sun pearl. Zhu Herong, I knew you weren't trustworthy. Sage Qian, he was furious. Looks like you've been guarding against me for a long time, but it's useless. After failing to kill Sage Qian-yi with 1 attack, Zhu Herong decisively launched a second attack. The Firebird Holy Talisman transformed into a fiery firebird and rushed out. The firebird was so fast that Sage Lord Qian-Yi had no time to dodge. All he could do was retract his cosmic bangles and trap himself within them. Boom, 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 the firebird struck the cosmic bangles again and again, causing the cosmic bangles to wobble. Its surface was charred and cracked. After all, the cosmic bangles were only a third-rate extreme Tao mystic treasure. They were incomparable to the second-rate extreme Tao mystic treasure, the blazing sun pearl, or the firebird sacred talisman. As time passed, the cosmic bangles would definitely be destroyed. Damn it! Sage Monarch Qian-Yi realized that he had underestimated Zhu Herong. Zhu Herong actually possessed 2 second-rate cardinal treasures. Such a foundation was something that most high-level saints couldn't compare to. With a flip of his left hand, a white pearl landed on his hand. Sage Monarch Qian-Yi felt a little heartache. This pearl was something that he had obtained with great difficulty from a ruin-hidden domain. It contained the extreme Miss Tao laws and was able to block all scouting. It was a pity that it could only be used once. He had already used one earlier, and this was the last one. Bang! Sage Monarch Qian-Yi swung his hand and sent the white pearl flying before exploding in the air. The thick smoke instantly covered a radius of 100 miles, and it continued to expand. Within the mist, one couldn't even see one's fingers. The effective range of spiritual awareness was only a mere 10 meters. Burn it! Zhu Herong activated the Firebird Holy Talisman and wanted to burn the mist. It was a pity that everything was futile. After a long time, a figure rushed out of the mist. It was Sage Monarch Qian-Yi. Sage Monarch Qian-Yi turned to look at Zhu Herong and snorted. So what if you are stronger than me and have more artifacts? Without a method to protect your true spirit, you will die in front of me sooner or later. Before the mist dispersed, Sage Monarch Qian-Yi's figure flashed and vanished into the distance. This array seemed to be boundless. After flying for half a month, Li Fuqin still wasn't able to fly out of the array. Li Fuqin knew clearly that the higher the grade of the array, the better the sealing effect. A Class 9 peak tier array would overturn heaven and earth and form a world of its own. As long as the array wasn't broken, Li Fuqin would never be able to leave. It was fortunate that during this month, Li Fuqin saw another corpse and found a peak-grade spirit stone from the corpse's storage bag. According to Li Fuqin's estimation, he would need at most 3 more peak-grade spirit stones for his qi cultivation to break through. There is a corpse. From far away, Li Fuqin noticed the third corpse. This corpse was very unique as it was actually standing there and the body wasn't rotting. It was glowing with a faint luster. It should be a high-level saint. In fact, if the saint wasn't inside the array, the saint's body wouldn't rot. Even if the saint was dead, the corpse would contain astounding power, and the power would protect the saint's corpse. Li Fuqin's hand sucked, and a storage bag landed on his hand. After opening it, Li Fuqin's breathing became erratic. There were actually 20 peak-grade spirit stones inside. I can definitely progress to a half-saint. Li Fuqin bowed to the saint and left to search for a place to go into seclusion. In a concealed stone forest, Li Fuqin sat cross-legged and his qi presence was getting stronger. The peak level of 9th level law phase realm and half-saint might only have a difference of 1 level, but in terms of life level it was a huge chasm. To be serious, a half-saint's life level could already be considered a saint. Without cultivating other great Daos, a law phase realm emperor's lifespan would be around 2,000 years. A half-saint's lifespan would exceed 10,000 years. The extremely formidable half-saints might even have a lifespan of a few tens of thousands of years. The difference in life level would cause the qi that the two of them cultivated to be completely different. The strength that they could exhibit was also completely different. After absorbing half of the 3rd peak grade spirit stone, Li Fuqin's qi presence suddenly burst out. Countless sword lights exploded and shot in all directions. Li Fuchen slowly opened his eyes, and a trace of sacred radiance flashed. He muttered to himself, "This is the half-saint realm?" He could feel that his sword energy wasn't just a few times stronger, it was at least 10 times stronger. At the same time, his sword Tao bloodline was much purer, and it complemented and nourished his sword energy. There were still 17.5 peak-grade spirit stones left. After stabilizing his sword Tao bloodline and sword energy, Li Fuchen continued his seclusion. Chapter 829. It seems like when I cultivate, I consume more peak-grade spirit stones than others. Li Fuchen gradually sensed that something wasn't right. The peak level of 9th level Law Phase realm would require around 10 peak-grade spirit stones to advance from the initial level of Half-Saint to the mid-stage of Half-Saint. Next, the mid-stage of Half-Saint to the late stage of Half-Saint would require another 20 peak-grade spirit stones. It seemed to be too wasteful. Li Fuchen guessed that it should be related to the primary extreme sword technique. The primary extreme sword technique and the primary extreme sword art were of the same lineage, and both had the potential of the supreme sword Tao. Therefore, when cultivating, the amount of peak-grade spirit stones required was a few times or even 10 times more than others. Furthermore, the higher the cultivation level, the more exaggerated the requirements would be. But correspondingly, the increase in strength would also be more exaggerated. With my current cultivation level, I should be able to activate the extreme Tao cardinal artifacts. Apart from the 20 peak-grade spirit stones in the third corpse's storage bag, there were 3 other extreme Tao cardinal artifacts. They were a blue bracelet, a green feather, and a yellow talisman. After refining them one by one, Li Fuchen knew the names of the 3 cardinal artifacts. The blue bracelet was called Water Curtain Heaven Splendor and was a third-rate extreme Tao cardinal artifact. After activating it, it could release a water screen to protect the user. The green feather was called Soaring Wind and was also a third-rate extreme Tao cardinal artifact. After activating it, it could increase the user's speed. As for the yellow talisman, it was a second-rate extreme Tao cardinal artifact and was called the Gravity Talisman. It could release a gravity barrier. With these 3 cardinal artifacts, my overall strength has increased by several times. Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. His defense might be tough, but it wasn't indestructible. The Water Curtain Heaven Splendor was the same as adding another layer of defense, and it could save his life during crucial moments. The Soaring Wind had a great increase in speed. Be it pursuing the enemy or escaping for one's life, it was useful. The Gravity Talisman could suppress the enemy's strength and speed and was the most precious. Let me see how much the Soaring Wind can increase my speed. After activating the green feather, Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and flew out. As compared to the past, this sword light was much lighter. It was fleeting and unfathomable. My speed has increased by 3 times. The sword light stopped, and Li Fuchen's eyes were very bright. Speed wasn't strength, and it was much harder to increase than strength. A sudden increase in speed by 3 times was equivalent to increasing strength by 10 times. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. Li Fuchen discovered the 4th corpse. In the storage bag of this corpse, there were no top-grade spirit stones or secret treasures of the limitless Tao, but there was a mediocre extreme Tao treasure sword, the Autumn Rain Sword. This sword only needed to be infused with sword essence, yet it could erupt with Autumn Rain Sword Chi. Its power was astonishing, at least many times stronger than the current Joint Heaven Sword. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen didn't give up on finding a way out, although there were amazing opportunities in the formation, and with his ability he could persist for a long time under the erosion of the deathly stillness. However, he still wanted to find the black whirlpool fruit, and he didn't want to die of old age in the formation. Thus, he had to find a way out. From afar, Li Fuchen saw a slightly dilapidated palace. This was the first time he saw a building since he entered the array and the black whirlpool island. coming to the plaza outside the palace. Li Fuchen stopped and looked to the right. The flame flashed, and a familiar figure entered Li Fuchen's eyes. I can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, but by chance I find it by chance. I won't let you get away this time. Zhu Hairong's face was filled with killing intent. After being tortured by the deathly stillness qi, his saint spirit had decayed significantly, causing his personality to become ruthless. Therefore, when he saw Li Fuchen again, his murderous intent surged. Don't worry, I won't run. Now that Li Fuchen's cultivation was at the half-saint realm, and with the extreme Dao artifact sword, the Autumn Rain sword, there was no need for Li Fuchen to run. Furthermore, he could see that Zhu Hairong wasn't in a good condition. Die. Zhu Hairong immediately drew out the Firebird Saint Talisman. Caw! The Firebird Saint Talisman turned into a firebird and dove at Li Fuchen with astounding speed. But now that Li Fuchen was a half-saint, his reaction speed and saint spirit had a significant improvement. Li Fuchen drew the Autumn Rain sword and thrust at the firebird. PFFF. The firebird was penetrated and didn't scatter, but the flames dimmed significantly. Sky Wind Godspeed Slash. A sword wind blew over and extinguished the firebird. It turned into a talisman and flew back to Zhu Hairong's hand. Impossible. Zhu Hairong couldn't believe his eyes. How long had it been? How could Li Fuchen's strength increase so much? Ardent Sun Pearl, go. After drawing out the Ardent Sun Pearl, Zhu Hairong tossed it out. The Ardent Sun Pearl expanded by 1,000,000 times and was like a giant sun that smashed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen wanted to test the power of the newly obtained extreme Dao cardinal artifacts. He first used the gravity talisman to activate the gravity boundary. He then used the water screen Heaven Splendor to produce a water screen to protect himself. Rumble. The speed of the Ardent Sun Pearl was greatly reduced in the earthy yellow gravitational field, and it eventually crashed into the water curtain. White steam burst out and a figure was sent flying. It seems like the sword energy's level is still too low. Li Fuchen was sent flying and revealed a bitter smile. Extreme Dao cardinal artifacts were also dependent on the user. No matter how powerful Li Fuchen's sword energy was, it wasn't comparable with a saint's qi. They were both second-rate extreme Dao cardinal artifacts, but Li Fuchen's Ardent Sun Pearl was able to break through Li Fuchen's gravity talisman and shatter the water screen created by the water screen Heaven Splendor. Die. The Ardent Sun Pearl was getting bigger and heavier. It was just like a real sun and was crushing at Li Fuchen with unstoppable force. Just in time, Sky Fire Splitting Sun Sword. Another sun rose and clashed with the sun formed by the Ardent Sun Pearl. In the next moment, there was a blazing chi wave that felt like it was going to destroy heaven and earth. There were scenes of lava splashing everywhere. Clang! The Ardent Sun Pearl shrunk and flew back into Zhu Hairong's hand. Celestial Will Slash. Li Fuchen's body shook and turned into a formless sword light that appeared behind Zhu Hairong. PFFF. Zhu Hairong was vomiting blood violently as he was injured. His extreme Dao armor was only a third-rate extreme Dao armor. When facing the Skyline Sword Art's sixth move and Li Fuchen's Autumn Rain sword, it wasn't able to resist. Damn it! Zhu Hairong opened his mouth and spat out a small brown shield to block in front of him. With the double defense, Li Fuchen's attack couldn't injure Zhu Hairong anymore. Li Fuchen shook his head and sighed at Zhu Hairong's trump card. After his strength improved greatly, he still couldn't deal with Zhu Hairong. Previously, Li Fuchen was able to hit Zhu Hairong mainly because Zhu Hairong was careless. Furthermore, Zhu Hairong didn't even use the small brown shield. But to activate so many cardinal artifacts, it should consume a lot of chi, right? Li Fuchen didn't plan to give up. The Autumn Rain sword in his hand was just a mediocre extreme Dao artifact sword and didn't consume too much sword energy. At least, it was several times better than the unsealed Joint Heaven sword. As expected, as time dragged on, Zhu Herong couldn't hold on anymore. It wasn't just his qi that couldn't hold on. His saint spirit couldn't hold on either. He realized that once a battle broke out, the deathly still qi would corrode the saint spirit at a faster speed. "Stop!" Zhu Herong yelled out. Li Fuchen turned a deaf ear and attacked even more intensively. "If you don't stop now, you will regret it." Zhu Hairong's hand had an additional blood-colored arrow, and there was an obscure qi presence that was brewing on it. This blood-luring arrow can transmit information back to the Zhu clan. "As long as you dare to kill me, even if you can escape, the Zhu clan will hunt you down with all their might." Zhu Hairong's voice was cold. Li Fuchen said, "Even if I don't kill you, will you let me off in the future?" Li Fuchen didn't believe Zhu Hairong's verbal vow. Furthermore, it was still unknown if the blood-luring arrow could break through the array and return to the Zhu clan. Hence, it didn't matter if Zhu Herong was unyielding or begging for mercy. Li Fuchen didn't have any intention to stop. "You forced me to do this." Just as Li Fuchen couldn't hold on any longer, Zhu Herong spat out a stream of essence blood and fused it with the blood-colored arrow. Swish! The blood-colored arrow vanished without a trace. "You are dead." Zhu Herong had a sinister expression. PFFF. Chapter 830. I am unwilling to accept this. Before his death, Zhu Hairong's heart was filled with regret and resentment. As the Zhu clan saint, he had a bright future on the martial Tao. Who would have thought that he would die on the legendary Black Whirlpool Island? At this moment, he was extremely regretful that he offended Li Fuchen. If he didn't offend Li Fuchen, he might not have fallen into the array. Of course, apart from regret, there was more resentment. He cursed Li Fuchen to die a horrible death. Cursed, the radiance in Zhu Hairong's eyes extinguished, and he was dead. After keeping the storage bag, Li Fuchen didn't have a trace of regret. Putting aside whether the blood lure arrow could be sent back to the Zhu clan, even if it was sent back with his current strength, he didn't need to fear a fully armed, mid-level saint like Zhu Herong. In the future, he wouldn't need to fear the entire Zhu clan. Zhu Hairong's wealth was extremely shocking, and Li Fuchen believed that he was already wealthy. After all, he had previously obtained the storage bags of 4 dead saints, and one of them was suspected to be a high-level saint. But as compared to Zhu Herong, it was simply insignificant and wasn't even 30% of Zhu Hairong's wealth. There is actually a star gem. Li Fuchen was rather knowledgeable and instantly noticed a deep gem that was emitting resplendent starlight in Zhu Hairong's storage bag. When looking at this gem, Li Fuchen felt as though he was looking at a star being destroyed. The star gem was a gem formed when a star collapsed and exploded. It contained an extremely pure star power. This gem is not very useful to others or has no direct use. But for Li Fuchen, this gem is simply tailor-made for him. After comprehending the star gem, his hand of God might reach the hand of Sunday. After taking out the star gem, Li Fuchen poured qi power into it. In an instant, Li Fuchen's spirit arrived in a vast universe. In front of him was a star that was emitting dreamy colors. It might only be a spiritual body, but Li Fuchen could still feel an extremely powerful star power enveloping him. This is the same as coming to the universe and observing the movement of the stars from a close distance to comprehend the star law. Li Fuchen was shocked. The reason why the star law was difficult to comprehend wasn't just because it was profound and cryptic. Most importantly, the star law was too far away from the deep blue dimension. It was simply unreachable. If one couldn't even see the real star law, how could they comprehend it? In normal situations, only those prodigies that possess the star's bone frame would be able to comprehend the star's law, at least before becoming a saint. However, it was not so easy to break through to the hand of the sun. Li Fuchen realized that his hand of moon wasn't even at the perfect state. Previously, his hand of the moon was only at the middle stage. There was still the late stage and the peak stage. During the process of comprehending the star's law, Li Fuchin was also absorbing the star's power from the star gem. This power was extremely pure and was several times purer than the spirit chi in peak-grade spirit stones. It was a pity that this power contained extreme star attributes and could only be converted into the Hand of Moon's chi power. It was impossible to convert it into sword energy. Otherwise, Li Fuchin was confident that he could break through to the soul merge realm with just this star gem and become a saint. Peak of the early stage of Sage to Be. Body refining intermediate Sage to Be. Body refining late Sage to Be. Be it the Qi Dao or the body refinement Dao, Li Fuchin didn't have any bottlenecks. As long as he had enough resources, he would be able to continue progressing. Furthermore, the star power contained in the star gem was too pure. In comparison, the Hand of Moon's chi power contained plenty of impurities. Apart from that, after cultivating the Hand of God, Li Fuchin's body refinement aptitude had transformed several times. His body's endurance had already reached the saint's level and wasn't like before, where he would be restricted by his body's endurance every time. Crack! There was a subtle cracking sound from within Li Fuchin's body refinement. Li Fuchin's body refinement had reached the peak stage of half-saint and was just one step away from becoming a body refinement saint. It was visible to the naked eye that Li Fuchin's skin was shaking. It was shaking at a speed of thousands of times in a blink of the eye. During the shaking process, Li Fuchin's skin was getting more exquisite and terrifying. There was a layer of horrific radiance that was flickering on the surface. This was just the appearance. Inside Li Fuchin's body, every inch of flesh and bone was emitting light. The primary extreme, sword energy that was flowing in the meridians had been forced back into the dantian. I can't rush up. There was obviously plenty of star power left in the star gem, but Li Fuchin's body refinement was still stuck at the peak stage of half-saint. Could it be because the Hand of Moon's rank isn't high enough? Li Fuchin stopped absorbing the star power and continued to comprehend the star's law. Peak stage of mid-stage Hand of Moon, late-stage Hand of Moon. Comprehending the star's law was much harder than increasing the body refinement. It was fortunate that Li Fuchin's perception was high enough to forcefully increase the Hand of Moon to the late stage within a short period of time. As the Hand of Moon reached the late stage, the previously stuck body refinement suddenly broke through. Crackle! A thick thunderbolt burst out from Li Fuchin's body. Immediately after, there was a second, third, countless thick bolts of lightning burst forth. An entire square was torn into ruins. These thunderbolts weren't ordinary thunderbolts. They were actually thunderbolts that were formed when the vitality magnetic field reached an extremely horrifying level. When Li Fuchin opened his eyes also burst out with thunderbolts. At this moment, if he leaked out a little chi presence, he would be able to trigger endless thunderbolts, unless he sealed his chi presence. Specks of silver radiance gathered on the surface of Li Fuchin's body. In just a short moment, the thunderbolts dispersed, and Li Fuchin was enveloped by a bundle of silver radiance. At a glance, it looked like a silver full moon that was enveloping a figure. With a thought, Li Fuchin rose into the sky. Swish! There was a flash of silver radiance, and Li Fuchin suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already at the horizon. His speed was so fast that it felt like he was shuttling through the void. In front of a mountain peak, Li Fuchin extended his hand and made a suction force. The mountain was uprooted first before collapsing violently. Finally, it turned into a pitch-black and glossy metal sphere. Boom! The ground collapsed, and the metal sphere sank deep into the ground. A horrific chi wave swept in all directions. I didn't expect to push my body refinement to the initial level of soul merge realm on the Black Whirlpool Island. Li Fuchin was overwhelmed with emotions. Now that his body refinement was at the initial level of soul merge realm, he was an official body refinement saint. In terms of strength, he didn't know what level he was at, but in terms of defense, if he stood still, even a mid-level saint wouldn't be able to break his defense. Li Fuchen's body refinement wasn't just at the soul merge realm. He also had the star immortal body. The star immortal body was different for different cultivation levels. Chapter 831. Of course, this mid-level saint must not have comprehended an extremity martial art, an extreme Tao weapon, or an extreme Tao cardinal treasure. Otherwise, Li Fuchen's law field wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, no matter how incredible the hand of God was, the cultivation level had to be increased. If Li Fuchen's hand of God reached the 5th rank, hand of Sun, he might be able to resist regular extremity martial arts or extreme Tao weapons. With a flip of his hand, the star gem that had dimmed down appeared in his hand. This Zhu Hairong's luck is truly good. He even obtained the star gem. Star gems were normally scattered in the universe. Occasionally, a few would land on the deep blue plane. Therefore, to obtain a star gem, one's luck was definitely heaven-defying. It was a pity that heaven-defying luck was useless. If one's luck was always good, then it would be true luck. After keeping the star gem, Li Fuchen returned to the plaza in front of the palace. When he broke through, this place was already in ruins. The only intact place was the already dilapidated palace. His intuition told him that this palace wasn't simple. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen pushed open the palace doors. Swish! Radiance leaked out from the gaps of the doors, and Li Fuchen was swept in. When he reappeared, Li Fuchen arrived at an ordinary town. This town wasn't a massive town like the Saint Spirit Continent. It was a mortal town that was similar to the East Unicorn Continent. The town was very lively and everyone was busy. But the strange thing was that there weren't any children in the town, only adults and the elderly. On the streets, there was an endless flow of people. Li Fuchen seemed out of place. The people here were too busy, and he was the only exception. Illusion zone, or... Li Fuchen frowned. Hey, brother, may I know where this place is? Li Fuchen stopped a person's path and asked. Unexpectedly, this person didn't have any intention to converse with Li Fuchen. He simply stood there with his head lowered like a statue. Immediately after, Li Fuchen noticed something strange about the town. The entire town was like a walking corpse. Even if they were to converse, their faces would be expressionless. All of a sudden, Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. In the crowd, he discovered the 4 great monarchs who were supposed to be dead. They were either pedestrians, peddlers carrying baskets, or performers performing acrobatics. Could it be that everyone here is dead, or are the souls left behind by the dead? Even though Li Fuchen was fearless, his scalp was tingling at this moment, because everything before them was simply too unbelievable. You're alive. The person who was blocked by Li Fuchen lifted his head. His numb eyes didn't have any color. Who are you? Li Fuchen didn't answer and asked instead, You're alive. The other party continued to ask. Li Fuchen felt that something wasn't right. You're alive? The other party was still asking. Don't talk to these dead people, or you'll fall into an even deeper illusion. A voice entered Li Fuchen's ears. Li Fuchen turned his head and saw a middle-aged man with a long face who looked like a shopkeeper moving his lips slightly. You are. Li Fuchen transmitted a message back. Just like you, a living person trapped in this place. The other party said. What is this place? Li Fuchen asked. I already told you earlier that this is an illusion, but we are still at the first level of the illusion. If we fall into the second level, I don't know if we can maintain our consciousness. The other party explained. Who set up this illusion? It is an extremely incredible existence. I wonder if you have heard of the name 9 Illusion Heaven Monarch. 9 Illusion Heaven Monarch? Li Fuchen was shocked. It was actually an illusion set up by a heaven monarch. From the name, the other party should be the illusion Tao Heaven Monarch. An illusion set up by an illusion Tao Heaven Monarch was something that even a heaven monarch would find hard to escape from. Li Fuchen didn't know what era this nine-illusion heaven monarch was from. There were plenty of heaven monarchs in the deep blue plain, but they were all legendary existences like the Curse heaven monarch, the immortal heaven monarch, and the Li clan's ancestor, the Sword Lord. They were all existences that once intimidated the universe. However, it was hard to say if there were any heaven monarchs in this era. Of course, even if there were heaven monarchs, it was normal that Li Fuchen and the others didn't know about them. After all, heaven monarchs were already at the pinnacle of saints. Their pursuit was definitely the God realm. Such existences basically wouldn't come out and waste time. This illusion is filled with dead people? Only the two of us are alive? Li Fuchen asked again. I don't know how many are alive. I only know that we are the only living people on this level of the illusion. How many levels are there in the illusion? The nine-illusion heaven monarch's strongest illusion has a total of 9 levels. Of course, this illusion might not have 9 levels, but it should at least have 5 levels. If I didn't warn you earlier, you would have been dragged into the 2nd level, or even the 3rd level by that dead person until you fell into oblivion. Why did the nine-illusion heaven monarch set up this illusion? Was the array outside of the illusion world an entire black whirlpool island created by the nine-illusion heaven monarch? The black whirlpool island is actually a bait to attract experts. The dead people in this illusion used to be saints, but now they are all dead. In fact, it is not accurate to say that they are dead. Some of them still have their bodies, while some only have their minds left. The nine-illusion sky, Lord's illusion, is extremely horrifying. It confuses the boundary between life and death. Even if you die, your mind will sink into the illusion, and you will not be able to extricate yourself. Do you have a way to leave the illusion world? After hearing the explanation, Li Fuchen knew that the 4 saints that had perished outside were only left with a trace of consciousness. No one dares to say that they have a way to leave the nine-illusion heaven monarch's illusion world. It is fortunate that we are only on the 1st level of the illusion world. There is still a trace of hope for survival on this level. Come in first. Let's talk in the private room. Otherwise, if we take too long, we will attract the attention of these dead people. All right. Li Fuchen walked towards the restaurant. In the private room on the 3rd floor of the restaurant, the duo sat down, and the long-faced middle-aged man poured a cup of wine for Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't drink it. Don't worry, this wine is from my storage bag. The long-faced middle-aged man minded his own business and drank. I don't know your title, Li Fuchen asked. Call me Kuya. The long-faced middle-aged man sighed. Ku ye saint, why are you the innkeeper of this restaurant? Li Fuchen was rather curious. The Ku ye saint said, after a long time, you will also become a member of the town. As for your identity, it will depend on the arrangement of the illusion world's willpower. Long story short, if we want to leave the illusion world, we can only rely on you. I am restricted in the restaurant and can't move at all. Please speak. Head to the mayor's residence. In the mayor's room, there is a mirror. As long as you are reflected by the mirror, you will be able to leave the illusion world. But that mirror is damaged, and the remnants are with me. Bring it over, and we will be able to leave the illusion world. That's simple. Li Fuchen asked. It isn't that easy to sneak into the mayor's residence. You must not be discovered along the way. Once you are discovered, you will be locked up in the prison. The prison is at least the 3rd floor of the illusion world. What if I am not caught? The living cannot defeat the dead. They have already fused with the illusion world and are the manifestation of the illusion world's laws. After leaving the restaurant, Li Fuchen walked towards the mayor's residence at the center of the town. The mayor's residence was heavily guarded. There was a sentry every 10 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. However, it only looked heavily guarded. The guards inside didn't have any intelligence and were just walking around like moving puppets. In Li Fuchen's opinion, as long as he didn't enter their activity area, it was impossible to be discovered. After a daunting experience, Li Fuchen arrived at the mayor's courtyard. In the courtyard, a black-clothed, middle-aged man was standing there. Li Fuchen didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the black-clothed, middle-aged man was rather similar to Shangguan Yu and the Black Emperor. It wasn't just similar in appearance, but also in aura. "You have a familiar qi presence," the black-clothed, middle-aged man suddenly said. Li Fuchen was surprised. "You aren't a dead person." "Dead person?" The black-clothed, middle-aged man laughed. "That's right. I don't know if I am dead either. I am living my life in a muddle-headed manner. May I know your name?" Li Fuchen asked subconsciously. "My name? I think it is Black Monarch." The black-clothed, middle-aged man thought about it. "Senior Black Monarch, can you tell me what you know?" If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, this Black Monarch was the ancestor of the Shangguan clan and was now the mayor of the illusion town. As for whether he was dead or not, Li Fuchen didn't know. "I don't know much. I only know that someone came here to steal a mirror and was imprisoned by me. If you want to steal a mirror, I advise you not to do it." Black Monarch shook his head. Li Fuchen smiled bitterly. If he didn't have the Shangguan clan's qi presence, he might not be discovered by Black Monarch. It was a pity that everything was already destined. "Senior Black Monarch, how do I leave this place?" Li Fuchen decided to try his luck. "It is very simple. Once you exit the town, you will be able to leave this place." "Then why isn't Senior Black Monarch leaving?" "I am the mayor of this place. How can I leave casually?" "Since that is the case, Senior Black Monarch, I shall take my leave." Chapter 832. After walking out of the mayor residence, Li Fuchen walked towards the east gate of the town. Just as he was about to reach the east gate, a group of corpses stopped him. "Those who leave the town shall die." One of the corpses said coldly, "The town is filled with corpses. How can I die a second time?" Li Fuchen said, "Those who leave the town shall die." The corpse didn't explain and simply repeated the statement. Li Fuchen pondered. The actions of these corpses were too unusual. It felt as though someone was controlling them from the back. "Pardon me." Li Fuchen drew the autumn rain sword and rushed forward. Cling, cling, clang, clang. These corpses had weapons too. They drew their weapons and fought with Li Fuchen. But it was strange that be it Li Fuchen or these corpses, they couldn't use their extraordinary abilities and could only fight with the most basic combat skills. Li Fuchen guessed that the rule of this illusion realm town was that everyone was immortal. Since they were mortals, how could they use their extraordinary abilities? It was fortunate that Li Fuchen didn't have any weaknesses. Even if it was just the basic combat skills, there weren't many that could compare with him. After 7 or 8 moves, all the corpses were knocked down by Li Fuchen, and the ground was dyed red with fresh blood. "Kill!" Groups of corpses rushed over. "There are too many of them. I have to break out as soon as possible." Without extraordinary abilities, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to defeat so many corpses no matter how strong he was in combat. He had a premonition that if he was slashed, he would definitely be injured and might even die. This was the terror of the illusion realm's law. Li Fuchen was like a fish that shuttled through the corpses and would always be able to dodge a fatal attack. When this scene fell into the eyes of one person, it was extremely surprising. Just as Li Fuchen was about to reach the east gate, there was a person blocking him. It seems like everything that happened earlier was a trap. The person in front of him was none other than the Kuya Saint. The Kuya Saint asked curiously, "I find it very strange. Why are you still so powerful in the mortal town?" It was already incredible to fight against 10 people in the mortal town, but Li Fuchen was basically fighting against 100 people. The crucial point was that the Kuya Saint's observation skills were very powerful. The mortal town didn't allow anyone to use any extraordinary abilities. Spiritual awareness was also a type of extraordinary ability. How could the Kuya Saint know that Li Fuchen had a powerful spirit soul power? In terms of quality, Li Fuchen's spirit soul was above the heaven monarch, therefore. He could still use it in the mortal town. I'm curious as well. Why did you lie to me? Li Fuchen sized up his opponent. The other party had said that he couldn't leave the tavern, and yet he had come to the eastern gate. Furthermore, it was clear that the corpses that had blocked his path were all under the other party's control. Kuya said calmly, "Lie to you? I didn't lie to you. As long as we get that mirror from the mayor's mansion, we can both leave. It seems like I don't need to go through so much trouble. What's the difference?" Of course there are differences. Perhaps. Sage Kuya shook his head. You were originally of some use, but now you are useless. I'm afraid you can't stop me. With the purple-red spirit soul force, Li Fuchen didn't think anyone would be able to stop him. Kuya said, I don't need to stop you. Do you think you can leave this illusion if you leave the town now? What do you mean? Li Fuchen looked towards the east gate. Originally, there was no fog outside the east gate, but now, at some point in time, fog had appeared. Right now, you are already on the 4th floor of the illusion realm. Kuya told Li Fuchen the truth. When? Li Fuchen frowned. When you first entered the town, you were still on the 1st floor. After coming into contact with that corpse, you were dragged into the 2nd floor. After coming into contact with me, you entered the 3rd floor. Now that you have come into contact with me, you are dragged into the 4th floor. For the first 3 floors, you can leave the town immediately. But for the 4th floor, it is impossible to leave the town. Is there a need? You can drag me into the 4th floor as soon as you arrive. That way, I will have no choice but to steal back the mirror for you. Kuya shook his head. Only the first 3 floors of the illusion realm have mirrors. From the 4th floor onwards, I don't know how to leave the 9 illusory hidden domain. Aren't you afraid that I will encounter something along the way and get dragged into the 4th floor? If that happens, I won't be able to retrieve the mirror for you. Li Fuchen asked again. Don't worry, I have a small portion of control over this 9 illusory hidden domain. Who exactly are you? Li Fuchen asked. The Kuya saint said, there is no harm in telling you. This 9 illusory hidden domain is actually to seal me. The 9 illusory heaven lord is indeed powerful. The 9 illusory hidden domain has sealed me for countless years. It is a pity that he isn't able to seal me forever. Right now, I am already in control of the first 4 floors of the illusion realm. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the Black Lord, I would have been able to leave the 9 illusory hidden domain a long time ago. Back when he fought with the 9 illusory Heaven Lord, he was sealed in the Black Whirlpool Island by the 9 illusory Heaven Lord's strongest illusion technique, the 9 illusory hidden domain. After countless years, his power gradually eroded the 9 illusory hidden domain and finally controlled the first 4 floors of the 9 illusory hidden domain. But because he was on the 9th floor of the 9 illusory hidden domain, he was still unable to escape. He could only borrow the help of others to steal the mirror. After repeated attempts, the chances of success gradually increased. Who knew that many years ago, the Black Lord would appear? The Black Lord might not be comparable to the Kuya Saint and the 9 illusory Heaven Lord, but he was still formidable. He actually saw through the Kuya Saint's scheme and nearly left the town. Without a choice, the Kuya Saint had to pay a price to drag the Black Lord into the 4th floor of the illusion realm to trap the Black Lord. Unexpectedly, the 9 illusory hidden domain also made a response. It guided the Black Lord to become the new mayor of this town and was specifically used to restrain the Kuya Saint, preventing him from obtaining the mirror. The Kuya Saint thought that Li Fuchen looked special and might be able to steal the mirror. Who knew that Li Fuchen would change his mind at the last minute and wanted to leave the town, doing the same thing as the Black Lord. The Kuya Saint would never allow Li Fuchen to leave. Once Li Fuchen left, the 9 illusory hidden domain would have endless changes. By then, the first 4 floors of the 9 illusory hidden domain would probably break out of the Kuya Saint's control. Back then, he didn't allow the Black Lord to leave and dragged the Black Lord into the fourth floor because he was worried about this. It could be said that this town was the result of the contest between the Kuya Saint and the 9 illusory hidden domain. The pure 9 illusory hidden domain wasn't an illusion town. In my opinion, even without Senior Black Lord, you still wouldn't be able to leave the 9 illusory hidden domain. Before Senior Black Lord arrived, you wouldn't be able to leave either. Li Fuchin said while thinking of a way to leave. The Kuya Saint shook his head and said, "Why do you think there are so many saints in the 9 illusory hidden domain? They are all attracted by me. Their existences have already changed the nature of the 9 illusory hidden domain and created a flaw. That mirror is the flaw. Aren't you afraid that I will leak the secret after telling me so much? You won't have the chance to leak the secret." Before the Black Lord entered the fourth floor of the 9 illusory hidden domain, he was just like you and maintained his consciousness. But a few days later, he became muddle-headed and was no different from a dead person. Your cultivation level is much weaker than him. I reckon that you will lose your consciousness in a short while. After being sealed for countless years, the Kuya Saint had already developed an unfathomable shrewdness. To be honest, he was rather engrossed in the contest with the 9 illusory hidden domain. Be it the Black Lord or Li Fuchin, they were all chess pieces, while he and the 9 illusory hidden domain were the chess pieces behind the scenes. Chapter 833. Even though the Kuya Saint said that it was impossible to leave the town on the fourth floor of the 9 illusory hidden domain, Li Fuchin still wanted to give it a try. Seeing the situation, the Kuya Saint didn't stop him. After walking out of the eastern gate, Li Fuchin was immersed in a dense fog. In just a short moment, Li Fuchin returned to his original position. As expected, he didn't lie to me about this. Li Fuchin's heart sank. The 9 illusory hidden domain was set up by the 9 illusory heaven monarch. Even an absolute expert like the Kuya Saint couldn't escape. It was definitely going to be extremely difficult for Li Fuchin to leave. Originally, if you had stolen the mirror for me, you might still have a chance to escape. A pity, a pity. The Kuya Saint's figure vanished. Hearing the statement, Li Fuchin didn't reveal any expression of regret. Firstly, with the Black Lord's obstruction, he wouldn't be able to obtain the mirror unless he had never interacted with Shangguan Yu before. Secondly, this Kuya Saint wasn't a benevolent person. If he was allowed to escape, it wouldn't be a good thing for the entire deep blue plane. Thirdly, as long as Li Fuchin had a clear conscience, he would never regret anything. The Kuya Saint left because he was certain that Li Fuchin's consciousness wouldn't be able to persist for a long time on the fourth floor of the 9 illusory hidden domain. It was a pity that he underestimated Li Fuchin, let alone the fourth floor of the 9 illusory hidden domain. Even the 9th floor of the 9 illusory hidden domain wouldn't make Li Fuchin lose his mind. Li Fuchin was rather confident about this point. Why don't I converse with Senior Black Lord again? After thinking about it, Li Fuchin headed towards the mayor residence. Mayor's courtyard. The Black Lord was still standing there and didn't seem to have moved at all. It seems like you are the same as me. You are unable to leave the town. The Black Lord's voice echoed. Li Fuchin said, "Senior Black Lord, do you still remember the past?" "I don't remember in the past. After seeing you, I suddenly have some impressions." Hearing the statement, Li Fuchin had some thoughts. It seemed like his aura could make Jun more clear-headed and regain some of his consciousness. The expert sealed here is called Kuya Sage Master. He was the one who pulled me into the 4th level of the 9 Phantasms secret realm. According to what I know, Kuya Sage Master is not an expert from the deep blue plane. He came from another plane. Once he escapes, it will undoubtedly be a disaster for the deep blue plane. Hence, under the guidance of the 9 Phantasms secret realm, I volunteered to become the mayor of this mortal town. However, as time passes, Kuya Sage Master's influence on the 9 Phantasms secret realm has increased. I'm afraid it won't be long before he can control the 5th level and find the second flaw of the 9 phantasms' secret realm. This time, Hei Jun's consciousness had recovered a lot more than the last time. The first flaw was the mirror. With the appearance of the second flaw, Kuya Sage Master did have a high chance of leaving the 9 phantasms' secret realm. Li Fuchen nodded and said, "Then do we have any methods to stop him?" Hei Jun said, "Previously, when you were in the 3rd level of the 9 phantasms' secret realm, if you left the town immediately, the 9 phantasms' secret realm would produce endless transformations and cause Kuya Sage Master's efforts to fail. Right now, you are in the same situation as me and are in the 4th level of the 9 phantasms' secret realm. You have practically become a part of the 9 phantasms' secret realm. If you wish to leave, there is no way for now. If there was a way, he would have left a long time ago." All right then. Many thanks for Senior Hei Jun's advice. Li Fuchen was planning to find a way himself. With the purple spirit soul, Li Fuchen felt that he wasn't without hope. After exiting the mayor's residence, Li Fuchen started to stroll around the town. The people in the town were all dead and didn't have any consciousness and were expressionless. But the 9 phantasms' secret realm might have given them some special traits and some instincts that they left behind, allowing them to communicate. Furthermore, everyone had their own residence and hobbies. In short, apart from the fact that the mortal town didn't have any children and the atmosphere was a little strange, everything else was no different from the towns in the outside world. The only difference was that Li Fuchen was a living person and didn't fit in here. Apart from Hei Jun and Kuya Sage Master, no one else could communicate with him normally. Did you hear? Scholar Wang had a secret meeting with Moneybags, Lu's concubine, and was caught last night. He actually dared to touch Moneybags, Lu's woman. This Scholar Wang is truly lustful. Speaking of which, this Scholar Wang's martial arts is rather formidable. A few of Moneybags, Lu's guards were injured. When Li Fuchen passed by the dead men, he heard their conversation. In fact, if Li Fuchen was willing, he could use his spirit soul force to receive the conversation. I heard that the reason why Scholar Wang had a secret meeting with Moneybags, Lu's concubine, wasn't because of love. It was because of an artifact in Moneybags, Lu's treasury. It is said that the artifact has an unbelievable effect and can make a person abnormally intelligent. Moneybags Lu is able to become a Moneybags because of this artifact. The dead man who had been silent suddenly spoke. Artifact can make a person intelligent? Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with light. The people here were all dead men because they had lost their consciousness. Without consciousness, they were no different from the dead. Could this artifact be able to restore a person's consciousness or a portion of it? Since he didn't have any clues, he might as well make a trip to Moneybags Lu's residence. Deep into the night, a figure flipped over the wall and entered the Lu clan's courtyard. Li Fuchen spread out his spirit soul force and easily found the Lu clan's treasury. After bypassing the waves of guards, Li Fuchen arrived at the treasury's door. This door was made of stone, and even if a regular person used a weapon, they wouldn't be able to break it. But Li Fuchen was different. It might be because of the body refinement saint. His strength was much stronger than the dead men here. Furthermore, with his spirit soul force, he could attack the weakest point of the treasury's door. Crackle! Drawing the autumn rain sword, Li Fuchen slashed at a certain point and slashed out a large gap. After 2 or 3 slashes, the treasury's door was penetrated, but it was still lacking a little to accommodate one person. Who is it? 2 guards were patrolling from here and immediately noticed Li Fuchen before pouncing over. After knocking the 2 guards to the ground, Li Fuchen continued to slash at the treasury's door. Finally, the treasury's door had a gap that was over 1 meter in height, and it was enough for Li Fuchen to enter. The treasures in the treasury were all common items like pearls, agate, and gold. There were also some calligraphy and paintings. But on a tea table, Li Fuchen saw a human-shaped sculpture. This human-shaped sculpture was obviously an extreme Tao cardinal artifact. After picking up the human-shaped sculpture, Li Fuqin immediately felt a qi presence washing over his body. It washed away most of the distracting thoughts and allowed his mind to be clear. I see. Li Fuqin understood now. This was obviously an extreme Tao cardinal artifact that purified the mind. This kind of cardinal artifact had a certain restraining effect on illusion arts. If this wasn't the 9 illusory hidden domain, regular illusion realms wouldn't be able to trap the owner of this artifact. It was a pity that this artifact wasn't useful for him to leave the town. His mind was always clear and didn't need the help of external objects. You actually entered my treasury. A stalwart, middle-aged man led a group of guards into the treasury and blocked Li Fuqin's path. Moneybags Lu, it seems like you are still conscious. Li Fuqin looked at Moneybags Lu. I am not the only one who is conscious. Aren't you the same? But since you are here, don't leave. Moneybags Lu waved his hand and ordered the guards to attack Li Fuqin. If it was a regular person, they wouldn't be able to fight against so many guards. But Li Fuqin wasn't a regular person. In just a few moves, Li Fuqin had taken down several guards. Fall for me. Moneybags Lu made his move. He was extremely powerful, and it was unknown when a saber appeared in his hand. The saber light flashed and swept at Li Fuqin like a waterfall. Cling! Li Fuqin used his sword to block the saber light. Cling, 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 cling. The duo exchanged moves with extreme speed. For a moment, the saber light and sword shadows were flashing in a frenzy in the treasury. PFFF. Ultimately, Li Fuqin was superior and used a single sword to chop off one of Moneybags Lu's arms. How is this possible? Moneybags Lu didn't dare to believe that Li Fuqin's strength was actually so formidable. You are rather strong. If I didn't guess wrongly, you are the one who intentionally spread the news of this extreme Tao cardinal artifact. It is to attract people to this place and make it easier for you to seize their resources. The hope of leaving the town was very slim, but as long as there was a sliver of hope, no one would give up. Moneybags Lu was probably planning to gather a large amount of resources to break through to a higher cultivation realm. Once his cultivation realm was higher, he might just be able to leave the town. Moneybags Lu didn't say anything and had a gloomy expression. Where is Scholar Wang? Li Fuqin asked. I didn't kill him. He is able to maintain his consciousness because he has an elixir that allows him to maintain his consciousness. After taking away the elixir, he has already lost his consciousness and has become a dead man in the town. Moneybags Lu said. Li Fuqin said, I cannot take away anything from you, but the prerequisite is that you tell me something useful and don't try to fool me. I will return at any moment. Moneybags Lu thought for a moment and said, Apart from Scholar Wang and you, I know of another person who maintains his consciousness, but that person is too terrifying and I did not provoke him. He told Li Fuqin that person's address and appearance. All right, I hope you aren't lying to me. Li Fuqin turned and left. This fellow is probably an influential figure in the outside world. Moneybags Lu lamented. Chapter 834. In an alley in the southeast of the town, there was a loud, clanking sound. There was a customer in the smithy. Same old rules, 1 pick and 1 shovel. The person who spoke had average looks and a medium build. He was missing his right ear and had a pair of eyes that emitted a deathly calm. This deathly calm was similar to the numbness and emptiness of the corpses. If one observed carefully, one would be able to notice the difference. Your pick and shovel. The worker of the smithy handed the pickaxe and shovel to the earless man. After leaving the smithy, the earless man walked back to his residence. This person is indeed terrifying. Li Fuqin, who was observing with his spirit soul force, was shocked. He had a vague feeling that this earless man was much more terrifying than the Black Monarch and might not be inferior to the Kuya Saint. Of course, it might just be his misconception. But Li Fuqin didn't think that his spirit soul force would be wrong. The earless man's residence was a dilapidated courtyard. Li Fuchin didn't enter recklessly and used his spirit-soul force to observe the earless man's every move. It was fortunate that Li Fuchin had his spirit-soul force. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to monitor the earless man, let alone the 9 illusory hidden domain. Even in the outside world, the earless man wouldn't be able to monitor the earless man. Li Fuchin would probably be discovered before he could monitor the earless man. Only Li Fuchin's purple spirit-soul force was able to monitor the earless man without any restraints. In a room in the dilapidated courtyard, Li Fuchin encountered a trace of obstruction. This obstruction might not be worth mentioning to his spirit-soul force, but it was enough to shock Li Fuchin. He could feel that this obstruction was a restriction set up by the earless man. The earless man was actually able to set up a restriction in the 9 illusory hidden domain and utilize a portion of his extraordinary ability. Li Fuchin guessed that the earless man was guarding against the Kuya Saint. After all, the Kuya Saint controlled the first 4 floors of the 9 illusory hidden domain. If he wanted to, he could know everything in the town. This restriction was used to conceal the truth and emit a false impression for the Kuya Saint. If Li Fuchin didn't have the purple spirit-soul force, he would probably be fooled too. After his spirit-soul force broke through the restriction, Li Fuchin saw the entrance to a basement. After entering the basement, a secret cave appeared in front of him. This secret cave was obviously excavated by the earless man. Following the secret cave, Li Fuchin found the earless middle-aged man digging in the depths. The other party's iron pickaxe fell down, and a large piece of hard soil and stone collapsed. With a wave of his hand, it was put into the storage bag. Does this secret cave lead outside the town? But outside the town, it's all fog. Even if we dig out, what's the point? Li Fuchin didn't know what the earless man was trying to do. No, that's not right. Since the other party is doing this, there must be a reason behind it. Perhaps this secret passageway doesn't lead to the outside of the town, but to the 3rd level of the 9 phantasmal secret realm. Li Fuchin's perception was heaven-defying, and his thinking ability was naturally heaven-defying too. He immediately thought of the greatest possibility. It should be the entrance to the 3rd layer, the 9 phantasmal secret realm. The more Li Fuchin thought about it, the more reliable it seemed. Firstly, the earless middle-aged man would not waste his efforts. Secondly, the earless middle-aged man's means were too heaven-defying. He was actually able to set up a restriction in the 9 phantasmal mystic realm. Thirdly, the tools that the other party used to dig the secret cave were the pickaxes and iron shovels that they bought from the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop was actually part of the 9 phantasmal secret realms rules. The pickaxes and iron shovels undoubtedly contained a trace of the 9 phantasmal secret realms rules. Bang! After a night, the pickaxes and iron shovels in the earless middle-aged man's hands were all broken. On the next day, the earless middle-aged man went to buy new pickaxes and iron shovels. Li Fuchin didn't have any intention to alert the enemy and had been observing silently. In the inn, the Kuya Saint was also observing Li Fuchin. After so many days, he hasn't lost his consciousness. It seems like he has an artifact or elixir that can maintain his consciousness. I have underestimated him. Forget it. Let's see what tricks he can play. The Kuya Saint wasn't able to drag Li Fuchin into the 5th layer, the 9 phantasmal secret realm. His authority was only limited to the first 4 layers. Unknowingly, half a month had passed, and the earless middle-aged man finally dug the secret cave outside the town. Through the secret cave, Li Fuchin could already see the fog outside the town. This is the time. After the earless middle-aged man vanished into the fog, Li Fuchin ran straight to the shabby courtyard, entered the basement, and entered the secret cave. Soon enough, Li Fuchin arrived outside the secret cave. Looking at the misty fog, Li Fuchin thought to himself, I hope my guess is correct. With this thought in mind, Li Fuchin entered the fog. When Li Fuchin reappeared, he was back in the town and back to the earless middle-aged man's shabby courtyard's basement. The earless middle-aged man wasn't around. Li Fuchin decided to verify his guess and sprinted towards the nearest western gate. Not good. Inside the inn, the Ku Saint had a rather unpleasant expression as his figure suddenly vanished. Ku Saint, where are you going? In the air, a figure blocked the Ku Saint. Black Monarch, you dare? The Ku Saint's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. This time, I will not let you succeed. The Black Monarch, who had recovered a portion of his consciousness, didn't expect Li Fuchin to actually return to the third layer, the 9 phantasmal secret realm. He didn't know how Li Fuchin did it, but it wasn't important. The most important thing was to stop the Ku Saint. Looking at the bright scene outside the western gate, Li Fuchin knew that he had returned to the third layer, the 9 phantasmal secret realm. You are not bad. You actually followed me back to the third layer. The earless middle-aged man appeared behind Li Fuchin. He didn't know that Li Fuchin was monitoring him, but when Li Fuchin appeared in his courtyard, he immediately knew. Senior, Li Fuchin was too rash. Li Fuchin cupped his fist and apologized. Of course, Li Fuchin wasn't apprehensive. In the outside world, he might not be a match for the earless middle-aged man. But in the 9 phantasmal secret realm, apart from the Ku Saint, Li Fuchin didn't fear anyone. It doesn't matter. I won't lose anything anyway. After taking a glance at the town, the earless middle-aged man said indifferently, apart from the 9th layer, I have seen everything else in the 9 phantasmal secret realm. The 9 phantasmal heaven monarch is indeed formidable. I am inferior to him and have spent 10 years here. It is time to leave. While speaking, the earless middle-aged man walked out of the western gate. What? He came out from the 8th floor of the 9 phantasmal mystery land? Li Fuchin was surprised. It was already extremely difficult for him to come out from the 4th layer. In fact, he had to rely on the earless middle-aged man to come out. But the earless middle-aged man came out from the 8th layer alone. This strength was simply horrifying. Not good. After the earless middle-aged man left, Li Fuchin noticed that there was another trace of mist outside the western gate. With rapid speed, Li Fuchin rushed out of the western gate. After bypassing the trace of mist, he passed through an invisible barrier. Did he leave? The Black Monarch, who was tangling with the Ku Saint, gradually lost his consciousness. But at the same time, his strength had increased drastically, and he was able to suppress the Ku Saint. When Li Fuchin reappeared, he saw a mountain, a black mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there was a towering tree. On the branches, there were over a dozen whirlpool-like fruits. Black whirlpool fruits! Li Fuchin blurted out. He didn't expect the 9 phantasmal secret realm to teleport him to the vicinity of the black whirlpool fruits. It was truly unexpected. Chapter 835. Swish! The earless man's figure flickered and arrived above the black whirlpool tree. With a wave of his hand, only 2 of the dozens of black whirlpool fruits were left, while the rest went into his storage bag. I'm not greedy. I'll leave 2 black whirlpool fruits for you. The earless man looked around and said indifferently. Hearing this, one of the high-tier demonic beast overlords was enraged. Only 2 of the dozens of black whirlpool fruits? Did he think they were beggars? Leave the black whirlpool fruits, or die. The high-tier demonic beast overlord returned to his original form. It was a huge demonic beast with a pair of wings on the back like a water buffalo. Moo. The high-tier demonic beast overlord activated his innate ability and blasted a unique sound wave at the earless man. Bang, bang, bang. Under the radiation of the sound wave, apart from the Blade Dao Saint, the rest of the saints and demonic beast overlords were sent flying while vomiting blood. This was because the sound wave wasn't targeted at them. If it was targeted at them, their bodies might explode. Such a bad temper. The earless man waved his hand and blocked the sound wave with a tangible palm. Then he went against the sound wave and advanced rapidly. Boom! The ground shook and a huge palm print appeared on the ground. In the middle of the palm print, a pool of blood could be vaguely seen. Who else has any objections? The earless man looked at everyone. Crippled sacred lord, you must be joking. Even if you take all the black whirlpool fruits, we won't dare to have any objections. The Blade Dao saint bowed and said, Crippled sacred lord. Everyone was stunned at first, and then fearful. The other party was actually the Saint Ian continent's crippled sacred lord. The so-called low-tier saints, mid-tier saints, and high-tier saints were just descriptions of cultivation levels. Those below the 3rd level of Unity Realm were low-tier saints. Those at the 4th to 6th level were mid-tier saints, and those at the 7th to 9th level were high-tier saints. Only peak-tier saints, sacred lords, heaven monarchs, and demigods were descriptions of strength levels. Sacred lords were above peak-tier saints, but weaker than heaven monarchs. In this era where heaven monarchs didn't appear, peak-tier saints were already overlords. Sacred lords were the rulers of saints. The deep blue plane had a total of 9 high-rank continents, but the number of sacred lords didn't exceed the fingers on one hand. On average, each high-rank continent didn't even have a sacred lord. Furthermore, these sacred lords had disappeared a long time ago. In the past hundreds or thousands of years, no one had heard of a sacred lord appearing. He didn't expect to meet the legendary heaven-crippling sacred lord on this black whirlpool island. Fortunately, I am not strong enough. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. Everyone secretly rejoiced. The high-level demon sage that had been killed by the heavenly crippling sacred lord was called Sonic Demon Sage. He had been so arrogant because he thought that he was powerful. Therefore, sometimes the stronger one the faster one would die. Unless you were absolutely strong and no one was stronger than you. You're quite knowledgeable. I'm interested to know your name. The heavenly crippling divine Lord sized up the Saber Dao Sage. I am the Flying Cloud Saber Saint, Fei Yin. This person was none other than the Flying Cloud Saber Saint who had fought with Zhu Herong. If I'm not mistaken, you're from the Holy Saber Gate, right? I haven't seen the Grandine Saber Saint in a long time. Say hello to him for me. With that, the crippled sacred lord disappeared. Huff! After the crippled sacred lord left, the Flying Cloud Saber Saint let out a breath. The crippled sacred lord gave him too much pressure. This person was neither righteous nor evil, and he only did things according to his mood. He was sure that if he infuriated the crippled sacred lord, the outcome wouldn't be any different from the Sonic Demon Sage. Even the great Ian Saber Saint wouldn't be able to save him. The black whirlpool fruit is mine. Once the crippled sacred lord left, all the demon sages and saints had their eyes on the black whirlpool fruit and pounced on it. Die. Blade light streaked across, and all the demon sages and saints that charged over were either dismembered or slashed apart. Fresh blood splattered. However, only a low-tier demonic beast overlord and a low-level saint died. The rest of the demon sages and saints were only severely injured. After all, after reaching the saint class, the bloodline contained a trace of undying essence, and it was extremely hard to kill them. The Flying Cloud Saber Saint was able to kill a low-tier demonic beast overlord and a low-level saint because his strength was too powerful. He was much stronger than regular high-level saints. Of course, it was mainly because he had more targets. If it was a one-on-one fight, he was confident he could even kill a mid-level saint in a single slash. If there was only one black whirlpool fruit, Li Fuchin might have to think before snatching it. After all, the Flying Cloud Saber Saint was too powerful. But now that there were two, Li Fuchin had to snatch one no matter what. There was a flash of sword light as Li Fuchin skimmed towards the black whirlpool tree. Reckless fool! The Flying Cloud Saber Saint's expression turned cold. The saber light burst out and instantly caught up to Li Fuchin. Slash! The void was slashed open like a piece of cloth, and Li Fuchin was sent flying. The flying cloud saber saint was shocked. His saber wasn't able to slash open Li Fuchen's body. Go! Li Fuchen held a black whirlpool fruit and fled into the sky with extreme speed. Such craftiness! The flying cloud saber saint frowned. There was another black whirlpool fruit on the black whirlpool tree. He couldn't possibly give up on this black whirlpool fruit to chase after Li Fuchen. After all, he was giving up on what was close at hand to pursue what was far away. The flying cloud saber saint is too powerful. Let's go after that kid. Even if they couldn't afford to offend the flying cloud saber saint, the others could still afford to offend Li Fuchen. This is the black whirlpool fruit. When holding the black whirlpool fruit, Li Fuchen felt as though he was holding a ball of cotton. At the same moment, a faint aroma entered his nose, and his thoughts suddenly sped up. As expected, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Just a trace of aroma was enough to speed up his thoughts. It was imaginable how effective it would be if he consumed the entire fruit. After keeping the black whirlpool fruit, Li Fuchen turned around and saw a total of 5 figures chasing after him. They were 3 demonic beast overlords and 2 saints. Li Fuchen revealed a sneer and continued to speed up. He wasn't afraid of the 5 of them. To be honest, with his current strength and defense, the 5 of them might not be able to break through his defense. He was just worried that the flying cloud saber saint would catch up. Earlier on, Li Fuchen was able to block the flying cloud saber saint's saber without getting any injuries. Apart from his tough defense, it was mainly because he was wearing an extreme Dao armor that had neutralized most of the force. After becoming a body refinement saint, Li Fuchen's traveling speed was too fast. The Hand of Moon's chi power was emitted and the void was distorted. It felt as though the ground had shrunk to an inch. Every movement would leave the 5 figures far behind. 2 hours later, the 5 figures had already been left behind by a few hundred miles. Li Fuchen couldn't even sense them with his spiritual awareness. I have obtained the black whirlpool fruit. It is time to leave. Standing on top of a tall mountain, Li Fuchen let out a forceful breath. The current Li Fuchen was still too weak. It might seem like he could dominate the world, but it was only the world in the eyes of ordinary people. The real world was far more treacherous than he imagined. This time he nearly perished in the 9 illusory hidden domain and might not be able to exit again. Perhaps by the time he exited, a few hundred or a few thousand years would have passed. It wasn't something he wished to see. With the black whirlpool fruit, it shouldn't be a problem to push the primary extreme, sword technique, to extremity. Even if there's a problem, I can go back and read more sword Dao manuals to make up for it. Chapter 836. It was easy to enter the black whirlpool island, but it was difficult to get out. He had to fly against the whirlpool to get out. Had it not been for the drastic increase in Li Fuchen's strength, it would have been a problem for him to escape successfully. After returning to the Blackwater continent, Li Fuchen didn't delay for too long. After asking Shangguanyu to make arrangements for his funeral, he brought her back to the Saint Spirit continent. On the vast sea, a fiery red flying boat was flying at high speed. This flying boat came from Zhu Herong, and it was an extreme Dao cardinal treasure that was specially used for traveling. Its speed wasn't slower than regular saints. After erasing the imprint on the interior of the flying boat, Li Fuchen immediately used it to travel. This was a vast ocean and shouldn't be seen by the Zhu clan. It was Shangguanyu's first time going out to sea. She was a little nervous, but also a little excited. The ocean was the most dangerous place in the world. More than 90% of the demon beasts were concentrated in the ocean. Only a small portion of them lived on land. Li Fuchen, is it easy to encounter demonic beast overlords while traveling on the sea? Shangguanyu asked. Li Fuchen shook his head. It shouldn't be easy. The deep blue plain might have plenty of overlords, but on average, a large sea region would only have one overlord. Furthermore, it depends on the sea region. In fact, It wasn't just the continents that were graded, the seas were also graded. The closer to the center of the deep blue plane, the denser the heaven and earth energy. The sea regions near low-class continents, like the East Unicorn continent, had very sparse heaven and earth energy, and basically no demon overlords were willing to stay there. Even demon rulers were rare. But in the sea regions near high-class continents, there were plenty of demon overlords. Usually, a large sea region would be ruled by an extremely powerful demon overlord, and there would be plenty of weaker demon overlords below him. As soon as Li Fuchen finished speaking, a mid-tier demonic beast overlord with messy hair blocked the path of the flying boat. Is that the fire melt sage monarch inside? In response, Li Fuchen's expression changed. The flying boat sped up and turned into a fiery rainbow that pierced through the void. You dare to renege on your debt? The messy-haired man was enraged. His big brother trusted the fire melt Saint Monarch so much, yet the other party wanted to renege on his promise. No matter how fast the flying boat was, it was only equivalent to the speed of a low-level saint. How could it compare to a mid-level demonic beast overlord? Soon, the disheveled hair man caught up. Heavenly capital water thunder. The messy-haired man activated his innate ability, and one large water lightning after another bombarded the airship. How unlucky! Li Fuchen kept the flying boat and released a chi power and sword intent at the same time to protect Shangguanyu. You are not Saint Monarch Firemelt. Who are you? Where is Saint Monarch Firemelt? The messy-haired man shouted. Li Fuchen shook his head. I will give you two choices. Move aside or die. A mid-tier demonic beast overlord's vitality might be very powerful, but Li Fuchen was able to kill Zhu Herong, therefore he was confident that he could kill a mid-tier demonic beast overlord. Courting death. The messy-haired man activated more water thunders and blasted them at Li Fuchen. Bang, 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 Li Fuchen blasted his fist forward and caused the water thunder to explode. The violent and tyrannical fist force sent his opponent flying. Although his body refinement was only at the initial tier of the Unity realm, God's hand was a peak-tier body refinement art. If one were to seriously categorize it, it should be a supreme body refinement art. His strength wasn't something an ordinary mid-stage demonic beast saint could compare to. What? So powerful? The messy-haired man was horrified. His figure flashed, and he was about to leave. You want to leave? Li Fuchen gave him a chance, but he didn't know how to cherish it. Boom! The fist force was like a comet impact and contained a super gravitational force. It forcefully blasted the messy-haired man out of the void and emitted a blood mist. This fellow is actually a body refinement saint. In the same cultivation realm, body refinement saints were nearly invincible. Be it offense or defense, they were all top-notch. It was equivalent to the combination of a human saint and a demonic beast overlord. The messy-haired man knew that if he continued to delay, he would definitely die. Phantom water shift. After activating his innate ability, the messy-haired man turned into a phantom. Bang! Li Fuchen executed a fist strike, and the phantom turned into a lump of water and exploded. It is actually an innate shifting technique. Li Fuchen frowned and immediately let out a bitter smile. As compared to a saint, a demonic beast overlord might not be powerful, but it depended on the innate ability that they had awakened. Some of the demonic beast overlords that had awakened incredible innate abilities, even if they weren't overlords, were still rather hard to deal with. For example, if a demonic beast overlord had awakened an innate shifting technique, unless the demonic beast overlord could instantly kill the demonic beast overlord, it was impossible to capture the demonic beast overlord. Of course, the stronger the demonic beast overlord's body, the stronger the innate ability that was awakened. It was very hard for regular demonic beast overlords to awaken overly powerful innate abilities. Let's go! Li Fuchen's body emitted a layer of silver halo while he rushed into the sky with Shangguanyu. In the depths of the sea, there was an indistinct phantom that was moving at rapid speed. The fire melt saint must have been killed by him. I have to return and report to Big Brother. In just a short moment, the messy-haired man arrived at a demonic beast city at the bottom of the sea. This city was inhabited by demonic beast kings, and above, the city's style was rather crude and ancient. Many of the buildings were obviously constructed with large beast bones. In the center of the city, there was an altar. The altar was made of fine green crystals that had ancient patterns. Swish! When the messy-haired man appeared on the altar, there was a flash of green light before he vanished without a trace. Just like the human race, the demonic beast race had plenty of factions too. There were 10 of the strongest factions. One of them was called the Mad Demonic Palace. The Mad Demonic Palace's palace master, Battle Great Sage, had strength that wasn't inferior to human peak-class saints. His original body was a mid-tier overlord beast. He had 8 demonic beast lords under his command. One of the 8 demonic beast lords, the Purple Thunder demonic lord, was in the city plaza of the Purple Thunder City. There was a flash of green light, and the messy-haired man instantly appeared. Without any hesitation, the messy-haired man sprinted towards the Purple Thunder demonic lord's temporary residence. He was the younger brother of the Purple Thunder demonic lord. Both of them had the same bloodline. However, he wasn't as powerful as the Purple Thunder demonic lord. The Purple Thunder demonic lord wasn't just a high-level demonic beast. His original body was also a low-tier overlord beast. Meanwhile, the bloodline in his body hadn't reached the level of a low-tier overlord beast. Black Thunder, what's the rush? What happened? Before the messy-haired man got close to the temporary residence, he heard a voice. Big Brother, I accidentally saw the Fire Melt Saint's Scarlet Fire flying ship. I thought the Fire Melt Saint was inside and wanted to invite him to the Purple Thunder City. I didn't expect it to be a body-tempering sage instead of the Fire Melt Saint. The messy-haired man recounted everything that had happened. Crackle! A flash of purple lightning vanished, and the Purple Thunder demonic lord appeared in front of the messy-haired man. You mean he killed the Fire Melt Saint? The Purple Thunder demonic lord had purple hair and purple eyes. He looked extremely demonic and domineering. Most likely. The messy-haired man nodded. Damn it. The Purple Thunder demonic lord was enraged. He didn't have any friendship with the Fire Melt Saint. Whether the Fire Melt Saint was dead or not had nothing to do with him. The key was that he had just made a deal with the Fire Melt Saint a few years ago. Besides, he had already given a portion of the treasures to the Fire Melt Saint. He wasn't afraid that the Fire Melt Saint would renege on the debt. After all, the Zhu clan might be powerful, but the Mad Demon Palace wasn't a pushover. If the Fire Melt Saint dared to renege on the debt, the Purple Thunder demonic lord wouldn't be able to survive in the sea region in the future. However, he didn't expect the Fire Melt Saint to be killed. The treasures that he had given to the Fire Melt Saint would be wasted. According to the location that you mentioned, he should be rushing to the Saint Spirit Continent. I hope he can make it in time. Chapter 837. Ultimately, the Purple Thunder demonic lord still underestimated Li Fuchen's speed and wasn't able to catch up. After thinking about it, the Purple Thunder demon lord sent a message to the Zhu clan. He couldn't let the treasures that he had lost go to waste. If he did the Zhu clan a favor, the Zhu clan wouldn't be able to renege on their debt. If they really angered him, he would let the Zhu clan know what regret was when they appeared in the ocean in the future. Saint Spirit Continent, Fire God Mountain. The Fire God Mountain was the #1 mountain range in the Saint Spirit Continent. The fire Dao resources in the mountain range could only be described as extravagant. Like the fire origin crystals, they could be produced frequently in the Fire God Mountain. Of course, most of the fire origin crystals that were produced weren't graded. Low-grade fire origin crystals required countless years to be produced. Middle-grade fire origin crystals required an even longer time. It was said that the Fire God Mountain was not formed naturally, but was formed by the demigod ancestor of the Zhu family. He gathered a large number of rare mountains and fire path resources from various high-level continents and even dangerous places in the universe, and combined it with a top-level fire path formation. All in all, in terms of resources, the Fire God Mountain was several times more abundant than the Fire Dragon Island. After all, there were too many saints who ventured into the Fire Dragon Island, and many of the resources had already been plundered. The Fire God Mountain might have countless Zhu clansmen, and the consumption of resources was extremely horrifying, but the Zhu clan was also plundering resources to replenish themselves. More than a month ago, in the Fire God Mountain's second peak's Fire Soul Hall, the soul tablet belonging to Zhu Herong shattered without warning. Ancestor Horong's soul tablet shattered. The members of the Zhu family who were guarding the Fire Soul Palace felt as if they were struck by lightning. Oh no! Ancestor Horong's soul tablet has shattered. In the next moment, the Zhu clansman rushed out of the Fire Soul Hall as if he had gone mad. The Zhu clan might be the #1 clan in the Saint Spirit continent, but they only had 7 saints. The death of any one of them was a huge matter to the Zhu clan. After a while, apart from the 2 great monarchs and the Zhu clan's first ancestor, the other 3 great monarchs of the Zhu clan arrived at the Fire Soul Palace. Their faces were filled with sorrow and killing intent. It had been a long time since someone from the Zhu family had died. They didn't expect that not only would someone die this time, but it would also be one of them. This made them feel provoked. Looks like it's been a long time since our Zhu family has made a move. People have already forgotten about our prestige. The voice of White Flame, sacred monarch Zhu Baihe, who had reached the 8th level of the Unity Realm, was terrifyingly deep. No matter who killed a member of my Zhu clan, they must die. Green Flame, Saint Monarch Zhu Nanshan, who had reached the 5th level of the Unity Realm and was a rare genius of the Zhu clan, said coldly, "The most important thing now is to find out who the murderer is." The one who spoke was Saint Monarch Flower Flame, Zhu Haitang. She was the only female among the 7 Saint Monarchs of the Zhu clan, and she was at the 6th level of the Unity Realm. Among the 7 Saint Monarchs of the Zhu clan, only one was a low-level saint while the rest were mid-level saints or even high-level saints. This was all thanks to the countless precious resources left behind by the demigod ancestor of the Zhu clan. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for a low-level saint to advance to the mid-level saint realm. It was very normal for those with insufficient talent and perception to be stuck at the low-level saint realm for their entire lives. Furthermore, the members of the Zhu clan might not necessarily be geniuses. Not long after Zhu Hairong's soul tablet shattered, a blood-red light appeared out of nowhere in the sky above the Fire Soul Hall. It's a blood guide arrow. White Flame, Saint Monarch Zhu Baihe, waved his hand and the blood guide arrow landed in his hand. The Zhu clan's blood guide arrow wouldn't be obstructed by any force, because the Zhu clan's members possessed the bloodline of the demigod ancestor. In this world, there weren't many forces that could obstruct the demigod bloodline. Soon enough, the trio found out who killed Zhu Herong. Of course, the trio didn't know Li Fuchen's identity, but the Zhu clan was a huge clan, and there would definitely be people who knew. After distributing Li Fuchen's portrait 1 hour later, a set of detailed information about Li Fuchen entered the trio's vision. This matter is rather difficult. The murderer is the Swordsman Guild's headquarters elder. Zhu Haitang furrowed her brows. The Swordsman Guild wasn't a regular faction. In terms of the number of saints, the Swordsman Guild had far more saints than the Zhu clan. Even the Swordsman Guild on the Saint Spirit continent had more saints than the Zhu clan. Of course, the strength of a faction wasn't directly related to the number of saints. The Zhu clan's saints might not be comparable to the Swordsman Guild, but the Zhu clan had a supreme weapon, the Fire God Axe. With the Fire God Axe, the Zhu clan was able to sit firmly as the #1 clan or even the #1 faction on the Saint Spirit continent. But unless it was absolutely necessary, the Zhu clan wasn't willing to fight with the Swordsman Guild. There would only be one outcome for a fight of this level. Both sides would suffer. He has a supreme artifact sword. Zhu Nanshan's eyes flashed with a trace of deep desire. He was also a sword Dao saint, but his artifact sword was only a second-rate extreme Dao artifact sword. As compared to a supreme artifact sword, it was far inferior. If he could obtain a supreme artifact sword, his strength would definitely increase by 10 times or a few dozen times. There is no need to negotiate with the Swordsman Guild. Just kill him in secret. Even if the Swordsman Guild finds out that my Zhu clan is the culprit, they won't dare to start a fight without concrete evidence. Zhu Nanshan said coldly. Even if it wasn't for Zhu Herong, he was going to kill Li Fuchen for the supreme artifact sword. He didn't even consider if he could kill Li Fuchen. He was different from Zhu Herong. Zhu Herong's innate perception was only average among saints, and he relied on resources to forcefully reach the 4th level of Unity Realm. Without an extreme Dao Cardinal artifact, Zhu Herong's strength wouldn't even be comparable to a regular mid-level saint. Zhu Herong had already comprehended an extremity martial art and didn't rely on any external force. He once defeated Zhu Herong in a single move. 1 month later, a message was sent to the Zhu clan. It is a message from the Mad Demonic Palace's Purple Thunder Demonic Lord. Zhu Baiha had an astonished expression. The Mad Demonic Palace was one of the top 10 demonic beast factions and had hundreds of demonic beast overlords. The Mad Demonic Palace Master, Battle Great Sage, had the strength of a peak-class saint. The 8 demonic beast lords under him all had strength that was close to a peak-class saint. It was unknown why did the Purple Thunder Demonic Lord look for the Zhu clan. After opening the message, Zhu Baiha frowned and said to Zhu Nanshan, "Your opportunity is here. Li Fuchen is already rushing to the Saint Spirit Continent. Wait for my good news." Zhu Nanshan turned into a lump of green flames and exploded before vanishing. Zhu Baiha and Zhu Haitang silently watched Zhu Nanshan leave. They weren't worried about Zhu Nanshan's safety. Zhu Nanshan might only be at the 5th level of Unity Realm, but in terms of strength he was only inferior to the number 1 patriarch in the Zhu clan. Even Zhu Baiha, who was at the 8th level of Unity Realm, didn't think he was a match for Zhu Nanshan. On the sea, Li Fuchen thought for a moment and decided to change his route. It was better to be safe than sorry. At the current stage, he wasn't prepared to clash with the Zhu clan. Half a month later, Li Fuchen returned to the Swordsman Guild headquarters without any mishaps. After receiving the news, Zhu Nanshan had an extremely gloomy expression. Li Fuchen was more crafty than he imagined and didn't travel in a straight line. "Unless you don't come out for the rest of your life, you will die in my hands sooner or later." Chapter 838. Swordsman Guild Headquarters. Li Fuchen was in the midst of handing over his mission. He had completed his mission this time. Li Fuchen didn't just discover the Black Whirlpool Island. He even went to the Black Whirlpool Island. As for the missing Sword Dao Saint, Li Fuchen also found him in the 9 illusory hidden domain. I didn't expect this 9 Phantasmagoria mystic realm to trap so many saints. Even the heavenly crippling Sacred Lord was trapped for 10 years. The mystic deep sword saint looked serious. If he were to enter the 9 phantasmal secret realm, he would most likely not be able to come out. Thinking up to this point, the mystic deep sword saint took a meaningful glance at Li Fuchen. This Li Fuchen was much more unfathomable than he imagined. It was not that his strength was unfathomable, but his methods were unfathomable. It seemed like he had obtained an enormous, fortuitous encounter. Of course, he wasn't a jealous and greedy person. He wouldn't covet Li Fuchen's fated encounters. Furthermore, he knew clearly that a person with such heaven-defying fated encounters wouldn't be able to do whatever he wanted. If he was blinded by greed, he might put himself in a dangerous situation. With Li Fuchen's improvement speed, if he couldn't take down Li Fuchen this time, what awaited him would be horrific revenge. When Shang Guan Yu first arrived at the Saint Spirit Continent, She was shocked by the cultivation environment here. She was confident that she could advance to the high-level Dharma phase realm within 10 years. If she stayed on the Blackwater continent, she might not even be able to advance to the high-level Dharma phase realm in 100 years. It turned out that Shangguan Yu still had some distracting thoughts, but after arriving at the Saint Spirit continent, Shangguan Yu only had one thought, and that was to cultivate diligently. Only by cultivating diligently would she not be left behind by Li Fuchen. Furthermore, she had a dream of becoming an expert. Law Phase Realm Emperors could live for 2,000 years, while Soul Unity Realm Saints could live for over 100,000 years. With such a long lifespan, one would be able to do many things that one wanted to do and would be able to roam freely in this world. After making arrangements for Shangguan Yu, Li Fuchen went to the guild library. After completing the mission, Li Fuchen's contribution points suddenly increased to 120 million. This number was still insignificant compared to all the Sword Dao manuals in the library, but it was already very precious. At least to the current Li Fuchen, it was especially important. This time, Li Fuchen chose to read Sword Dao cultivation technique manuals instead. Sword techniques and Sword Dao cultivation techniques had different purposes, and their effects were also different. Sword techniques were meant to pry open the Sword Dao rules and unleash immense lethality, while Sword Dao cultivation techniques allowed one to combine with the Sword Dao rules and evolve. Compared to sword technique manuals were much less, probably only less than 10% of sword technique manuals. Heaven-defying sword scripture, 1 million contribution points per reading, 500 million contribution points per year for borrowing. The Sea King's sword art costs 1,200,000 contribution points each time. Borrowing it for a year costs 600 million contribution points. The Trinity sword art costs 1,500,000 contribution points to read. Borrowing it for a year costs 750 million contribution points. Heavenless sword tiger art, 5 million contribution points per reading, 5 billion contribution points per year. As compared to sword art manuals, sword technique manuals were several times more valuable. One of the manuals, the Heavenless Sword Tiger Art, actually had the same name as the Heavenless Sword Tiger Art. Li Fuchen guessed that the two manuals should be a set, just like his Primary Extreme Sword Technique and Primary Extreme Sword Art. Let's start with the lesser grade Extremity Sword Art. Arriving in front of the heaven-defying sword scripture, Li Fuchen stuck the Elder's token on it. In an instant, the Elder's token lost 1 million contribution points. In the next moment, Li Fuchen arrived at an illusory spatial zone, and a total of 10 illusory bodies appeared in front of him. Every body corresponded to a level of cultivation. It also meant that the heaven-defying sword scripture had a total of 10 ranks, unlike Li Fuchen's Primary Extreme Sword Technique, which had 42 ranks before reaching extremity. Starting from the first rank, Li Fuchen observed carefully. Second rank, third rank. Soon enough, Li Fuchen had observed the first 9 ranks of the heaven-defying sword scripture. The first 9 ranks are all non-extremity. Then the 10th rank will be extremity. Li Fuchen looked at the 10th body. As expected, the points and lines within the 10th body were many times more complicated, and at the same time, many times more mysterious. The points and lines were organically unified, forming a sword diagram, a powerful sword rule, spread out and brewed. As compared to the heaven-defying sword scripture, the Primary Extreme Sword Technique is too complicated. After flipping through the heaven-defying sword scripture, Li Fuchen frowned. Complexity and messiness were two different things. Messiness meant that there were unnecessary things that needed to be eliminated. After the first time, Li Fuchen flipped through the second time. The heaven-defying sword scripture might not be related to the Primary Extreme Sword Technique, but each sword technique had its essence and involved plenty of mysteries of the human body. The so-called mysteries of the human body had to be felt with the heart and couldn't be identified with a single glance. Second time, third time, fourth time, in one breath, Li Fuchen read it 15 times and finally found all the mysteries of the human body in the heaven-defying sword scripture. No wonder it is an extremity sword technique. The first 9 ranks only involved 3 mysteries of the human body, but the 10th rank involved 7 mysteries of the human body. Li Fuchen didn't plan to comprehend the heaven-defying sword scripture. His objective was to comprehend more mysteries of the human body. His primary extreme sword technique had a total of 42 ranks, but it only involved 5 of the mysteries of the human body. Subsequently, Li Fuchen started to flip through the Sea King sword technique. It was also a lesser-grade extremity sword technique, but the Sea King sword technique involved 8 mysteries of the human body. Therefore, the sword Tao law that was brewed was much stronger than the heaven-defying sword scripture. But between the two, there were 3 mysteries of the human body that overlapped. Because there were 3 mysteries of the human body that overlapped, Li Fuchen only needed to flip through 10 times to find all the mysteries of the human body. After spending 40 million contribution points, Li Fuchen had flipped through a total of 4 lesser-grade sword technique manuals. They were the heaven-defying sword scripture, Sea King sword technique, 3 origin sword art, and 9 revolution heart fusion sword Tao. The heaven-defying sword scripture involved 7 mysteries of the human body. The Sea King sword technique had 8 mysteries, the 3 origin sword art had 9 mysteries, and the 9 revolution heart fusion sword Tao had 9 mysteries. There were a total of 15 mysteries of the human body that didn't overlap. Let's take a look at the heaven-defying sword tiger art. With 80 million contribution points left, Li Fuchen wanted to see how many mysteries of the human body were involved in this third-rate extremity sword technique. 5 million contribution points vanished, and 12 illusory bodies appeared in front of Li Fuchen. The heaven-defying sword tiger art had a total of 12 ranks, and starting from the 11th rank, it was already the extremity. 1 time, 2 times, after 10 times, Li Fuchen took a deep breath. The heaven-defying sword tiger art involved a total of 20 mysteries of the human body. It was more than twice as many as the 3 origin sword art and the 9 revolution heart fusion sword Tao. It was imaginable that if there was a fight, a sword Tao saint who cultivated the heaven-defying sword tiger art would be able to crush a sword Tao saint who cultivated a lesser-grade extremity sword technique. It seems like I have to simplify the primary extreme sword technique. With such a messy situation, even if I push the primary extreme sword technique to the extremity, it wouldn't have much potential. Li Fuchen had a plan in his heart. At the current stage, his objective shouldn't be to push the primary extreme sword technique to the extremity. He should simplify the primary extreme sword technique and strengthen it at the same time. The heaven-defying sword scripture and the Sea King sword technique at the non-extremity level would involve 3 mysteries of the human body. The 3 origin sword art and the 9 revolution heart fusion sword Tao would involve 4 mysteries, while the heaven-defying sword tiger art would involve 6 mysteries. Li Fuchen's objective was to let the primary extreme sword technique at the non-extremity level involve at least 6 mysteries of the human body. Chapter 839. The 5 sword techniques allowed Li Fuchen to understand the human body better. After combining the characteristics of the upper primary extreme, sword Tao, Li Fuchen quickly created the first rank of the primary extreme sword technique. The first rank of the primary extreme sword technique was actually a simplified version of the first 6 ranks of the primary extreme sword technique. But be it in terms of purity or power, it was far superior. In terms of power, Li Fuchen reckoned that it was already comparable with the 8th rank of the primary extreme sword technique. Next was the 2nd rank, 3rd rank. In a single breath, Li Fuchen created the 6th rank of the primary extreme sword technique. The sixth rank of the primary extreme sword technique was the simplified version of the first 36 ranks of the primary extreme sword technique. But as the sixth rank of the primary extreme sword technique involved the mysteries of 6 human bodies, in terms of power, it was already comparable with the 41st rank of the primary extreme sword technique. Of course, it didn't mean that the more mysteries of the human body were involved, the stronger the power. To be serious, the more mysteries of the human body were involved, the stronger the potential. The power was just supplementary. The current 6th rank of the primary extreme sword technique involved the mysteries of 6 human bodies. The 42nd rank of the primary extreme sword technique only involved the mysteries of 5 human bodies, but the latter's power was still far superior. After all, the latter was already very close to extremity. Each of the first 6 ranks only involved 1 human body's mysteries. The 7th rank is about to involve 2 human bodies' mysteries. The 5 sword techniques allowed Li Fuqin to excavate a total of 21 human bodies' mysteries. With the addition of the 5 human bodies' mysteries that he already comprehended, Li Fuqin had a total of 23 human bodies' mysteries. Not all of the mysteries of the 23 human bodies could be fused into the primary extreme sword art. The first 6 levels of the primary extreme sword art could only cover 6 of them. Any more would be of little value and would affect the creation of the subsequent cultivation techniques. Of course, in Li Fuqin's imagination, when the primary extreme sword technique became a supreme sword technique, it should be able to cover all the human body's mysteries. As for how many mysteries the human body contained, Li Fuqin didn't know. Just as Li Fuqin was creating the 7th rank of the primary extreme sword technique, the Thunder Beast was undergoing the most important transformation and awakening in its life. Back then, when Yan Qinggu promised to let the Thunder Beast evolve into a demonic beast overlord within 10 years, it was actually an exaggeration. In order to let the Thunder Beast mature earlier, the required resources weren't a small amount. A Law Phase Realm Emperor wouldn't be able to afford it, at least not in a short period of time. It was fortunate that Li Fuqin had killed a few saints and found plenty of precious Thunder Dao resources from their storage bags. This time, Li Fuqin had given them all to the Thunder Beast. In one of the largest manors in Wind Cloud City, a Thunder Beast roared at the sky, its body covered with ink-purple lightning. Is the Thunder Beast going to break through to become a demon overlord? There were quite a few people living in the manor. Everyone ran over and watched from afar. Crackle! The lightning became denser and more terrifying, and gradually developed into a faint black color. Everyone knew that the Thunder Beast's bloodline was undergoing a transformation. It was different from the human race. When demonic beasts progressed, they would first transform their bloodline before strengthening their bodies. The human race would break through in cultivation and strengthen their bloodline. After being tempered by the black lightning, the Thunder Beast's scales and skin were constantly falling off. Fresh blood was splattering everywhere. Of course, before the blood could actually splatter, it would be turned into nothingness by the lightning. As time elapsed, the lightning on the surface of the Thunder Beast's body showed signs of weakening. Furthermore, the Thunder Beast's chi presence had yet to reach the level of a demon overlord. Is it because we are in the array? Yan Qinggu frowned. In order for demonic beasts to progress into a demon overlord, they would need to undergo a calamity. However, this was the main city, Wind Cloud City, and was enveloped by an array. The heaven calamity wouldn't be able to sense the situation inside. The Thunder Beast obviously knew that it was impossible to progress into a demon overlord in Wind Cloud City. Therefore, it immediately rushed out of the city. Once they exited the city, the sky suddenly turned dark. Countless black lightning bolts wandered in the sky and emitted a destructive chi presence. In order to prevent the innocent from being affected, the Thunder Beast and Yan Qinggu flew over 10,000 miles before stopping. Rumble! A black lightning bolt struck at the Thunder Beast. With Yan Qingwu's eyesight, she could naturally tell that this was the heaven thunder of destruction. It contained the laws of destruction. The heaven thunder of destruction entered the thunder beast's body. The scales on the surface of the thunder beast's body instantly shattered. The transformation of the bloodline is accelerating again. The thunder beast was overjoyed. When the heavenly lightning of destruction fused into his bloodline was like boiling water, completely boiling. Rumble, more and more heaven thunder of destruction descended. If it was an ordinary demonic beast, it would have been blasted into a bloody mist by the heaven thunder of destruction. However, the thunder beast was a low-level sage beast. Its bloodline of lightning Tao was extremely powerful. Once the heaven thunder of destruction entered its body, it would immediately absorb 90% of it. The remaining 10% would be dispersed to temper its body. Interesting. A low-level sage beast. It should be good to capture it and place it in the Zhu family. In the void, there was a faint green flame. Within the green flame, Zhu Nanshan sized up the thunder beast with interest. However, compared to a low-level sage beast, I am more interested in this woman. Zhu Nanshan's gaze turned to Yan Qingwu. At his level, a woman wasn't just judged by looks and aura, it was also judged by potential. A woman with pure looks and aura could only be considered a flower vase that was bland and tasteless. However, Yan Qingwu looked like a woman with great potential. Furthermore, Yan Qingwu's looks and aura were the best among all the women that Zhu Nanshan had seen. Li Fuqin, you killed my Zhu clan saint. I am going to snatch your woman and pet as interest. Zhu Nanshan grinned. After absorbing enough heaven thunder of destruction, the thunder beast's bloodline of lightning Tao had finally awakened completely. The wonders of the lightning Tao flowed into his heart. At the same time, his body started to change. If his original body gave off a tyrannical and ferocious feeling at the start, then apart from the tyrannical and ferocious feeling, there was also a sense of nobility. Such nobility wasn't something that many low-tier overlords didn't have. Only a low-tier sage beast like him would have such nobility. I finally became a demonic beast overlord. The thunder beast was filled with joy. If he didn't follow Yan Qingwu, he would probably need another 100 to 200 years to become a demonic beast overlord. Becoming a demonic beast overlord in advance had stimulated his potential, and it would be easy for him to progress to a mid-tier demonic beast overlord in the future. Since you have become a demonic beast overlord, follow me. There was a spot of green flames that was rapidly expanding nearby the duo. A youth with obscure and horrific chi presence walked out. Who is it? The thunder beast roared and blasted a thunderball at the youth. PFFF. The youth's body flashed with green flames, and the thunderball blasted out by the thunder beast was like a small flame that was instantly extinguished. What? The thunder beast's eyes contracted. He was a low-tier saint beast. After advancing to a demonic beast overlord, his strength was comparable to a low-tier saint. Even a low-tier saint wouldn't dare to use their protective chi to withstand that lightning ball. However, the other party was able to destroy the lightning ball with ease. Such strength was undoubtedly far beyond that of a low-tier saint. Thunderlock. Since normal attacks were ineffective, the thunder beast started to gather his innate ability. When progressing to a demonic beast overlord, he awakened a new innate ability. Once this innate ability was used, the power would be far superior to his previous innate abilities. However, he wasn't proficient enough and needed time to gather it. TSS, 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 TSS. The surrounding void was vibrating with electric currents. Interesting, but I don't have time to waste with you. Zhu Nanshan waved his hand, and a whip formed by green flames wrapped around the thunder beast. Instantly, the electric currents in the void dissipated. You follow me too. Zhu Nanshan waved his hand again, and a whip with green flames curled at Yan Qingwu. Zhu Nanshan, you can touch the others, but you can't touch the two of them. An extremely cold sword Qi neutralized the whip. Mystic Deep Sword Saint, you just have to make things difficult for me. Zhu Nanshan stared at the Mystic Deep Sword Saint coldly. They are Elder Li's friends. You can't touch them. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint said indifferently. What if I am biased? If it was the Myriad Sword Saint, Zhu Nanshan would retreat. However, he didn't need to fear the Mystic Deep Sword Saint. You can try. Chapter 840. Haha, I'll give it a try. Everyone says that you are the number 1 mid-stage saint in the Saint Spirit continent. I, Zhu Nanshan, don't believe it. Zhu Nanshan laughed heartily, while his body surged with battle intent. Mid-stage saints were also separated into several levels. Those that didn't comprehend extreme martial arts were the lowest mid-stage saints and weren't worth mentioning. Next were the mid-stage saints that comprehended unrated extreme martial arts, third-rate extreme martial arts, and second-rate extreme martial arts. The first two were already rather powerful, while the latter could only be described as invincible. He and the Mystic Deep Sword Saint both comprehended second-rate extreme sword arts. As for mid-stage saints that comprehended first-rate extreme martial arts, there had never been one in the history of the Saint Spirit continent or even in the entire deep blue plain. In the Zhu clan's records, there was such a mid-stage saint, but that mid-stage saint didn't come from the deep blue plain. Green Flame Great Monarch and Mystic Deep Sword Saint are about to clash. I wonder which of these two is more skilled. It's hard to say. Green Flame, Great Monarch's Green Flame sword art is incomparably overbearing and once turned a mid-stage demonic beast overlord into ashes. Mystic Deep Sword art can freeze everything. One fire and one ice, they are two extremes. The Thunder Beast's advancement to demonic beast overlord caused a huge commotion. Most of the saints in Wind Cloud City came after hearing the news. I would also like to understand the strength of the Zhu clan's genius saint. Mystic Deep Sword Saint's eyes widened as the Mystic Deep Sword domain spread out and froze the void. Those who were slightly weaker would have their mobility frozen in the face of the Xianming Sword Sovereign's Xianming Sword Domain. However, Zhu Nanshan was clearly not one of them. The Green Flame Sword Domain expanded, and green flames burst forth from the void, preventing the Xianming Sword Domain from advancing. Clang! Zhu Nanshan and Mystic Deep Sword Saint clashed. Their swords instantly clashed, causing a large area of green flames and ice shards to explode. 1 hour later, boom! Green sparks scattered in the sky as Zhu Nanshan was sent flying. In terms of sword arts, the Mystic Deep Sword Sovereign was superior. Of course, this was just a competition of sword arts. If it was a competition of overall strength, there was probably no one who was a match for Zhu Nanshan among the mid-stage saints. It was said that the Mystic Deep Sword Sovereign had a first-rate, extreme, Dao, secret treasure. Once it was activated, no one below the high-level saints would be a match for him. However, Zhu Nanshan still wanted to save face. If he really relied on external forces, it would be equivalent to admitting that he was inferior to the Mystic Deep Sword Sovereign. From the looks of it, the Mystic Deep Sword Saint is stronger. No wonder he is the number 1 mid-stage saint in the Saint Spirit continent. Purely in terms of martial arts realm, there aren't many high-level great sages that can compare to Mystic Deep Sword Sovereign. The great sages who are hiding in the surroundings started discussing. Xianming Sword Saint, I admit that your sword technique is stronger than mine, but so what? Zhu Nanshan took out an awl that was covered in ancient flame patterns. With a wave of his hand, countless cone-shaped flames shot towards the Mystic Deep Sword King. Bang, 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 the ice shards exploded wildly, and the Mystic Deep Sword Saint retreated again and again. The power of a first-rate extreme, Dao, secret treasure, was too powerful. Even if Zhu Nanshan wasn't able to fully utilize the power of a first-rate, extreme Tao secret treasure, the power wasn't something that the mystic Deep Sword Saint could withstand. Just as the mystic Deep Sword Saint was about to be defeated and injured, a sword chi extinguished all the cone-shaped flames. Zhu Nanshan, this isn't a place for your Zhu clan to behave atrociously. Hurry up and get lost. In the void, the myriad image Sword Saint walked out. The instant they saw the myriad image Sword Saint, all the hidden great sages sighed. With the myriad image Sword Saint around, unless the Zhu clan's #1 patriarch came over, no one would be able to deal with the myriad image Sword Saint in a one-on-one. It's a small world. Myriad image Sword Saint, I will give you face. Zhu Nanshan's eyes were extremely gloomy. To be honest, if he was to risk his life, he might not be afraid of the myriad image Sword Saint. However, he wasn't confident in dealing with both the myriad image Sword Saint and the mystic Deep Sword Saint at the same time. The green flames exploded, and Zhu Nanshan's figure vanished. This Zhu Nanshan isn't easy to deal with. The myriad image Sword Saint lamented. The mystic Deep Sword Saint nodded. The Zhu clan has a deep foundation. Until the very last moment, no one will know the Zhu clan's great sage's true trump card. In terms of strength, the Zhu clan wasn't even in the top 3 in the Saint Spirit continent. Be it the Swordsman Guild or the Sacred Blade Gate, they were all above the Zhu clan. However, the Zhu clan's foundation was enough to change anyone's expression. The Zhu clan's base, MT Blazing God, was said to be unbreakable. The Zhu clan had once offended a sacred lord, but that sacred lord attacked for a month and was still unable to break the Zhu clan's array. Ultimately, the sacred lord left resentfully. Elder Li's ability to cause trouble is too strong. Even the Zhu clan has their eyes on him. What a headache! The myriad image Sword Saint slapped his forehead. The mystic Deep Sword Saint said, "No matter what, Elderly is my Swordsman Guild's headquarters elder. I hope that the Zhu clan won't go overboard. They won't act recklessly in the open, but I think they won't be content in the dark. For the next few years, let Elder Li and his friends stay in Wind Cloud City and don't go out." The myriad image Sword Saint didn't always stay in Wind Cloud City. Sometimes he would go to other high-class continents. Sometimes he would even fly out of the deep blue plain and take a stroll in the starry sky near the deep blue plain. Therefore, he wouldn't be able to protect Li Fuchin at all times. All right, the mystic Deep Sword Saint nodded. After the storm, the hidden saints had all left. It seems like I have to increase my strength as soon as possible. Li Fuchin might be in seclusion, but it was impossible for him to not sense the thunder beast evolving into a demonic beast overlord. He concealed his chi presence and secretly followed. Earlier on, he was already prepared to make a move. After letting out a breath, Li Fuchin returned to Wind Cloud City. Time elapsed, and it was already half a month since the thunder beast evolved into a demonic beast overlord. 7th rank of primary extreme sword technique. On this day, Li Fuchin finally created the 7th rank of the primary extreme sword technique. Li Fuchin reduced every 6 ranks of the original primary extreme sword technique to 1 rank. The 42nd rank was exactly the 7th rank. As he wished, the 7th layer of the primary extreme sword technique covered 2 more mysteries of the human body. In total, the 7th layer of the primary extreme sword technique covered 8 mysteries of the human body, 2 more than the heavenly sword tiger technique. Next is the 8th floor. The 7th rank of the primary extreme sword technique was already extremely close to extremity, as it involved the mysteries of 8 human bodies. The sword energy cultivated was much stronger than the 42nd rank of the primary extreme sword technique. According to Li Fuchin's assumption, the 8th rank of the primary extreme sword technique would be the extremity. He hoped to comprehend all the mysteries of the human body. It would take me at least a few months to create the 8th level of primary extreme sword art by myself. But now that I have the black whirlpool fruit, it should be very fast. In the hidden room, Li Fuqin flipped his hand and a whirlpool-shaped black fruit landed on his hand. This fruit was the black whirlpool fruit, which could increase one's comprehension ability by 10 times. Without any hesitation, Li Fuqin consumed the black whirlpool fruit. As soon as the black whirlpool fruit entered the mouth, it turned into a black illusory qi flow and rushed into the mind. Immediately after, a black whirlpool gradually formed in the mind. This black whirlpool was just like the galaxy in the universe and was embellished with traces of dreamy colors. As it gradually formed, Li Fuqin felt that his thinking speed was rapidly increasing. 2 times, 3 times, in just a short moment, Li Fuqin's thinking speed was already 5 times faster than before. It also meant that he only needed 20% of the original time to think of a question. My previous speculation is correct. Perception is actually a type of thinking, but it is a type of thinking that allows for leaps and bounds and isn't restricted. Li Fuqin was in deep thoughts. 8 times, 10 times. When the thinking speed was 10 times faster than before, the black whirlpool was completely formed. Without wasting any time, Li Fuqin immediately started to deduce the 8th rank of the primary extreme sword technique. Such speed! Li Fuqin might have been prepared, but the speed of the deduction still made him take a deep, cold breath. Chapter 841. Flipping through the extremity sword technique manuals was of great help to Li Fuqin. At least he knew that the extremity sword techniques were sword diagrams. In other words, in order to create the 8th rank of the primary extreme sword technique, a sword diagram must be drawn. This sword diagram wasn't flat, it was 3-dimensional. It was the perfect combination of the body and sword Dao law. In front of Li Fuqin's terrifying thoughts, the 8th rank of the sword diagram first had an outline before the contents of the outline were rapidly filled up. Due to being overly focused, Li Fuqin forgot about time and space. In his eyes, there was only this sword diagram. As time elapsed, the originally inanimate sword diagram seemed to have a heartbeat. An indescribable vitality was emitted. The sword diagram has life. It also means that the extremity cultivation technique has life too. Li Fuqin understood in his heart. As this trace of comprehension was born, Li Fuqin's deduction speed of the sword diagram was even faster. The mystical mysteries of the human body increased from the initial 8 to 10, 12, 15 at the same time. The sword intent contained in the sword diagram was getting stronger. The main reason why his primary extreme sword technique wasn't able to evolve to extremity wasn't because of the sword intent, but the cultivation technique itself. Because his primary extreme sword art had already reached extremity. The primary extreme sword art and the primary extreme sword technique were actually a single entity. As long as the cultivation technique met the requirements, it was extremely easy to evolve it to extremity. 18, 19, 20, 21. When the sword diagram covered 21 mystical mysteries of the human body, Li Fuqin's intuition told him that this was the limit. Any more, and it would destroy the stability of the sword diagram. In the sword diagram, when the last 2 points were connected together, the entire sword diagram suddenly glowed and a horrific sword intent radiated out violently. This sword intent's power had actually surpassed the unrated extremity and was at the level of the 3rd-rate extremity. It also meant to say that his primary extreme sword technique was already comparable with the heavenless sword tiger art. Or it should be said that it had already surpassed the heavenless sword tiger art. After all, the heavenless sword tiger art only involved 20 mystical mysteries of the human body, and it was 1 less than the primary extreme sword technique. When the sword diagram was complete, the surging sword energy poured into the sword diagram from Li Fuqin's Danton. After a series of tempering, compression, and transformations, The sword energy that flowed out from the sword diagram was more than 10 times, or dozens of times stronger. At the same time, Li Fuchen's cultivation was also increasing rapidly. It was visible to the naked eye that the sky above Li Fuchen's secret room was gathering boundless heaven and earth chi before pouring into Li Fuchen's body and into the sword diagram. This kind of momentum. At the headquarters of the Swordsman Guild, the Manifestation Sword Saint and the Mystic Deep Sword Saint were moved. Could Elder Li have advanced to a saint? The Mystic Deep Sword Saint guessed. Only when advancing to a saint would one have such a huge impact. The Myriad Manifestation Sword Saint shook his head. No, it doesn't look like he's ascending to become a saint. More like cultivation technique breakthrough. The Mystic Deep Sword Lord seemed to have thought of something, and his face was filled with shock. Since it wasn't a saint, it should be a breakthrough in his cultivation technique. Li Fuchen's cultivation technique was already close to extremity. If he broke through, it would be a powerful extremity cultivation technique. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint might have comprehended the second-rate Mystic Deep Sword art, but his cultivation technique was only at the unrated extremity level. It was the same for the Myriad Manifestation Sword Saint. It was too difficult to have a breakthrough in a cultivation technique as it involved the evolution of life and the origin of the bloodline. If a saint didn't comprehend an extremity martial art or extremity cultivation technique, his lifespan would be around 100,000 to 200,000 years. Basically, every increase in cultivation level would increase his lifespan by around 10,000 years. If a saint could comprehend an extremity martial art, his bloodline would be nourished by a higher level of laws and his lifespan would be increased. But it wouldn't be too ridiculous. But if a saint could comprehend an extremity cultivation technique, his bloodline would undergo a fundamental evolution and his lifespan would be increased by a ridiculous amount. By then, it would be easy to live for a few million years. Of course, it would depend on the tier of the cultivation technique. Legends said that a saint that comprehended a supreme cultivation technique would have a lifespan that was as long as the universe. As long as the universe wasn't extinguished, the saint wouldn't die unless he was killed. In addition, once the cultivation technique reached the extremity level, the cultivation speed would be at a horrifying level. The Swordsman Guild recorded that when a cultivation technique reached the second-rate extremity, the cultivation speed would be the same as absorbing peak-grade spirit stones. After 81 cycles, Li Fuchen stopped absorbing the heaven and earth chi. The black whirlpool fruit only had 3 days of effectiveness, and it wasn't wise to waste the time on cultivation. Li Fuchen opened his eyes and took a glance at the timing tool at the side. Only half a day has passed. He spent half a month to create the 7th rank of the primary extreme sword technique, but he only spent half a day to create the 8th rank of the primary extreme sword technique. The efficiency was obviously more than 10 times. The Joint Heaven Sword's sword pattern is too profound. There are still 2.5 days, but it is probably hard to comprehend it. Li Fuchen immediately rejected the idea of comprehending the Joint Heaven Sword's sword pattern. The sword spirit was able to comprehend the sword pattern because the sword spirit and the Joint Heaven Sword were originally one and there wasn't any obstruction. If Li Fuchen wanted to comprehend the sword pattern, the difficulty wasn't inferior to comprehending a top-rate extremity sword art. The difficulty was simply too high, and even if he was a saint now, he wouldn't be able to do it. Right now, Li Fuchen only had 2 choices. The first was to comprehend the Hand of Sun, and the second was to comprehend the Skyline sword art. After weighing the options, Li Fuchen chose the Skyline sword art. He was a swordsman after all, and he was rather fond of sword arts. As for the Radiant sword art and the primary extreme sword art, they were still rather crude and required a lot of time to perfect. The benefits weren't great, but the Skyline sword art was different. After watching the Skyline sword art 100 times, Li Fuchen had already memorized the moves, and he just had to comprehend them. In his mind, an illusory Li Fuchen appeared. Li Fuchen started to practice the Skyline sword arts. First move, heaven and earth realm. First move, second move, third move, sixth move. Right from the start, Li Fuchen didn't study the first 6 moves of the Skyline sword art. Instead, he repeatedly practiced and executed them. The intense Skyline sword intent was constantly brewing. Finally, after an unknown number of repetitions, a new Skyline sword intent burst out after the 6th move. 7th move, Sky Phase Roaming Dragon Thrust. In Li Fuchen's mind, the illusory Li Fuchen, along with his sword, turned into a transparent roaming dragon and thrust out rapidly. At that instant, the speed and burst power were unparalleled. This 7th move is obviously the combination of the first move, heaven and earth roam, and the 6th move, heaven and man will slash. The transparent roaming dragon vanished, and Li Fuchen's eyes lit up with radiance. The Skyline sword art had a total of 9 moves, and he had already comprehended 7 moves. There were only 2 more moves left for him to comprehend. He might not have fully grasped the 7 moves, and was only at a slight proficiency, but it was enough for him to dominate the world. Next, Li Fuchen started to study the moves. Among the 7 moves of the Skyline sword art, apart from the first move, 6th move, and the recently comprehended 7th move, the rest of the sword moves were only at the third-rate extremity. Chapter 842. After 2.5 days, Li Fuchen's thoughts had slowed down and he had awakened from his meditative state. It is much better than expected. The first 6 moves of the Skyline sword art have all reached the second-rate extremity. The 7th move might have barely touched the first-rate extremity, but I didn't know how terrifying the first-rate extremity was back then. But the greatest harvest is still the primary extreme sword art. Originally, Li Fuchen didn't plan to study the primary extreme sword art as he was afraid he didn't have enough time. But plans couldn't keep up with changes. There were some things that he couldn't control. Just as he pushed the first 6 moves of the Skyline sword art to the second-rate extremity, the first move of the primary extreme sword art, Sword Sea Horizon, actually devoured the Skyline sword intent and automatically derived it. It forcefully crossed 2 levels and reached the first-rate extremity. It was much stronger than the 7th move of the Skyline sword art. Li Fuchen guessed that it was related to the primary extreme sword art. Primary extreme meant the source. The primary extreme sword art naturally pursued the source of the sword Tao. As for the Sword Sea Horizon, it referred to the sea of sword Tao. It was boundless and could contain hundreds of rivers. The so-called hundreds of rivers naturally referred to hundreds of sword Taos. In short, if Li Fuchen wanted to promote the primary extreme sword art to a supreme sword art, he had to learn plenty of extremity sword arts and absorb their sword intents. Otherwise, if he had to rely on his own derivation and comprehension, it would take too long. Huff! After exhaling forcefully, Li Fuchen stood up. With my current strength, I am already able to contest with a mystic deep sword saint. If I encounter the green flame saint, Zhu Nanshan, even if I can't defeat him, I won't be utterly defeated. Zhu Nanshan had a first-rate extreme Tao cardinal artifact and plenty of resources. He was already in an invincible position, and Li Fuchen wasn't a match for him. But it was impossible for him to be suppressed. Firstly, external power was ultimately external power. It wasn't as good as one's own strength and would eventually reveal flaws. Secondly, Li Fuchen was a body refinement saint and was much more resistant than the mystic deep sword saint. For the next few days, Li Fuchen had been familiarizing himself with the changes brought by the 8th rank of the primary extreme sword technique. He discovered that in Wind Cloud City, once he activated the 8th level of the primary extreme sword technique, the result of 3 days of cultivation was equivalent to absorbing 5% of the spiritual energy in a supreme grade spirit stone. In other words, in Wind Cloud City, his 2 months of cultivation was equivalent to absorbing 1 supreme grade spirit stone. It might not seem like a lot, but ever since Li Fuqin cultivated the star immortal body, his lifespan was over 100,000 years. 2 months of bitter cultivation was equivalent to absorbing 1 peak grade spirit stone. 1 year of bitter cultivation was equivalent to absorbing 6 peak grade spirit stones. 10 years would be 60 peak grade spirit stones. 100 years would be 600 peak grade spirit stones. 1,000 years would be 6,000 peak grade spirit stones, and 10,000 years would be 60,000 peak grade spirit stones. Furthermore, Li Fuqin was only a half-saint now. Once Li Fuqin became a saint, the absorption rate of heaven and earth qi would increase by more than 10 times. By then, after cultivating for 10,000 years, he would be able to absorb more than 600,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Of course, this was without considering the bottleneck. But it was hard to say if Li Fuqin had any bottlenecks. Apart from that, it was impossible for a human to cultivate all the time. It was already very exaggerated to have 2,000 or 3,000 years of bitter cultivation in 10,000 years. If one didn't do anything and just cultivated bitterly, it would be hard for one to have great accomplishments. Furthermore, it would be easy for one to cultivate a heart demon. But for the next few days, Li Fuqin had a new discovery. As the primary extreme sword technique progressed to the third-rate extremity, he realized that his cultivation hurdle had increased by a lot. Originally, he estimated that he would only need around 20 peak-grade spirit stones to progress to the late stage of the half-saint. Right now, he reckoned that he would need around 40 to 50 peak-grade spirit stones. His cultivation speed might have increased by several times, but who knew if there would be any changes in the later stages? After all, the primary extreme, sword technique, had only progressed to extremity for a few days, and the transformation of the body wasn't complete. After a period of time, he might need 100 peak-grade spirit stones to progress to the late stage of the half-saint. The stronger the cultivation technique, the more qi can be stored in the same cultivation realm. Therefore, the amount of qi required to progress to the late stage of the half-saint would naturally be more. Li Fuqin wasn't surprised. Previously, he felt that it was unusual for him to progress to the half-saint realm because he required too many peak-grade spirit stones. Back then, his primary extreme sword technique didn't just have a high concept, it was only close to extremity. Right now, his primary extreme sword technique was at the third-rate extremity and had the potential to become a supreme sword art. It was naturally impossible for there to be no changes. My cultivation level might not be able to progress, but it isn't important. In terms of qi quality, my sword energy isn't inferior to a saint. Right now, his sword energy was 100 times stronger than before. Normally speaking, a saint's qi would only be a few dozen times stronger than a half-saint's qi. Therefore, even if he wasn't a saint yet, he wasn't any different from a saint. Saints had saint souls and saint spirits, but so did Li Fuqin. Saints had 100,000 years of lifespan, but so did he. The saint's qi was powerful, but so was his sword energy. Just as Li Fuqin expected, half a month later, the changes brought about by the primary extreme sword technique were finally settled. If he wanted to break through to the late stage of the half-saint, he would need around 80 peak-grade spirit stones. If he relied on himself to cultivate slowly, he would need at least a dozen years. It was hard to imagine how many peak-grade spirit stones were required to progress from half-saint to saint. Time elapsed, and in the blink of the eye, a few months had passed. After Li Fuqin finished absorbing the star power from the star gem, his body refinement was already very close to the subcompletion level of the soul unity realm. If Zhu Herong knew about this after his death, he would probably be so angry that he would come back to life. This star gem was his greatest treasure. In the end, before he could exchange it for resources, he died and benefited Li Fuqin for nothing. If the Zhu clan found out that Li Fuqin obtained a star gem from Zhu Herong, they would probably pursue Li Fuqin at all costs. A single star gem's value was at least 1,000 peak-grade spirit stones, and it wasn't a small sum for the Zhu clan. When Li Fuqin's body refinement increased, his Hand of Moon had also reached the pinnacle level and was just one step away from the Hand of Sunday. The body refinement Tao only cultivated the body and didn't place as much emphasis on the comprehension of laws as the Qi Tao. Therefore, once Li Fuqin cultivated the Hand of Sun, his body refinement strength would reach an extremely horrifying level. The deep blue plain was as peaceful as usual. On this day, on an abandoned continent, a large number of demons were gathered. The demons leading the group were all demon lords. Sacrifice. One of the demon lords waved his hand and activated a pitch-black array. Billions of humans in the array were all turned into evil power and fused into the array. Bang! There was a burst of black thunderbolts. As the thunderbolts intertwined, a door of flesh and blood slowly rose from the center of the array. When the door of flesh and blood opened, the first thing that entered the eyes was an endless starry sky, followed by an oval-shaped black egg. Around the black egg were countless specks of light. When one got closer, one would realize that these specks of light were actually stars. The endless starry sky was distorted, and there was a black whirlpool that was slowly spinning in the door of flesh and blood. Swish, 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 swish figures that were like locusts scuttled out from the black whirlpool in the door of flesh and blood. After taking a closer look, they were obviously demons. They ranged from Class 1 demons to Class 8 demon rulers. As time passed, more and more fiendish demons came to the deep blue plain. If it was like a locust plague at the beginning, then it was like a pitch-black, viscous wave that gushed forth crazily. In just a few days, the entire abandoned continent was filled with fiendish demons. Haha! After such a long time, you finally found enough spatial crystals to set up the door of flesh and blood. A terrifying demon lord that was wielding a scepter with a gem stepped out of the door of flesh and blood. Behind him was a group of demon lords that had much weaker Qi presences. Greetings to Lord Andre. The demon lords that set up the door of flesh and blood quickly bowed and cupped their fists. You have done well. Demon Lord Andre flew into the sky and took a deep breath before speaking in an intoxicated manner. Such fresh air. As compared to this place, the world we are living in is simply a stinky sludge. Next, let this plain become our new home. Chapter 843. On the boundless ocean, a lone figure hurried on his way. Saints were extremely lonely. Most of the time, they would be searching for resources to increase their cultivation. Not everyone was a prodigy, like Li Fuqin, who could grasp extremity cultivation techniques and sword arts. If regular saints wanted to increase their strength and lifespan, the only way was to increase their cultivation. There weren't many artifacts that could allow saints to increase their cultivation quickly. What is that? From far away, the long-bearded saint could see a dense black that appearing in the sky. Demons. The long-bearded saint was rather astonished. The deep blue plain didn't have a lot of demons. At least, compared to the humans and demonic beasts, the number of demons was pitifully low. Therefore, it was rare to see so many demons gathered together. These demons are from different races. Killing them will give me Qi luck too. The long-bearded saint placed great importance on Qi luck. If the Qi luck was good, the fated opportunities would be good. If the fated opportunities were good, one would be able to obtain plenty of treasures that could increase one's cultivation. Die. There might be a lot of demons, but the long-bearded saint didn't mind. If one wasn't a saint, no matter how many demons there were, they were just ants. With a wave of the hand, a horrific Qi force swept towards the sky like a storm. Rumble. The Qi force dispersed midway. Who is it? The long-bearded saint was vigilant. Only a sage would be able to break through a sage's Qi. Human saint, it should be delicious. At the front, a stalwart man appeared in the vision of the long-bearded saint. It is a demon lord, run. The stalwart man didn't look any different from a human, but the demon chi presence on his body was vastly different from a human, no matter how hard he tried to conceal it. When facing a demon lord, the long-bearded saint didn't have any unrealistic thoughts. He only had a single thought, and that was to escape. After all, the weakest demon lord would normally have the strength of a high-level saint, while he was just a regular mid-level saint. Can you escape? Behind the long-bearded saint, another demon lord appeared. Thunderbolt palm. The long-bearded saint's right hand flashed with electric light as he slammed his palm at the demon lord. It was unknown if the demon lord was careless, but the palm strike landed squarely on the demon lord's chest. But in the next moment, the long-bearded saint had an awful expression. This palm strike wasn't even able to break the demon lord's skin. The weak electric current was like a tickle to the demon lord. Whoosh! The dark red flames flashed and engulfed the long-bearded sage. The long-bearded sage monarch screamed miserably. The essence blood in his body was quickly devoured. The remaining parts of his corpse were burned to ashes by the flames. The burly man rushed over and said to the flames, "Felix, you stole my prey." The flames turned back into the demon monarch from before. He grinned and said, "Gula, there are many plain saints. Why bother about this one?" Although this was what he said, he would definitely not agree to hand over the long-bearded sage. A saint's blood essence was a great tonic to them, devil lords. There was more than one gate of flesh and blood. Gates of flesh and blood slowly rose from the many abandoned continents of the deep blue plain. Countless demons poured out from the gate of flesh and blood. The first to discover the invasion of the demons were the demons. After all, the ocean was the territory of the demons. Very tacitly, the monster clan and the fiendish demons did not kill each other. Demons were the same as humans and were more suited to live on land. Since that was the case, they would let the humans take the lead first. Once the humans couldn't hold on any longer, the monster clan would then make a move. The monster clan didn't have any intention to make a move, let alone the demons. Fighting with the monster clan in the ocean would be asking for trouble. It wouldn't be too late to fight with the monster clan after eliminating the humans. In front of the locust-like demon army, continents after continents had fallen. There was no choice. The demons were too powerful and were considered invincible among the same class. Once they made up for the numbers, they were simply invincible. In these fallen continents, the humans and the land demonic beasts worked together but weren't able to stop the demons. A large number of humans and land demonic beasts were sent to the abandoned continents. Afterward, new gates of flesh and blood rose. Elderly, come to the headquarters quickly. On this day, the mystic deep sword saint's voice echoed from the elder token. After hearing the mystic deep sword saint's anxious voice, Li Fuchin immediately rushed over. At the headquarters, apart from the mystic deep sword saint, the myriad image sword saint, the tiger fang sword saint, and the 100-flower sword saint were also present. Elders, what happened? Li Fuchin was curious. The tiger fang sword saint spoke in a deep voice. The demon race is invading the deep blue plain. Demon race? Li Fuchin didn't understand. The demons might be powerful, but there were too few of them and they couldn't do much. No, the tiger fang sword saint said they were invading. Li Fuchin had a flash of surprise on his face as he asked, "The demon race is from another plane." The mystic deep sword saint nodded. The demon race is an elite race in the entire universe and has occupied multiple planes. In history, our deep blue plane has been invaded multiple times. The demons that are left behind are the traces of the previous invasions. But it has been a few 100,000 years since the last time the demon race invaded the deep blue plane. Many people don't know that the demon race is a life form from another plane and think that they are the local life forms. Therefore, it is very hard to eradicate the demons. There were too many continents in the deep blue plain. There were 9 high-class continents, hundreds of mid-class continents, and countless low-class continents. It wasn't an easy task to eradicate all of them. Furthermore, with the passage of time, many things would be forgotten. A few 100,000 years was too long. Doesn't the plane have its own will? Why don't they care? Li Fuchin felt that if the plane willpower didn't allow life forms from another plane to enter, the demon race wouldn't be able to enter no matter how powerful they were. The myriad elephant sword saint sighed. The plane willpower doesn't have any consciousness. Even if it has consciousness, it is useless. Above the plane willpower, there is the universe willpower. The universe willpower is based on natural selection and survival of the fittest. If the human race is too weak, it is very normal for them to be eliminated. I see. Li Fuchin understood now. The universe willpower was the ruler of everything. The killings between the races and the planes were in accordance with the universe's dark laws. Thinking up to this point, Li Fuchin was rather worried. In the face of the demon army, the East Unicorn Continent, Seven Color Continent, and Emperor Sky Continent wouldn't be able to resist. He had to make a trip there. There is no hurry, the myriad elephant sword saint said. With the demon invasion, the battle tower should be activated. Through the battle tower, you can teleport to any of the 100 battle zones in the deep blue plain. This is the map of the deep blue plains battle zone. There are plenty of continents that are marked. Take a look and see which battle zone is the continent that you want to go to. The myriad elephant sword saint handed a jade scroll to Li Fuchin. After receiving the jade scroll, Li Fuchin extended his spiritual awareness inside. Chapter 844. Elderly, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if you can lend me your supreme artifact sword. The myriad image sword saint was rather embarrassed. He was worried that Li Fuchin might think that he was coveting the supreme artifact sword. In fact, he wanted to use it to deal with the demons. The weakest demon, Demon Lord, had strength that was comparable to a high-level saint. Furthermore, the demon's body toughness and vitality were considered horrific and were even superior to demonic beasts. It was easy to defeat them, but it was extremely difficult to kill them. If Li Fuchin had the supreme artifact sword, it would be easier. He could kill any demon lord that was weaker than him with a single sword. It would be too easy for him to kill demon lords that were stronger than him. Li Fuchin took out the Joint Heaven sword and said apologetically, "This sword has yet to be truly unsealed." It was unsealed because the sword spirit forcefully penetrated the sword pattern. Right now, the sword spirit has been in a deep slumber for a long time. So that is the case. The myriad image sword saint sighed. He thought that he would have the help of the supreme artifact sword, but it seemed like he was overthinking. The battle tower was located in the main city, the war city. There were 9 high-class continents, and each high-class continent had a war city. Each war city had a battle tower. After arriving at the war city, Li Fuchin saw a 100-floor tall tower. The plaza outside the tower was packed with people as a large number of people surged into the tower. However, this tower seemed to have a world inside. No matter how many people entered, it wouldn't be crowded. Everyone, follow me to kill demons. The more demons we kill, the stronger the chi luck. Apart from the major factions that organized martial artists to head to the battlefields, some martial artists that didn't belong to any factions would also form groups. Some of them had righteous intentions, some wanted to obtain the plain willpower's favor, and some wanted to temper themselves. The Swordsman Guild had a total of 5 groups that were led by 5 elders. The group that Li Fuchin led was heading towards the 19th battle zone. The interior of the battle tower was indeed a world inside. From the outside, the battle tower only had a diameter of a few hundred meters, but the interior was over 100 miles in radius. In the center of each floor, there was a giant teleportation array. The teleportation array was rotating slowly, and tens of thousands of martial artists were teleported out. The teleportation array to the 19th battlefield was on the 19th floor. Li Fuchen and his group flew straight up. The 19th war zone included 10 mid-level continents and a large ocean. On this day, in the center of the 19th battle zone, on an ordinary island, a mountain suddenly exploded, revealing the battle tower inside the mountain. The battle pagoda shone as figures rushed out. This is my first time leaving the Saint Spirit continent. Me too. It's so easy. I feel like I can split the sea with my palm. Rumble. One of the Law Phase realm emperors executed a palm strike and cleaved out a ravine that was a few hundred miles long in the ocean. The emperor couldn't help but jump in shock. Everyone, please wait here for me for a while. After Li Fuchen gave the instructions, his figure flashed and vanished. Li Fuchen's current traveling speed was too fast. In less than half a day, he was already approaching the Emperor's sky continent. There's demonic energy. All of a sudden, Li Fuchen felt an overwhelming demon qi sweeping over from the horizon. He scanned it with his spiritual sense. It's the demon army. Li Fuchen's expression changed. A few 100,000 miles away, there was an uncountable demon army that was surging over in an overwhelming manner. Haha, Felix is truly lucky. I didn't expect to encounter another saint. Furthermore, it is a body refinement saint. The void melted and an extremely powerful demon walked out. This demon had dark red hair, and his body was surging with blazing flame qi presence. However, this blazing flame qi presence was different from regular blazing flame qi presence, as it had an indescribable dark aura. Demon Lord. This was Li Fuchen's first time seeing a demon lord. Demon lords were different from demonic beast overlords. There wasn't any differentiation between low tier, mid tier, or high tier. The weakest demon lord had strength that was comparable with high tier human saints. To be honest, if it was the previous Li Fuchen, he wouldn't be a match for any demon lord. Kill. Without any nonsense, Li Fuchen drew the autumn rain sword and slashed over. Courting death. Felix turned into a bundle of dark red flames and swept at Li Fuchen. PFFF. The dark red flames split apart and Li Fuchen rushed out. I have underestimated you. Felix lowered his head and looked at his chest. There was a sword wound that penetrated his entire body. It might only be a cut on the surface, but it was already incredible. Such powerful defense. Li Fuchen's expression changed. To show my respect to you, I will use my full strength next. Felix swung his right hand and slashed at Li Fuchen with a stream of flames. Swish! Li Fuchen dodged. Rumble! A deep trench was opened up in the sea below. One could even see the seabed at the bottom of the sea. Heaven and earth shall be mine. With a leap, Li Fuchen turned into an unstoppable sword light and slashed at Felix. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. How could Felix be a match for Li Fuchen? His body was covered in sword wounds, and some of them had even affected his bones. Damn it! Felix turned into flames again and rushed out of the range of the sword light. Skylight flying flow sword. When Li Fuchen appeared, he brandished his sword. Countless sword lights gathered together and shot out like a giant luminous waterfall. Felix couldn't dodge in time and had to use both hands to push forward. The dark red flames formed a barrier and tried to block. Cling, cling, clang, clang. The flame barrier was getting thinner, and after the barrier was shattered, Felix was drowned in the waterfall of sword lights. With every breath, he would be struck by countless sword lights. It still doesn't work? Seeing that Felix was covered in injuries, but his qi presence didn't diminish at all, Li Fuchen knew that a normal move wouldn't be able to deal with Felix. Sky Fire Splitting Sun Sword. When the sword was executed, it was just like a rising sun. The sun was massive and Felix was just about to dodge when he was struck. In the next moment, countless pellets of light were shot out from Felix's body. This sword had finally inflicted severe injuries on him. "Felix, do you need my help?" An old-fashioned and cold voice echoed. "Gula, what are you standing there for?" Felix was very annoyed. Li Fuchen's strength was much stronger than he imagined. He thought that human saints were very weak. Gravity's star barrier. Li Fuchen might have already made preparations to deal with the two Devil Lords, but he still wasn't on guard as the Devil Lord's innate ability was so terrifying. A dark star appeared above his head and a horrific gravity pressed down, causing his mobility to decrease drastically. Flames of darkness. The severely injured Felix roared out and blasted the dark purple flames on Li Fuchen. The raging flames burned, and Felix felt it was a pity. After being burned by his flames of darkness, even those who were stronger than him would be turned into ashes. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's essence blood was gone. Sky phase roaming dragon thrust. The flames scattered, and a transparent dragon shadow suddenly rushed out and penetrated Felix's body. Chapter 845. The power of a first-class extremity sword move was much greater than what Li Fuchen imagined. The Skyfire Sun-splitting sword could only affect Fei's blood chi, but the Sky Manifestation Roaming Dragon Thrust could affect Fei's blood chi origin. The reason why demons were so hard to kill was because of their powerful flesh aura origins. However, if their flesh aura origins were damaged, their recovery ability would be greatly reduced. With just one sword strike, Felix's life aura had been weakened by at least 30%. With another 2 or 3 sword strikes, even if Felix did not die, he would still be in an extremely weak state. Heavy star strike. On the side, the Devil Lord called Gula expanded to a few hundred miles in size before crashing at Li Fuchen. Crackle. A physical object that was hundreds of miles wide charged forward at a shocking speed. That kind of sound was too terrifying. The void directly exploded, and destructive lightning spread out. Everything within tens of thousands of miles was in chaos. It was impossible to tell north from south. At this moment, all escape techniques were useless, and all dodging was meaningless. The only thing Li Fuchen could do was to cleave at Gula Klang. Large sparks flew all over the sky. Due to being caught off guard, Li Fuchen was directly knocked out, with a crackling sound coming from his body. Is he dead? Hearing the voice coming from Li Fuchen's body, Guele's eyes turned cold. His strength was much greater than Felix's. The only difference was that Felix was faster than him. In the past, he executed the massive star impact and killed a high-tier demonic beast overlord. A high-tier demonic beast, Overlord's vitality, was far superior to a high-tier saint. Like a shooting star, Li Fuchen's body had some cracks, but these cracks were quickly mended. In front of the star immortal body, this bit of impact was nothing. Moreover, he was wearing the extreme Dao armor. Not dead. Demon Monarch, Guele's expression changed. Boundless sword sea. Soaring into the sky, Li Fuchen overlapped with the great sun in the sky. In the next moment, a boundless sea of swords drowned Devil Monarch Gula and Devil Monarch Felix. This sea of swords alternated between reality and illusion, as if it existed in another world. In fact, to most people, this sea of swords did indeed exist in another world, because it had formed its own sword realm. The sea of swords became more and more illusory, and not long after, it completely disappeared. As for Demon Monarch Gula and Demon Monarch Felix, who were in the sea of swords, there was nothing left of them. Even though he was the one who executed the sword move, Li Fuchen was still shocked. He realized that he had been underestimating the power of a first-rate supreme sword technique. His intuition told him that even the mystic deep sword saint and the manifestation sword sage would not be able to kill the two demon lords in such a short time. It wasn't because they weren't strong enough, but their comprehension of sword Dao law wasn't as good as Li Fuchen. The demon lord's vitality was too strong. It was hard to say how long it would take to slowly whittle away at the other party's vitality. But if one's comprehension of laws was deep enough, one could be like Li Fuchin and attack the enemy from the Qi blood source, or trap the enemy in the sword world and use the sword world's power to obliterate the enemy. With how exquisite the sword sea horizon is, I might be able to put up a fight against Zhu Nanshan. Zhu Nanshan was strong because he had a lot of extreme-grade secret treasures, and he even had a first-class extreme-grade secret treasure. However, sometimes external power was still external power, and it was not as reliable as one's own strength. He stretched out his hand, and 2 pitch-black rings fell onto his palm. These were 2 spatial rings, which were more advanced than storage bags. The space inside was very large. In the deep blue plane, only a few saints had a spatial ring. After breaking the imprint on the spatial ring, Li Fuchin opened it and saw a huge amount of resources. But most of the resources were inclined towards the darkness attribute. There are actually so many spatial crystals. Li Fuchin squinted his eyes. The 2 demon lord storage bags had a small pile of spatial crystals. The smallest was the size of a walnut, while the largest was the size of a fist. In the market, a spatial crystal the size of a soybean would be worth at least 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. But if a spatial crystal was twice the size, the value wouldn't just be doubled, it would be at least 5 times. Therefore, a walnut-sized spatial crystal would be worth at least 1 peak-grade spirit stone. A fist-sized spatial crystal would be worth at least 100 peak-grade spirit stones. Just these spatial crystals would be worth at least 1,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Apart from the spatial crystals, Li Fuchin also found a few stalks of extreme Dao herbs in the spatial rings. Most of these extreme Dao herbs might be of the darkness attribute, but if they were sold, Li Fuchin reckoned that he would be able to earn a few dozen peak-grade spirit stones. No wonder he is a demon lord, he is truly wealthy. After keeping the spatial rings, Li Fuchin flashed and flew towards the demon army. At the front of the demon army that was like a black tide, a figure appeared. Die! Li Fuchin didn't show any mercy. He drew the autumn rain sword and executed the towering radiance. Boundless radiance illuminated the demon army. Any demon that was illuminated by the radiance, even if it was a demon lord, would be instantly turned into ashes. A single sword slash was enough to slaughter the entire demon army. In the face of absolute strength, numbers had lost all meaning. After extending his sword field and killing those demons that were escaping with ease, Li Fuchin rushed towards the Emperor's Sky Continent. Fight it out with these demons. The Emperor's Sky Continent was in complete chaos of war. It was unknown where these demons came from, and they were everywhere. They would kill on sight and destroy cities on sight. After destroying the cities, they would go on a killing spree and were extremely ruthless. It was fortunate that the Emperor's Sky Continent was a top-class, mid-class continent. If it was a regular, mid-class continent, they wouldn't be able to resist. On the floating sky mountain, a group of demon lords were attacking the floating sky mountain's array. Just as the array was about to be broken, a metal statue flew out. Die! A metal sword extended from the metal statue's hand. With a slash, over a dozen demon lords were slashed apart. A mere intent statue dares to be arrogant. Among the demon lords, an extremely powerful demon lord flew out. This demon lord didn't make a move earlier. Boom! The metal statue and the demon lord started to fight. A moment later, PFFF, the demon lord's body was still slashed apart by the metal statue. Such power! Inside the floating sky mountain's array, the anxious group let out a breath of relief. With Li Fuchin's intense statue around, these demons wouldn't be able to do anything. My main body is back. The metal statue sensed something and revealed a smile on its stiff face. This metal statue was fused with a trace of Li Fuchen's spirit soul power and had simple thinking abilities. Outside the Emperor's Sky Continent, just as Li Fuchen approached the Emperor's Sky Continent, he felt a destructive wave sweeping over. Li Fuchen didn't bother. Previously, when he progressed to a body refinement saint and entered the Blackwater continent, he received a warning from the continent willpower. It was a pity that mid-class continents could restrict saints from entering, but it couldn't restrict Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen executed his spirit soul ability and concealed his qi presence flawlessly. Subsequently, Li Fuchen plunged into the Emperor's Sky Continent. Along the way, Li Fuchen expanded his sword field to the limits. As long as the demons were in the sword field, they would be turned into ashes, while the humans were unharmed. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the floating sky mountain. Welcome back. The metal statue stopped killing the demons. It is time for you to increase your strength. Li Fuchen pointed with his index finger, and a radiance entered the metal statue's forehead. Immediately after, the metal statue's eyes lit up. Die. A single sword slash caused the void to vibrate. Immediately after, all the demons that surrounded the floating sky mountain were slain. It is rather useful, but it is a pity that the spirit soul power is rather affected. Chapter 846. Li Fuchen's return surprised everyone from the floating sky mountain. However, the matter was rather urgent, and Li Fuchen didn't have much time to stay at the floating sky mountain. After leaving behind a huge pile of advancement resources and weapons, Li Fuchen left again. With the battle tower as the center, a layer of light fell down. Outside the light was an endless army of demons that looked like a black wave. Don't worry, they won't be able to break through the defense of the tower. A powerful great emperor was very confident. Others might not know, but he knew that the battle tower was a secret war treasure refined by many heaven monarchs during ancient times. Not even a heaven monarch would be able to break the defense of the battle tower. From far away, Li Fuchen could sense that the battle tower was drowned by the demon army. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry either. From the mystic deep sword saint and the others, Li Fuchen already knew that the battle tower was the human race's greatest reliance. For countless years, it had never been breached. Soon enough, Li Fuchen arrived at the scene. With a swing of the sword, more than half of the demon army was wiped out. With another swing of the sword, more than 90% of the demon army was slaughtered. Kill! Previously, there were more demons, so no one dared to come out. Now that there were less than 10% of the demons left, they would be cowards if they didn't dare to come out. The first to rush out were the swordsmen from the Swordsman Guild. These swordsmen wielded sharp swords and killed their way through the demons like they were chopping vegetables. After all the demons were wiped out, Li Fuchen said, "Follow me." The 19th War Zone had a total of 10 mid-level continents. If he wanted to fight against the demons, he couldn't do it alone. He had to send these people to these 10 continents. These people might not be considered much in the Saint Spirit continent, but in a mid-class continent, these people were all top-notch experts. As time passed, more and more demons invaded the deep blue plain. The human side had suffered heavy casualties. Many of the continents had been completely occupied by the demons. The humans and land demons were treated like pigs, slaughtered and devoured, or sacrificed to summon the gate of flesh and blood. Apart from that, there were plenty of human saints that perished too. From what Li Fuchen knew, just on the Saint Spirit continent alone, there were close to 10 saints that perished. On a sea region, 3 high-level great monarchs were battling a demon monarch. This devil monarch wielded a gemstone scepter, and every time he attacked, he would cause one of the high-level saints to vomit blood. This won't do. This devil lord's strength has probably already reached the level of a peak saint. The manifestation sword saint's face darkened. His strength was already close to the level of a peak-level great monarch, but he couldn't do anything to the other party. Look at my 9 heavens thunder talisman. The purple-robed, holy Lord tossed a purple talisman into the air. Kaboom! The sky suddenly darkened. Countless lightning bolts surged into the purple talisman. Shortly after, the purple talisman exploded with pure purple lightning bolts, bombarding the demon monarch. The terrifying electric currents shattered the void, and my solar storm divine ability. The high-level great sage that was emitting a golden blazing sun aura pushed his hands forward. The terrifying power of the sun formed a storm that drowned everything in front of him. At the law phase realm, very few people used bone frame divine abilities because everyone cultivated martial arts of a very high level. When cultivated to a certain realm, the power was not inferior to divine abilities. Only some warriors who lacked powerful martial arts would study bone frame divine abilities. Of course, powerful bone frame divine abilities were an exception. The high-level great sage that executed the solar storm divine ability was called the Blazing Sun Great Sage. His bone frame was the 9-star Great Sun bone frame. His sun divine ability was extremely powerful and was even stronger than the martial arts he cultivated. Therefore, he temporarily used the sun divine ability as his killer move. Manifestation Extermination. After taking a deep breath, the Manifestation Sword Saint also executed his killer move. With a single slash, everything in the area where the demon monarch was distorted and sliced apart. Kiki, I already said that your resistance is meaningless. I, Andre, am not someone you can defeat. A black sphere of light protected demon monarch Andre. Be it the pure purple lightning, the solar storm, or the sword chi, as soon as they touched the black sphere of light, they would immediately collapse. Death chop. Demon monarch Andre used his right palm as a blade and swept horizontally. A black chop struck the Manifestation, Sword Saint, and the others. PFFF. The trio's extreme doubt armors had cracks, and they vomited a large amount of blood. The demon monarch was too powerful and had definitely reached the level of a peak-level saint. It was just that his moves were a little crude. We have to delay him and wait for the others to come. Then we can concentrate on eliminating him. They had already sent a message to the others. However, the deep blue plane was too big. Even a high-level saint would need some time to travel. I'm guessing that you are planning to delay me and wait for reinforcements. Demon monarch Andre grinned coldly. Hearing this, the trio's expressions changed. Your plan is not bad. It's a pity that I don't have time to waste with you. Demon monarch Andre was still a little shaken. After all, this was the human race's territory. He wasn't a demon lord or a heavenly demon. There was a certain level of danger. His figure suddenly disappeared, and demon monarch Andre appeared behind the high-level saint in a purple Taoist robe. Be careful. The Manifestation Sword Saint was astonished. At their level, no matter what kind of escape technique it was, they would be able to sense some ripples. However, when demon monarch Andre teleported, there were no ripples at all. He immediately appeared behind 9 heavens, supreme monarch. By the time the Manifestation Sword Saint warned him, it was already too late. Demon monarch Andre's right hand had already pierced through 9 heavens, supreme monarch's body. Let's die together. Nirvana divine thunder. 9 heavens, supreme monarch's body glowed. His true chi and blood chi were being consumed without any regard for his life. They turned into bolts of destructive lightning that wrapped around demon monarch Andre. Crackle! The lightning lasted for a dozen breaths' time before dissipating. This is really crazy. I don't like it. Demon monarch Andre's body was only slightly injured. As a top demon monarch, his body's strength and vitality were extremely terrifying. Even if 9 heavens supreme monarch was far stronger than him, he wouldn't be able to injure him. However, 9 heavens supreme monarch Andre's desperate attack was not bad. At least it had left a mark on his body. What annoyed Demon Monarch Andre the most was that Nine Heaven's Supreme Monarch Andre had used up all of his blood essence. He hadn't been able to devour even a few drops. I also don't like being arrogant in the human race's territory. An indifferent voice rang out. Demon Monarch Andre felt his body go cold. He looked down and saw that his body had been split in half. There was an extremely terrifying power in the injured part, preventing him from recovering and continuously devouring his vitality. Saint Monarch! Demon Monarch Andre's pupils shrank. Only a Saint Monarch had such strength, and a Saint Monarch was equivalent to a demon lord of the demon race. Let's go! The gem scepter in Demon Monarch Andre's left hand flashed, and a wave of space-time power rippled. Bang! Demon Monarch Andre had originally planned to take away all of his body parts. However, at that moment, a wave of power attacked and shattered the other half of his body. He escaped? The heavenly broken Saint Monarch frowned and walked out of the void. Greetings, heavenly broken Saint Monarch. Chapter 847. The crippled Sacred Lord was one of the few Sacred Lords in the deep blue plane. The heavenly crippling Sacred Lord was the reason why the deep blue plane was able to maintain its current situation. There were too many Devil Lords that invaded the deep blue plane this time, and it was almost half of the human saints. It was a known fact that the weakest Devil Lord was comparable to a high-stage saint, and there weren't many high-stage saints among the human race's saints. If the Heaven Remnant Sacred Lord didn't keep reducing the number of demon lords, the situation of the human race would be many times worse. You guys have worked hard. The Heaven Crippling Sacred Lord left after saying that. The manifestation Sword Sage and Sage Scorching Sun were full of admiration. Although the crippled Sacred Master's name was frightening, he was actually the one who cared about the human race the most. It was just that he never spoke much and only knew how to take action. The deep blue plane was too big. Apart from the sage monarchs, it would be very strenuous for others to travel. It would easily take months, years, or even decades or centuries. In order to unify the entire deep blue plane, the human race started to construct teleportation arrays. Every continent had at least 3 teleportation arrays, which were respectively connected to the Battle Pagoda Island and the surrounding continents. In Li Fuchen's group, there were a few Array Dao Emperors, and one of them was even an Array Dao Great Emperor. After Li Fuchen provided the spatial crystals, all the mid-class continents in the 19th battle region had their own teleportation arrays. This way, the continents would be able to quickly reinforce each other. I hope the 7-color continent is fine. After arranging everything, Li Fuchen rushed towards the 30th battle zone. He might be able to use the battle tower's teleportation array to teleport to the 30th battle zone, but Li Fuchen still wanted to travel personally. It was a good opportunity for him to observe the demonic forces along the way. Anyway, this little bit of distance was nothing to him. Furthermore, there were 100 war zones in the deep blue plane, and every war zone had the support of a high-ranked continent. This continent has actually been completely invaded by demons. On the way, Li Fuchen saw an ordinary mid-class continent that was several times smaller than the 7-color continent. It was full of demons, and humans were being slaughtered and devoured wantonly. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he arrived above this mid-class continent. Die! As the sword domain enveloped the area, the demons in the area were reduced to ashes. 2 hours later, all the demons on the continent were dead. Even if there were some fish that slipped through the net, they were only a few big or small cats, and posed no threat to the remaining humans. What a dense, fiendish demon aura! Just how many of our clansmen did they kill? From over 100 million miles away, a demon lord could sense Li Fuchen's baleful qi. Killing a fiendish demon would only leave a tiny bit of fiendish demon baleful qi on one's body. Even at close range, one might not be able to sense it. Killing 10 fiendish demons or 100 fiendish demons was nothing. However, the baleful chi of fiendish demons could be sensed from hundreds of millions of li away. The number of fiendish demons killed was at least 10 billion, or even 100 billion. This person must be killed. The devil lord quickly chased after Li Fuchen. Demon King! A short moment later, Li Fuchen also sensed the presence of this devil lord. When Li Fuchen sensed that the opponent's chi presence wasn't much stronger than the two demon lords that he killed previously, Li Fuchen stopped. Human die. A distance of 100 million miles was nothing to a demon ruler. Soon enough, both parties encountered each other. Without any nonsense, the demon ruler released a horrific chi presence and charged at Li Fuchen. Sword Sea Horizon. Li Fuchen's eyes were clear and cold. When he brandished his sword, the sword sea drowned the demon ruler. Swish! A badly mutilated figure rushed out of the sword sea. This demon ruler's survivability was extremely powerful, and the sword sea horizon wasn't able to kill him. However, the demon ruler didn't dare to continue fighting. Li Fuchen's sword art was truly terrifying to the extreme. The sword Dao law in the world was attacking the demon ruler. Just as Li Fuchen was preparing to execute the second sword, a murderous chi suddenly assaulted him. Subconsciously, Li Fuchen dodged. Crackle! The area that Li Fuchen was previously at had instantly frozen and cracked. If Li Fuchen couldn't dodge in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Which demonic beast overlord is this? Li Fuchen yelled out. These demonic beasts were watching from the sidelines and even sneak attacked him now. It was truly hateful. You can even dodge like this? I have underestimated you. At the bottom of the sea, an icy cold palace floated up. Inside the palace, a figure could be vaguely seen. Mystic Ice Demon Ruler, is your mad, demonic palace planning to declare war on the human race? Li Fuchen might not have seen the Mystic Ice Demon Ruler before, but among the demonic beasts, there weren't many that could execute such horrific, chilling power. The Mystic Ice Demon Ruler was one of the best. If I kill you, who would know that I, the Mystic Ice Demon Ruler, did it? Furthermore, you cannot represent the human race. Furthermore, your human race is in imminent danger and might have to rely on my demonic beast race in the end. Do you think the human race will declare war on my demonic beast race because of you? You overestimate yourself. When the icy cold voice echoed, the sea surface froze. The Blaze Demon Ruler and the others are right. In the deep blue plain, the human race and the demonic beast race are scheming against each other. My demon race has a bright future. From far away, the severely injured demon ruler didn't leave. Instead, he distanced himself and observed quietly. Sword Sea Horizon. The Mystic Ice Demon Ruler was one of the 8 demonic beast rulers of the mad demonic palace. His strength was close to a peak-class saint, let alone Li Fuchen. Even the myriad image sword saint might not be a match for him. However, Li Fuchen still wanted to test the Mystic Ice Demon Ruler's strength. The Sword Sea Horizon had the effect of ignoring the difference in strength. If one was caught in it, even if they didn't die, they would still be severely injured. In an instant, the sword sea drowned the icy cold palace and brought it to another plane. After a few breaths, the sword sea vanished. Apart from a layer of thinning, the icy cold palace was unscathed, let alone the Mystic Ice Demon Ruler inside. Such an incredible sword move. It is a pity that you are facing me. The Mystic Ice Demon Ruler laughed heartily. My Mystic Ice Palace is an absolute artifact that I condensed mystic ice for thousands of years. Do you think you can break it? The mountains will never change. Mystic Ice Demon Ruler, I will remember you. Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and shot out. The Mystic Ice Palace had condensed the Mystic Ice demonic chi for thousands of years. It was indeed hard to break, unless a peak-class saint made a move. Can you escape? 9 palaces, 8 trigrams, mystic ice divine wall. Oh, the sea region that had a radius of a few tens of thousands of miles suddenly appeared with the image of the 9 palaces, 8 trigrams. Immediately after, a mystic ice barrier enveloped the sea region. Bang! Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and clashed with the mystic ice barrier, but was unable to break it immediately. Give up. It is impossible for you to escape. The mystic ice demon ruler sneered. He was also a demonic lord, but he was ranked number 2 among the 8 demonic lords in the mad demonic palace. He didn't fear anyone below a peak-class saint or great saint. From a human saint, he found out that Li Fuchen had a supreme artifact sword and plenty of resources. Therefore, he decided to kill Li Fuchen. As for the demon invasion, it had nothing to do with his demonic beast race. At most, he would wait for the human race to be unable to hold on before making a move. By then, the entire deep blue plane wouldn't be controlled by the demonic beast race, and the human race would only be a supporting character. Damn it. Caught off guard, the demon ruler, who stayed behind to observe the battle, was also trapped in the mystic ice barrier. With his strength, he wasn't able to break the mystic ice barrier. Break! After releasing his spirit soul power, Li Fuchen quickly found a flaw in the mystic ice barrier. With a flash of sword light, Li Fuchen emerged from the mystic ice barrier. Damn it, impossible. The mystic ice demon ruler's eyes were wide open, and he couldn't believe that his mystic ice divine wall was broken. In his opinion, this mystic ice divine wall would at least last for 1 hour, and 1 hour was enough for him to kill Li Fuchen. Crafty little bastard. The mystic ice demon ruler didn't give chase as he wasn't proficient in speed and might not be able to catch up to Li Fuchen. Crackle. Chapter 848. My current strength is still far inferior to existences like the myriad elephant sword saint. After the battle with the mystic ice demon lord, Li Fuchen had a clearer understanding of his own strength. High-level saints were divided into the most different levels of strength. Peak-level saints, sacred lords, and heaven monarchs were all at the high level of the unity realm, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Generally speaking, a high-level saint would definitely comprehend a pinnacle martial art. Those that comprehended a mediocre pinnacle martial art would be considered an ordinary high-level saint. Those that comprehended a third-rate pinnacle martial art would be considered a mid-level high-level saint. Those that comprehended a second-rate pinnacle martial art would be considered a high-class high-level saint. Those that comprehended a first-rate pinnacle martial art would be considered a peak-class saint. Those that comprehended a super-class pinnacle martial art would be considered a saint lord. Those that comprehended a supreme martial art would be considered a heaven monarch. This was a rather simple division. In fact, if the cultivation technique was incredible enough, the requirement for martial arts would be much lower. For example, the myriad elephant sword saint was a high-class high-level saint, but if his cultivation technique could be upgraded from unrated extremity to third-rate extremity, he might be able to become a peak-level saint. If a sacred leader's cultivation technique could reach the pinnacle level, they could also be considered a heavenly lord. Apart from martial arts and cultivation techniques, weapons were also a part of the strength. Those who wielded unrated extremity weapons would definitely be inferior to those who wielded supreme weapons. The mystic ice demon lord's strength should be at the level of a high-class high-level saint, while Li Fuchen's strength should be between a regular high-level saint and a mid-class high-level saint. The gap between the two was too great, let alone the mystic ice palace. Even without the mystic ice palace, Li Fuchen's sword Sea Horizon would only be able to injure the mystic ice demon lord lightly, but the mystic ice demon lord could take his life at any time. The sword Sea Horizon was only able to kill in a single move against a weaker opponent. This was something that people stronger than him couldn't do. In less than a day, Li Fuchen arrived at the 30th battle zone. As compared to the other battle zones, the situation in the 30th battle zone was much better. There were almost no traces of demons. Among the 11 regular mid-class continents, only 3 continents were being ravaged by demons. After dealing with the demons, Li Fuchen arrived at the 7-color continent. He might have sent everyone he knew to the Emperor's Sky Continent, including some familiar people from the South Forest Martial Institution. But this was a place he stayed for a period of time, and he still had some feelings for it. Leave some seeds here. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, thousands of light spots flew out. These were sword-intent light spots, and they contained a portion of Li Fuchen's sword Dao comprehension. It was just like how someone proficient in calligraphy could fuse their martial Dao comprehension into calligraphy. Li Fuchen was superior and had directly turned his sword Dao comprehension into specks of sword-intent light spots. If it was other saints, they wouldn't be able to do this without a powerful spirit soul. Sacred lords, or even heaven monarchs, might be able to do it, but who knew? The light spots of the sword were scattered all over the continent. Miraculously, these sword essence light spots all fell into the swordsman's body. Some of these swordsmen were in seclusion and suddenly had a burst of inspiration, allowing their sword Dao to progress by leaps and bounds. Some of them were in close combat with enemies and executed an extremely powerful killer move that they weren't too sure about, allowing them to kill their enemies in a single slash. There were some who were monarchs in the sect, and after obtaining the sword-intent light spots, they had a deeper comprehension, and their strength had surpassed all the primary C realm monarchs in the sect and had reached an unfathomable realm. With these people here, we should be able to protect the 7-color continent. After leaving the 7-color continent, Li Fuchen flew towards the 30th battle tower. After using the battle tower's teleportation, Li Fuchen arrived at the 80th battle zone. This was the outermost region of the deep blue plain, and it was a battle zone. There were hundreds and thousands of low-class continents, but this place had the highest number of demons. Most of the door of flesh and blood were summoned from the abandoned continents in the outermost region. As such, the low-class demons could land nearby, while the high-class demons would head deeper into the deep blue plain. It was fortunate that there were plenty of martial artists here, and there were hundreds of millions of reincarnation realm experts. They might not be as numerous as the demons, but the demons that landed on the low-class continents weren't all Class 5 demons. There were Class 1 to Class 5 demons. The war was extremely intense, and there were countless lives perishing at every moment. Li Fuchen didn't interfere too much. If the difference in strength wasn't huge, he felt that it was better not to interfere. Such a war might be very intense, but it was a great way to temper one. As long as one could survive, one would surely have great accomplishments in the future. Extinguish! In front of a low-class continent, a devil monarch activated his demon chi and blasted a horrific dark wave at the low-class continent. During the crisis, the continent willpower mobilized the continent's power to resist the dark wave. It was a pity that a low-class continent was ultimately a low-class continent and wasn't able to resist the devil monarch's all-out attack. Boom! Countless void cracks extended out, and the continent willpower gradually dispersed. As for all the lives on the continent, they were all turned into ashes. At a glance, the entire continent had been razed to the ground. There were some places that were even submerged by seawater, turning the continent into an ocean. After destroying the continent willpower, the devil monarch ordered his subordinates to set up a sacrificial array to summon the door of flesh and blood. He then found a place to slowly recuperate. Destroying the continent willpower would result in a backlash of laws. Such backlash would directly affect the chi blood source. It might not be fatal, but it was rather troublesome. If one didn't care about anything and continuously destroyed the willpower of multiple low-class continents, it was possible for one to perish. In front of the East Unicorn continent, extinguish! The one that attacked the East Unicorn continent was a peak-class devil monarch. He was different from the other devil monarchs, as he could casually destroy a low-class continent's willpower. Furthermore, he didn't suffer much backlash. Prior to this, he had already destroyed the willpower of over a dozen low-class continents. With a single wave of his hand, a black slash flew at the East Unicorn continent. It was as though he could already see the scene of the East Unicorn continent splitting apart. Crackle! The black slash was instantly annihilated, and a black thunderbolt that was suffused with 5-colored radiance landed on the Peak-class Devil Monarch. No, the Peak-class Devil Monarch sensed something and widened his eyes. PFFF. This insufferably arrogant Peak-class Devil Monarch didn't even have any residue left as he was blasted into nothingness by the 5-colored black thunderbolt. How is this possible? The Peak-class Devil Monarch's subordinates were all flabbergasted. A low-class continent willpower was able to kill a Peak-class Devil Monarch? Even a mid-class continent willpower wouldn't be able to kill a Peak-class Devil Monarch. Of course, it was needless to say for a high-class continent. Even a god might not be able to destroy a high-class continent in a single strike. Could it be that this isn't a low-class continent? It just looks like a low-class continent. In this world, there would always be special things and special existences. This low-class continent contained too much power and was even stronger than a mid-class continent. Quickly send the information to the other Devil Monarchs. Chapter 849. Countless demons were pouring out of the gate of flesh and blood on a low-level continent that had been ravaged and ravaged. These fellows are actually destroying the wills of low-level continents. Li Fuchen's expression was very unpleasant. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that this continent had just been destroyed not long ago. The gate of flesh and blood could only be summoned on an abandoned continent. Each time it was summoned, not only would it consume a large amount of the native life force, but it would also consume the power of the continent itself. Basically, an abandoned continent could only summon the gate of flesh and blood once. Therefore, the demons needed more abandoned continents. Destroying the will of the continents was their only option. With a burst of murderous aura, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. Countless demons and the door of flesh were drowned in the sword chi. However, even though the demons were dead, the gate of flesh and blood remained intact. Boom, 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 Li Fuchen brandished dozens of swords in a single breath, and each sword was executed with his full strength. This won't do. I am still not strong enough to destroy the gate of flesh and blood. Seeing the sword scars on the door of blood and flesh recovering at an extreme speed, Li Fuchen knew that even if he exhausted all his sword energy, he might not be able to destroy the door of blood and flesh. Helplessly, Li Fuchen set up a simple sword chi killing array outside the gate of flesh and blood. Once the sword chi killing array was triggered, it would activate the sword chi stored inside. With a flash, Li Fuchen flew towards the East Unicorn continent. To be honest, he wasn't very worried about the East Unicorn continent. The last time he returned to the East Unicorn continent, he could feel that the East Unicorn continent was extraordinary. Of course, it was necessary to take a look. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the East Unicorn continent wasn't destroyed. Furthermore, he was surprised that the heaven and earth chi in the East Unicorn continent was actually several times more concentrated and wasn't inferior to the 7-color continent. What's going on? Li Fuchen was shocked. Just how many years had it been, and the heaven and earth energy was already at the 7-color continent's level? If it continued to develop at this rate, wouldn't it be able to reach the Emperor Sky continent or even a high-class continent? After entering the East Unicorn continent and scattering a sword in tent-light spot, Li Fuchen left again. For the time being, he was not qualified to explore the secrets of the East Unicorn continent. Li Fuchen's demon baleful chi was too concentrated. It was fine if he was further away from the Devil Lord, but as long as he was within 100 million miles, he would be able to sense it. Boundless sword sea. After killing a regular demon ruler, Li Fuchen was rather vigilant. The other party did not discover him by accident, but came straight for him. What Li Fuchen didn't know was 500 million miles away. A peak-level demon monarch sensed the fiendish aura on his body. Interesting. A mere saint monarch actually managed to kill so many of my clansmen. Darkness energy gathered, and the peak class devil ruler pierced through the void and appeared near Li Fuchen. Danger! Every inch of Li Fuchen's skin was alarmed. Little guy, it's your misfortune to have met me. Surrender, and I'll let you die with dignity. The carrot devil monarch stood with his hands behind his back and stared at Li Fuchen as though he was a prey. At this point, the number of peak demonic lords that had descended to the deep blue plane could be counted on one hand. As long as a human sacred lord didn't appear, they had no opponents. Therefore, Demon Sovereign Kara wasn't in a rush to kill this little fellow. Why is there always this kind of trouble? The sword spirit's voice suddenly rang out. You're awake. Li Fuchen took out the joint heaven sword in surprise. If I didn't wake up, you would have died. The sword spirit said angrily, Can you still comprehend the sword patterns? Li Fuchen didn't have any other choice. Of course I can. It is fortunate that you have been pouring in the sword energy every day. Out of 10,000 portions of sword energy, only one portion will eventually become my power. However, there are too many of them. The sword spirit was able to wake up so quickly mainly because of Li Fuchen's sword energy quality. Originally, out of 1,000,000 portions of sword energy, only one portion would be able to nourish the sword spirit. I will have to trouble you then. Li Fuchen said apologetically, Leave it to me. This time, you will see an even stronger joint heaven sword. While speaking, the sword spirit activated his power and rushed at the incomplete sword patterns. Roar! There was a terrifying sword roar, and the void had signs of collapsing. What a great divine weapon! The carrot devil monarch's eyes lit up. This class of artifact sword was at least a first-rate extreme Dao weapon. If it was brought to the Star Region trade fairs, it could be used to trade for a large amount of resources. Little guy, don't think that you can fight with me just because you have a weapon. Surrender now. The carrot devil monarch grabbed with his hand, and a giant illusory devil palm enveloped over. Break! Wielding the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen brandished, and a crystal, white sword light illuminated the world. There was a PFFF-TSS sound as the illusory devil palm was sliced apart. The carrot devil monarch felt a pain in his palm and quickly retreated. Supreme weapon! The carrot devil monarch was shocked at first before he was ecstatic. Supreme weapons were rare even in the Star Region, and each of them was able to create a reign of terror. He didn't expect to see one here. Die! The astounding darkness power burst out, and the carrot devil monarch's body appeared with darkness armor. His palm was also covered with darkness gloves before he charged at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, I shall let you have a taste of the true power of the joint heaven sword. The sword spirit let out a roar and fused a portion of power into Li Fuchen's sword energy. Roar! A crescent-shaped crystal, white, sword chi suddenly flew out. Immediately after, time and space became still. The carrot devil monarch felt that his speed was getting slower until he stagnated. In front of him, the terrifying sword chi was getting faster and instantly penetrated his body. PFFF, fresh blood sprayed out from the carrot devil monarch's back along with a sword chi pillar. Vaguely, the carrot devil monarch could hear the sound of his chi blood source cracking. Looking inside, there was a terrifying sword chi that was wreaking havoc in the depths of his body. His chi blood source was constantly being consumed. Is this the power of a supreme weapon? The carrot devil monarch was afraid. He thought that Li Fuchen was just a young kid and shouldn't be able to utilize the power of a supreme weapon. How could he have known that the supreme weapon was so powerful? Even if Li Fuchen couldn't utilize the full power, his life was still threatened. Let's go! After tearing open the void, the carrot devil monarch vanished without a trace. He ran rather fast. The sword spirit let out a breath of relief. He was only able to assist Li Fuchen to execute this sword move and wouldn't be able to execute a second sword move. That sword move earlier was the full power of the Joint Heaven Sword. As the initiator, Li Fuchen knew better than anyone else how terrifying this sword move was. It was enough to sever the source of all things. You are thinking too much. With your current cultivation, you are still unable to utilize the limits of the Joint Heaven Sword's power, even with my help. But that sword move earlier had already used the quintessence of the Joint Heaven Sword. The sword spirit shook his head. All right then. Chapter 850. While the Joint Heaven Sword was still in an unsealed state, Li Fuchen sped up and wandered around. Since the demon lord seemed to be able to sense him, he would deliver himself to him. After crossing a few battlefields, another demon ruler finally noticed Li Fuchen. It was a pity that before the Devil Monarch could get close, he was cleaved into pieces by Li Fuchen. Originally, with the Devil Monarch's vitality, even if he was left with a drop of blood, he would be able to instantly regenerate. But after being cleaved by the unsealed Joint Heaven Sword, he would definitely die. After killing 2 demon monarchs in one go, the Joint Heaven Sword's sword patterns finally began to fill up. Satisfying killing them is too easy. Li Fuchen didn't have enough. After you become a saint, it won't be a problem for you to maintain the unsealing time by 10 times. The sword spirit said. Li Fuchen replied, I will comprehend the sword pattern by myself. Then you have to work hard. These sword patterns are all top-notch sword patterns. After comprehending them, your strength will skyrocket by countless times. Even if you don't need the Joint Heaven Sword, you will still be abnormally strong. The final sealing sword pattern wasn't a supreme sword pattern. If it was a supreme sword pattern, even if Li Fuchen progressed to a saint, he wouldn't be able to comprehend it even after a long period of time, on an abandoned mid-level continent. All of you, hurry up and set up the sacrificial array formation. His body had recovered, but his aura was much weaker. He was directing his subordinates to set up a sacrificial array. He held a blood-red crystal ball in his hand. This blood-colored crystal ball was called the Life Drain Crystal Ball, and it contained the life force of countless humans. Although the effect of sacrificing people wasn't as good as sacrificing people, it was more convenient and could be used in large quantities. After all, transporting so many people was a hassle. Summoning ordinary flesh and blood gates wasn't a problem. But summoning higher-level flesh and blood gates required a lot of living people, and the difficulty of transporting them was extremely high. With the Life Drain Crystal Ball, things would be different. As long as there was enough life force, summoning higher-level flesh and blood gates wouldn't be a problem. Soon, the sacrificial array was set up, and Demon Monarch Andre placed the crystal ball in his hand at the eye of the array. Boom! Surrounded by dazzling blood-colored lightning, a huge gate of flesh and blood slowly rose. The gate of flesh and blood opened, and an endless horde of demons surged out. They ranged from level 1 to level 8. Soon, the demon lords rushed out one after another. Greetings, Lord Andre. Among the demons, Lord Andre was a noble and had a very high status. Demon Monarch Andre nodded and stared at the gate of flesh and blood. Whoosh! A pair of large hands grabbed the gate of flesh and blood from the inside. Then, a demon with a pair of large horns on its head squeezed its way out. Seeing this demon, Demon Monarch Andre was overjoyed. Greetings, Fiend Master Lonka. Demon Monarch Andre said respectfully. The higher level gate of flesh and blood was naturally used to summon the Demon Master. The energy contained within a Demon Master was too terrifying. It was at least 10 times or even 100 times that of a top-notch Demon Monarch. An ordinary gate of flesh and blood was not enough to contain a Demon Master. Andre, how did you get hurt? The other half of Demon Master Longka's body finally squeezed out. Although he couldn't compare to demonic beasts, he he was still many times larger than humans. Most importantly, every inch of his flesh and blood contained an astonishing amount of energy. Compared to him, demonic beasts were only larger in size, but they were useless. As he spoke, his body quickly shrank, and the pair of horns on his head also retracted. Demon Monarch, Andri said. He was injured by a human sacred lord. Human sacred lord, huh? If there is a chance, let's have a contest. Demon Master Long couldn't mind. In the star field, it wasn't his first or second time fighting with a human sacred lord. Out of 100 times, he was only at a disadvantage once or twice. Furthermore, he had personally killed a human sacred lord. Die. Demon Master Long suddenly reached out and grabbed. 2 human sacred lords that were a few 100 million miles away were grabbed by him. With a clench, the 2 of them exploded into smithereens. Only their essence, blood, remained and fell into a small bottle. Demon Lord's prowess. When the demon monarchs saw the scene, they were both envious and fearful. Elder Lee, be careful. A demon lord has arrived from the demon race, and the human sacred lords have suffered great casualties. The mystic deep sword saint's voice echoed from the elder token. Demon lord. Li Fuchen's eyes contracted. A demon lord's counterpart was a sacred lord. If a heaven monarch didn't appear, they were invincible. During this period of time, both the demon race and the human race had suffered great casualties. The human race had the heaven-crippling sacred lord to constantly reduce the number of demon lords, while the demon race had also sent a demon lord. It wasn't that Li Fuchen looked down on sacred lords, but at the same level, a demon lord was much more threatening than a sacred lord. The Tiger Fong Sword Saint and the 100 Flower Sword Saint are both dead. I really wonder how this war will end. Li Fuchen sighed. He was just a puny saint and wasn't able to change the situation. He could only struggle with all his might. The situation was much worse than the human race had imagined. First, the heaven-crippling sacred lord was severely injured by the opposing demon lord. Soon after, the second demon lord arrived. The human race was in a complete predicament. Heaven-crippling sacred lord, do you think you can escape? 2 demon lords from the Saint Ian continent chased after the heaven-crippling sacred lord. Heaven-crippling blood hand. The heaven-crippling sacred lord's palm strike landed on Demon Master Long's body and left a bloody palm print. Bang bang. However, the heaven-crippling sacred lord had also suffered a palm strike from the 2 demon lords. The difference was that Demon Master Long only suffered minor injuries and recovered quickly. The heaven-crippling sacred lord's chi blood was getting weaker. Heaven-crippling claw shadow. The heaven-crippling sacred lord's attacks were getting sharper. At their level, even if they were severely injured, they would still be able to burst out with their combat strength. Heaven-crippling sacred lord, don't force yourself. You shall die today. With the combined efforts of the 2 demon lords, the heaven-crippling sacred lord was constantly forced to retreat. His blood was spurting everywhere like it was free. Heaven-crippling saint body. The heavier the injuries, the faster the heaven-crippling sacred lord's cultivation technique circulated. Only a few people knew that the heaven-crippling sacred technique that he cultivated would get stronger the more he was injured until his essence blood was exhausted. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 demon masters were sent flying backward. Interesting. The demon lord named Vacto squinted his eyes. The heaven-crippling sacred lord's combat strength wasn't particularly powerful, but the difficulty of dealing with him wasn't inferior to some formidable sacred lords. It is a pity that you will ultimately die. Death ray eruption. The Vacto demon lord burst out with a yell while his eyes shot out boundless death rays that instantly drowned the heaven-crippling sacred lord. Whoosh! A blood-colored figure broke through the death rays and disappeared without a trace. This was the heaven-crippling sacred technique's heaven-crippling escape. It could only be used when one was on the verge of death. Once used, even a heavenly monarch might not be able to stop it. Vacto, why did you let him escape? The demon Lord Long's palm struck empty air and said unhappily, Don't worry. After being struck by my death rays, he is already on the verge of death. He won't live for more than a few days. The Vacto demon lord was extremely confident. In this world, apart from a few extremely abnormal sacred lords, no one could survive his death rays. It will be a pity if I don't personally see him die. The demon Lord Long, who actually coveted the heaven-crippling, sacred Lord's essence blood. The essence blood of a sacred Lord was extremely nourishing. Chapter 851. The heaven-crippling Saint Lord is really free. He should be like me, living a carefree life and not caring about worldly affairs. Isn't that good? Look at him now. He's severely injured and on the verge of death. It's hard to say if he can even survive. A sacred lord of the sacred light, Continent sneered. He wouldn't risk his life fighting the demons for the sake of the human race. At his level, he should have long since transcended the concept of race. Whether it was the humans or the demons, they were nothing more than fleeting clouds. To him, the deep blue plain was merely a place for seclusion. Furthermore, the deep blue plain wasn't the only place with humans in this universe. There are humans in other planes as well. Forget it. This place is already a troublesome place. I'd better leave first. With his more than 1,000,000 years of life, he would not risk his life to fight the demon lord. He knew better than anyone else how terrifying the demon lord was. Not to mention that their strength was equal. Even if the other party was weaker than you would still be the one to die if the battle dragged on. As for the clansmen, most of them had died over the years. Of course, this was mainly because he did not put in much effort to develop them. Other than the first few years where he spent some effort, he did not care about them anymore. In a flash, he flew out of the deep blue plain. Behind them, the deep blue plain emitted a deep blue radiance. It looked so beautiful and dreamy, like an egg-shaped sapphire. Sacred Lord Silent Star, you're really cold-blooded. Are you just going to watch the humans get slaughtered by the demons? In the pitch-black starry sky of the universe, a ray of light moved forward at a speed several times faster than the speed of light. Soon, it arrived near the deep blue plain. It was a middle-aged man with gray hair and a triangular mark between his eyebrows. Sacred Master Ironcloud, you're meddling too much. Everyone has their own ambitions. Protecting the deep blue plain isn't my ambition. The Silent Star, Sacred Lord, left without hesitation. Upon seeing this, the gray-haired, middle-aged Ironcloud, Sacred Master, shook his head. Not only was the Silent Star, Sacred Master, cold in nature, but his cultivation technique was also very cold. It would be strange if he fought for the human race of the deep blue dimension. Killing intent flashed through Sacred Lord Ironcloud's eyes as he let out a breath and charged into the deep blue plain. I didn't expect the ardent sun pearl to contain a layer of mysterious star patterns. With the arrival of the demon lord, Li Fuchin decided to avoid the spearhead and improve himself first. East Unicorn Continent, in a desolate mountain range, Li Fuchin opened up a cave residence and settled down. In the secret room of the cave, Li Fuchin held an iron ball in his hand. This iron ball was the famous fierce sun pearl of the Zhu family. As a second-rate, extreme path, secret treasure, the ardent sun bead had many secret patterns on it. The core secret pattern was the star pattern, and it looked extremely high-grade. I wonder if I can reach the level of the hand of the sun. Li Fuchin revealed an expression of anticipation. The situation in the deep blue dimension changed extremely quickly. Before this, the heaven-broken Sacred Lord was heavily injured and had gone missing. The human race was in danger, but at the critical moment, a human Sacred Lord had returned. This Sacred Master was called Sacred Master Ironcloud. His Ironcloud Sacred art focused heavily on defense, and he also had a top-tier extreme path secret treasure in his hand. By catching Demon Master Long Ku off guard, he had injured Demon Master Long Ku's core. If not for Demon Master Wake Duo's timely rescue, Demon Master Long Ku would have been heavily injured. Damn it, when I, Lonka, recover, I will definitely skin him alive. On an abandoned continent, Demon Master Long Ku didn't dare to be negligent and immediately went into seclusion to recuperate. An injury to the core wasn't a small matter. If it wasn't recovered in time, there would be repercussions. The cardinal artifact in his hand is extremely powerful. I must not let my guard down. Demon Master Wake Duo had a grave expression. There was a huge difference between a sacred lord with or without a top-tier extreme path secret treasure. A weaker, top-tier extreme path secret treasure would only be equivalent to an all-out attack from a regular sacred lord. But a powerful top-tier extreme path secret treasure would be equivalent to an all-out attack from a pinnacle sacred lord. Be it Demon Master Long Ku, Demon Master Ironcloud, or the missing heaven-broken sacred lord, they were all just regular sacred lords and demon masters. Any of the top-tier extreme path secret treasures would be a threat to them. My race should still have a few demon masters in the plane. Let me summon them again. 2 demon masters were still too weak and weren't enough to suppress the human race. If there were 3 demon masters, the human race wouldn't be able to contest. The Ardent Sun Pearl star pattern was of a higher grade than Li Fuchin imagined. After comprehending 70% or 80%, Li Fuchin felt the hand of Moon loosening up. Soon enough, another half a month had passed. The hand of Moon's chi power within Li Fuchin's body had suddenly collapsed and concentrated. Not good, I am about to break through. Li Fuchin quickly rushed out of the East Unicorn continent. When he wasn't breaking through, he could still use his spirit soul ability to conceal his chi presence. Once he broke through, he would be easily detected by the East Unicorn continent willpower. On the vast sea, Li Fuchin had completely released his chi presence. In the next moment, there was a horrific heat that was released. This heat didn't contain the blazing flame law or the sun law. It was the extreme stars law and Li Fuchin's chi blood law. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Li Fuchin felt as though there was a giant star in his body. Under the horrific gravity of the star, his body structure was getting denser. The denser body structure allowed his chi blood to emit extremely powerful heat. It was the same logic as a person with a strong body would have more heat than a regular person. As his body structure got denser, his chi power and chi blood were concentrated. Li Fuchin felt rather empty, and he required more energy to replenish himself. Lifting his head, Li Fuchin rushed into the clouds and soon arrived at the thermosphere. The thermosphere gathered the heat energy of the entire plane, and this heat energy was also a type of energy. It was visible to the naked eye that Li Fuchin was absorbing the boundless heat energy into his body. Gradually, with Li Fuchin as the center, an invisible whirlpool was forming. 1 day passed, 2 days passed. With the help of the boundless heat energy, Li Fuchin's body refinement had broken through to the subcompletion level of the Soul Union realm and was progressing towards the completion level. At the same time, Li Fuchin's chi blood and chi power had become extremely blazing. His body was getting tougher with the blazing heat, and it felt like he was consuming fire crystals. Finally, Li Fuchin stopped absorbing the heat energy, and the heat whirlpool outside his body gradually dispersed. When Li Fuchin opened his eyes, there were 2 bursts of high heat rays that made him look like a god. The Hand of Sun is finally completed. Li Fuchin felt like he was a sun that was emitting boundless light and heat. However, he didn't cultivate the blazing flame law or the sun law. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchin circulated the hand of Sun's chi power and gradually withdrew the heat energy, allowing his body temperature to return to normal. After sensing carefully, Li Fuchin thought to himself, "No wonder it is called the Hand of Sunday. Under the gravitational force of the stars, everything will collapse, and the high heat produced by the collapse is enough to incinerate everything. Right now, my body is no longer a simple human body. The hand of God is obviously transforming the cultivator's body into a God's body. This transformation could be seen from the star immortal body. The star immortal body was separated into 3 stages: the elementary, intermediate, and advanced. Right now, he had already reached the advanced stage. After reaching the hand of calamity, he would be able to cultivate the 10,000 calamity immortal body. The 10,000 calamity immortal body was indestructible and immortal. Of course, it was just a saying, but it was unknown if it could be done. If it was truly indestructible, the owner of the hand of God wouldn't have died. But it was also possible that the owner of the hand of God hadn't cultivated the hand of calamity to the extremity, and there was a loophole. Huff! After letting out a breath of hot air, Li Fuchen looked up at the starry sky. I wonder what kind of scenery is outside the plane. With a flash, Li Fuchen flew towards the outside of the plane. The higher the heat layer, the higher the temperature. At the end, it was already enough to incinerate saints. It was fortunate that to Li Fuchen, it was just like a hot bath and was still bearable. Finally, Li Fuchen flew out of the plane. Ice cold, silent, dark, resplendent. This was Li Fuchen's direct perception of the starry sky. Chapter 852. Driven by curiosity, Li Fuchen activated the hand of Sun's chi power and sprinted towards the universe. There was no air here, and there was no resistance. Li Fuchen's speed was getting faster and faster until he turned into a stream of light. Such speed! Li Fuchen felt that the surroundings had turned into a lump of paste. The faster he was, the thicker the paste and the stronger the resistance. Li Fuchen knew that this resistance wasn't just air resistance, it was void resistance. Once the void resistance was broken, the void would be distorted and he would be able to traverse long distances. In the vicinity of the deep blue plane, there were countless asteroids. These asteroids were moving slowly and were almost stationary. Swish! After landing on a house-sized asteroid, Li Fuchen turned around to look at the deep blue plane. The distance was too close, and he couldn't see the entire deep blue plane. He could only see the endless, deep blue radiance. Let me comprehend the star secret pattern first. Li Fuchen took out the ardent sun pearl and continued to comprehend the star secret pattern. Perhaps it was because he was in the universe and could see the stars at a closer distance. Li Fuchen's speed of comprehending the star secret pattern was several times faster. In just a few days, he had comprehended 90% of the star secret pattern. At the same time, Li Fuchen's hand of sun had reached the middle stage from the initial stage. In fact, the hand of sun contains the star's law, and it is already enough to create extremity martial arts. Therefore, I shouldn't treat the hand of sun as a heaven-class high-tier martial art. It should be a heaven-class peak-tier martial art, which is also the extremity. Li Fuchen didn't know why the hand of God was classified like this. Perhaps it was because the classification of martial arts in ancient times was different from the present. Li Fuchen guessed. But no matter what, at the same cultivation realm, body refinement arts were far superior to chi cultivation arts, let alone body refinement arts. After a few more days, when Li Fuchen had completely comprehended the star secret pattern, the hand of sun had reached the late stage. At this moment, when the hand of sun's chi power was complemented with the hand of sun's attack method, the power had reached an extreme degree. A single fist strike would turn the asteroids within 1,000,000 miles into dust. There would also be a blazing flash. As for the defense, it was even more horrific. Now, just by relying on the law field on the surface of his body, he was confident that he could withstand the attack of an ordinary high-level saint. In addition to the toughness of his body and the high-grade star immortal body, no one below the pinnacle stage of the saints would be able to break his defense. In other words, he was now able to fight with a peak-class saint or a peak-class devil monarch. He had fought with a peak-class devil monarch before, so he had an accurate understanding of his own strength. I really want to go to the depths of the universe to take a look. Unfortunately, now is not the time. In the starry sky of the universe, there were tens of thousands of races and overlords. It could be said to be extremely glorious. If a saint didn't go to a prosperous place in the universe, it would definitely be a regret. Activating the hand of Sun's chi power, Li Fuchen turned into a blinding light and headed towards the deep blue plane. After entering the thermal layer, Li Fuchen stopped. He realized that if he continued to absorb the heat energy here, it wouldn't be able to increase his body refinement anymore. His hand of sun was already at the late stage, and it had an extremely high requirement for the quality of chi power. The thermal layer's heat energy was just a qualitative change in quantity, and it wasn't very pure. It wasn't impossible to forcefully absorb the heat energy for cultivation, but the efficiency was too low. If he stayed here, he might not be able to reach the completion level of the soul merge realm even after a few hundred or 1,000 years. Furthermore, his body was already saturated, and it was like a container that was filled with water. Any more and it would overflow. Because Li Fuchen had left the plane before, when he returned to the plane, he deviated from his previous location. When he arrived again, he arrived at the 32nd battle zone. Another saint. My luck is truly good. A few 100,000 miles away, a purple-haired devil monarch noticed Li Fuchen. Just nice. I shall use you to test my body refinement strength. Li Fuchen naturally saw the purple-haired devil monarch and stood still. 300,000 miles, 200,000 miles, 100,000 miles. Right at this moment, Li Fuchen executed his fist. When the fist was executed, a chi wave burst out. A glowing fist distorted the void and instantly blasted on the purple-haired devil monarch's chest. The fist was too fast. The purple-haired devil monarch only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and his body was already hit. PFFF. There was a subtle sound as the purple-haired devil monarch's body was turned into ashes, and not even a drop of blood was left behind. The instant the violent fist makes contact with the enemy, it doesn't just release powerful power, it also contains heat energy. Li Fuchen was very satisfied with the power of the hand of Sunday. This fist might not be as exquisite as the Sword Sea Horizon, but with the double damage, as long as the enemy was slightly weaker than him, they would be smashed into smithereens and wouldn't be able to survive. Mystic Ice Demon Monarch. I hope that we don't encounter each other again. After killing a devil monarch with a single fist, Li Fuchen scanned the surroundings with a spiritual awareness. Previously, he encountered the Mystic Ice Demon Monarch at the 30th battle zone. Therefore, the Mystic Ice Demon Monarch should be in the vicinity of the 30th battle zone. If possible, Li Fuchen hoped to encounter the Mystic Ice Demon Monarch and kill him. What is going on? Are there no more demon masters in the plane? On an abandoned mid-class continent, countless demons were surging out from the door of flesh, and there wasn't a single demon master. Demon Master Lonka felt a little strange. Vacto Demon Master said they should have gone to reinforce the other planes. The demon race was an elite race in the universe, and it was very normal for them to invade multiple planes at the same time. Just as Demon Master Lonka was about to speak, his spatial ring suddenly emitted a pitch-black radiance. A palm-sized demon statue flew out automatically. This demon statue had 2 pairs of flesh wings on its back and a 3rd vertical eye in the middle of its forehead. Vacto, Lonka, come back immediately and give up on invading the deep blue plane. An imposing and horrifying voice echoed from the demon statue's mouth. Lord Ninth Heaven Demon, we are about to succeed. Give us a little more time. Demon Master Lonka said anxiously. Vacto Demon Master said, Lord Ninth Heaven Demon, did something happen to the other planes? That's right. The touring plane has started to risk their lives. If we succeed this time, we will be able to occupy the touring plane. Touring plane. Demon Master Lonka and Vacto Demon Master looked at each other. They had been in a war with the touring plane for a century. If they could defeat the Turing race and occupy the Turing plane, it would indeed be a great thing. They might have the upper hand in the deep blue plane, but it was still too early to determine the victor. After all, there were plenty of human experts that had yet to return, and the demonic beasts had yet to contribute. Hence, even though the duo was unwilling, they knew that it was necessary to give up on the deep blue plane. Lord Ninth Heaven Demon, we understand. Demon Master Lonka said, helplessly. Just as Li Fuchin was preparing to display his prowess, a strange scene occurred. The number of demons seemed to have decreased. Li Fuchin originally thought it was an illusion, but when he saw countless demons surging towards the door of flesh and blood on an abandoned continent, Li Fuchin understood why the number of demons was decreasing. To be honest, Li Fuchin didn't care why the demons retreated. He was just happy for the humans and the humans. It didn't matter the outcome of this war, the humans were still the ones suffering. Some of the low-class continents had been razed to the ground in this war. It was unknown how many trillions of humans had perished. The demons have retreated, but the demonic beasts have won too. Li Fuchin sighed while his eyes flashed with murderous intent. In this war, it was the humans who were risking their lives, and the demonic beasts didn't contribute much. Originally, the humans and demonic beasts were evenly matched. Right now, the human saints had suffered severe losses and were probably going to be suppressed by the demonic beasts. Those that aren't of our race must have different intentions. Chapter 853. The demons wouldn't retreat for no reason. It seems like there is a problem with one of the planes. The Iron Cloud Sacred Lord had been roaming the star field for a long time and was very knowledgeable. He immediately guessed the reason why the demons retreated. The Saint Spirit Continent's Swordsman Guild's headquarters had a rather depressing atmosphere. In this war, the mortals had suffered great casualties, and the saints weren't any better. Just the Saint Spirit Continent's Swordsman Guild had lost 2 saints. It was imaginable how many saints had perished in the human race. The Tiger Fong Sword Saint should have died in the hands of the Devil Lord. The 100-Flower Sword Saint should have been assassinated. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint said in a gloomy voice, "Who is it?" Li Fuchin asked. "Listen." The Mystic Deep Sword Saint took out the Elder Token and poured his chi in. "Shoo!" The 100-Flower Sword Saint only spoke one word before her voice stopped abruptly as though she was interrupted. "The Zhu clan is too much." The Myriad Image Sword Saint said with anger. "Is it the Zhu clan again?" Li Fuchin's eyes flashed with cold light. The Zhu clan didn't contribute much in this war. Someone saw the Zhu clan's saint going out for a stroll and returning. They didn't even participate in the war. It isn't good to fall out with the Zhu clan yet. Let's wait for the guild leader to return first. The Myriad Image Sword Saint said slowly. The rest of the Zhu clan weren't terrifying, but the strength of the Zhu clan's #1 patriarch was unfathomable. He possessed the supreme weapon, the Fire God Axe, and many other peak-class cardinal artifacts. Let alone a peak-class saint. Even a saint might not be able to suppress the Zhu clan's #1 patriarch. This was also the reason why the Zhu clan was able to stand in the deep blue plain for so many years. Otherwise, just the Zhu clan's array wouldn't be enough for the Zhu clan to flourish. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint and Li Fuchin remained silent. Li Fuchin didn't know what the Mystic Deep Sword Saint was thinking. He only knew that if there was an opportunity, he would kill the Zhu clan's saint without hesitation. But before that, his family and friends wouldn't be able to reach the Saint Spirit Continent. Unless a saint had a method to deceive the continent willpower, they wouldn't be able to enter a mid-class continent. If a Law Phase Realm Emperor were to enter the Emperor's Sky continent to look for trouble, it would be courting death. The willpower statue that he left behind wasn't to be trifled with. The East Unicorn continent might be a good choice, but Li Fuchin was worried that the East Unicorn continent would be promoted to a high-class continent. Even though the demons had retreated, the waters of the deep blue plain didn't calm down. They were still surging violently. This time, the human race's losses were too severe. The Water Sky Pavilion, which was ranked last among the top 10 major sects in the deep blue plain, had lost all 10 of their great lords. More than half of their elders and disciples had perished, and they had almost been removed from the deep blue plain. After all, a sect without a great lord could only exist in name. The Water Sky Pavilion was located on the Water Sky Island near the Holy Sun continent. As soon as the saint of the pavilion died, the resources of the pavilion were coveted by various forces. Among them, the demon clan was the most brazen. They openly killed the disciples of the Water Sky Pavilion and robbed them of their resources. In the end, it was the Iron Cloud Holy Master who stepped forward to protect the foundation of the Water Sky Pavilion. Actually, Sacred Leader Iron Cloud was extremely angry. He wanted nothing more than to kill all these demon race forces. However, as far as he knew, there were at least 2 demon lords hidden in the sea. Even if they didn't appear during the war, it didn't mean that they wouldn't appear when he was killing the demon clan forces. At that time, another battle would be inevitable. The war has ended. It is time for me to make a trip to the universe. Li Fuchin had a massive amount of resources, and if these resources were exchanged for peak-grade spirit stones, it would be in the tens of thousands. But in the deep blue plain, it was impossible to exchange so many resources. At most, he could only exchange them for resources that were useful to him. But to Li Fuchin, peak-grade spirit stones were more practical. It was too troublesome to exchange them for other resources. There were 9 high-class continents, and each high-class continent had a one-way teleportation array that led to the deep blue planet. The Saint Spirit Continent's teleportation array was at the Saint Spirit Mountain. On this day, Li Fuchin arrived at the Saint Spirit Mountain. At the peak of the mountain, there was a teleportation platform. A single teleportation costs 5 peak-grade spirit stones. It isn't something that a regular saint can afford. Saints had too high of a demand for peak-grade spirit stones. Even if they had some peak-grade spirit stones, they would basically use them up and wouldn't have any reserves. Li Fuchin took out 5 peak-grade spirit stones. These 5 peak-grade spirit stones were gifted to him by the Myriad Image Sword Saint and the Mystic Deep Sword Saint. Li Fuchin didn't take advantage of the duo and gave them some resources that were extremely useful to saints. When the 5 peak-grade spirit stones were placed into the groove of the teleportation platform, a pillar of light burst into the sky. The deep blue planet was 30 light-years away from the deep blue plain. The so-called light-year referred to the distance traveled in a year of light. A light-year was converted to a conventional distance measurement, which was close to 19 trillion miles. It was an extremely horrifying number, and even a saint would need a very long time to travel. On the deep blue planet's teleportation platform, the pillar of light descended and Li Fuchin's figure appeared. This is the star. Once Li Fuchin landed on the deep blue planet, he could feel the star's law in the world. In the plane, it was impossible to feel the star's law. Only on the stars one could feel the star's law. If Li Fuchin could cultivate on the stars, he wouldn't even need the star gem or the ardent sun pearl to push the hand of God to the hand of Sunday. There are no more teleportation arrays now. I can only rely on the star map to travel. It was too dangerous to build a teleportation array in a prosperous region of the universe. Every plane was a secret and apart from the people of the plane. There were extremely few people who knew about it. Otherwise, once the plane was exposed, it would definitely attract the covetous eyes of some powerful races. Of course, the war between planes was restricted to heaven monarchs. It was mainly because the heaven monarch's destructive power was too powerful and could easily exterminate a race. It was probably against the basic rules of the universe, willpower. After all, heaven and earth would always leave a trace of hope. After flying out of the deep blue planet, Li Fuchin started to travel. According to the star map, there was a teleportation star 5 light-years away. Through this teleportation star, Li Fuchin would be teleported to the universe city, Myriad Spirit City. In the universe, any universe city was an unimaginably massive existence. Take the Myriad Spirit City Lord, Myriad Spirit Heaven Monarch, for example. He was one of the strongest heaven monarchs in the universe and had existed for tens of millions of years. It was reckoned that he would continue to exist. As compared to the Myriad Spirit Heaven Monarch, many heaven monarchs were just juniors, and their strength was far inferior. The Myriad Spirit City had plenty of races and was very prosperous. Li Fuchin should be able to exchange all his resources for peak-grade spirit stones. With increasing speed, Li Fuchin soon surpassed the speed of light. Chapter 854. 5 light years was too far. At the start, Li Fuchin felt it was rather novel, but later on he felt bored. This planet has such a strong life force. From far away, Li Fuchin saw a green star. Increasing his speed, Li Fuchin entered the atmosphere of the green star. Such tyrannical poison qi. Once Li Fuchin entered the atmosphere, he could hear an explosion outside his body. It was the sound of the poison qi trying to corrode the hand of Sun's qi power, but it was vaporized by the hand of Sun's qi power. After breaking through the atmosphere, Li Fuchin arrived at the surface of the star. Apart from the tyrannical poison qi, the air here also had extremely concentrated vitality qi. 2 completely different qi were perfectly fused together. Roar! A giant green lizard suddenly pounced at Li Fuchin. Bang! Before getting close to Li Fuchin, the green lizard was blasted into nothingness by Li Fuchin's qi presence. A random lizard already has the strength of a law phase realm emperor. The universe is truly mystical and dangerous. After sighing, Li Fuchin released his spiritual awareness. There might be interference from the star willpower, but with a single thought, Li Fuchin's spiritual awareness still covered the entire green star. Of course, it was hard to penetrate deep into the interior of the green star and could only penetrate a few thousand miles. The poison qi and vitality qi are seeping out from the interior of the star. Could there be some artifact inside the star? Li Fuchin gathered his spiritual awareness and condensed it into a line before penetrating into the interior of the star. 10,000 miles. 15,000 miles. This star was around a few 100,000 miles in size. Li Fuchin reckoned that the depth should be around 80,000 miles. 20,000 miles. All of a sudden, Li Fuchin saw a pair of eyes, a pair of tightly shut eyes. The eyes were too huge and were at least a few thousand miles in size. Not good. Li Fuchin burst out with qi power and flew out of the green star. The pair of eyes were a few thousand miles in size, but the entire body was less than 100,000 miles in size. Soon after Li Fuchin left, the pair of eyes opened. The dark green pupils were icy cold and emotionless, sending chills down one's soul spirit. This should be the starry sky giant beast. Billions of miles away, Li Fuchin let out a breath. The starry sky giant beasts were different from the demonic beast race. When the starry sky giant beasts were born, they would have the strength of a saint. They were the pinnacle predator race in the universe. With Li Fuchin's understanding of the starry sky giant beasts, a 100,000-mile starry sky giant beasts' combat strength would probably be at the Sacred Lord's level. With their massive size, their vitality would be at least 10,000 times stronger than regular Sacred Lords. It wasn't something Li Fuchin could deal with. Forget it. Let's just hurry on with our journey. Li Fuchin was no longer curious. With his current strength, having too much curiosity in the universe was akin to courting death. Unknowingly, half a year had passed. Li Fuchin had flown for around 2 light years and was still 3 light years away from the teleportation star. Fortunately, a sage's lifespan is more than 100,000 years. A peak-level sage's lifespan is at least 1,000,000 years. Otherwise, if one wants to roam the starry sky, just traveling would take an unbearable amount of time. In Li Fuchen's opinion, when one's strength reached the level of a peak-class saint, time was already meaningless. Spending a few years, or even a few decades on the road was nothing. Moo! Bang, bang, bang! Boom, boom! The originally deathly silent starry sky suddenly echoed with loud noises. Immediately after, there was an intense burst of light that radiated across billions of miles. There's a battle. This commotion is at least a high-level saint. It would be a lie if Li Fuchen said he wasn't curious. Forget it, I will just take a look. Unlike the previous time, Li Fuchen was already prepared this time. Furthermore, the commotion of the battle wasn't so huge that it would surprise him. It shouldn't be dangerous to take a look. As Li Fuchen rapidly approached, he soon saw the scene of the battle. On the dusty battlefield, there was a glowing figure that was over 10 meters tall and was in an intense battle with a space beast that was close to 10,000 miles in size. It is the fairy light race. Before coming here, Li Fuchen had flipped through some universe knowledge and race introductions from the Swordsman Guild's library. According to the records, the fairy light race was a nomadic race and didn't have their own plane. Their life forms were rather special and were similar to energy life forms, but they didn't have a physical body. They were innately able to travel through the void and physical objects. Their individual strength was extremely powerful, and if it wasn't for the fact that they had a scarce population, they wouldn't be inferior to any other races. This fairy light race saint has the strength of a peak-level saint, while the space beast he is facing is only a regular high-level saint. Li Fuchen took a single glance to analyze the difference in strength. Split. The fairy light race saint didn't have any weapons. Perhaps to him, his body was the weapon. With a slash of his right hand, a several thousand-mile spirit light slashed at the space beast. This space beast was similar to a water buffalo, but it had dozens of legs and 8 eyes. After being slashed by the spirit light slash, a bloody wound appeared on the space beast's body. It's just a cut. Li Fuchen finally witnessed the terror of the space beast. The fairy light race saint's strength was only at the level of a regular high-level saint. Logically, even a demon lord wouldn't be able to block an attack from a peak-level saint. Moo! The wound quickly closed up and the space beast roared out. Its 8 eyes flashed with radiance, and each shot out an energy beam. In response, the fairy light race saint grunted and didn't dodge. He simply allowed the energy beam to penetrate his body. The fairy light race is formidable indeed. Li Fuchen praised silently. It was a headache to fight with the fairy light race. The fairy light race didn't have a physical body, and regular attacks wouldn't be able to hit. Even moves with profound laws would be mostly ignored. Spirit light jolt. All of a sudden, a circle of spirit light ripple extended out violently. The space beast was affected by the spirit light ripple, and its body stiffened. Its body was undulating like waves. Not good. Li Fuchen dared to approach the battlefield because he had the spirit soul talent to conceal his chi presence. But after being affected by the spirit light ripple, his body shook violently and his chi presence leaked out. Who is it? The fairy light race saint's illusory eyes looked over. Human race. The fairy light race saint frowned. The human race was a major race in the universe. This race was very strange, as the weak were extremely weak and the strong were extremely powerful. In the universe, many of the overlords were human heaven monarchs. I am just passing by unintentionally. Apologies. Li Fuchen cupped his fist and turned to leave. The fairy light race saint didn't obstruct him. He didn't understand Li Fuchen's strength, and if he obstructed Li Fuchen, he might provoke a powerful enemy. Furthermore, he still had to deal with this space beast, and there wasn't a need to complicate matters. Of course, if Li Fuchen dared to harbor evil intentions, even if he had to give up the space beast, he would make Li Fuchen pay the price. The space beast's body contains the starry sky crystal. This kind of starry sky crystal is a cultivation artifact for the fairy light race. Chapter 855. A powerful spirit soul had an advantage. During the journey, Li Fuqin was able to multitask and comprehend at the same time. After traveling for half a year, Li Fuqin was able to see countless stars. The stars were emitting different stars' laws, and it allowed Li Fuqin to have a more comprehensive understanding of the stars' laws. His hand of sun had also advanced from the late stage to the peak stage. After reaching the peak stage of the hand of sun, Li Fuqin's body refinement strength had a significant increase. If he was a regular peak class saint previously, he was now considered a mid-class peak class saint. The universe had no time. After more than half a year, Li Fuqin finally arrived at the nearest teleportation star. This teleportation star was obviously a man-made star. From the appearance, it looked like a metallic star. The teleportation star wasn't big and was around 450 miles in diameter. Apart from a tall teleportation platform, there was nothing else. Right now, there were plenty of foreign race saints waiting here. After seeing these foreign race saints, Li Fuqin had broadened his horizons. These foreign race saints all had strange appearances. Some of them looked like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus and had a long tail. Some of them had a stone body, and some of them were energy, life forms. Li Fuqin saw that fairy light saint. The fairy light race's members might look similar, and it was hard for outsiders to differentiate. But Li Fuqin was certain that he didn't recognize the wrong person. His spirit soul power was able to distinguish the tiniest difference. It was obvious that this Feybright saint's speed was much faster than Li Fuqin. It was unknown when the Feybright saint arrived. There are still two more. Everyone, don't be anxious. On the surface of the star, a metallic man appeared and said. After waiting for over a month, finally, two saints arrived at the same time. These two saints were covered in a layer of white stratum corneum and had a pair of white bull horns on their heads. They looked very valiant. Nether white race. Li Fuqin immediately recognized the race that this person belonged to. This race was known for their fearlessness, and few people would provoke them. Since everyone is here, please stand on the teleportation platform. As the metallic man spoke, the teleportation platform flickered with a faint radiance. Swish, 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 20 saints landed on the teleportation platform. Buzz! In the next moment, a pillar of light pierced through the universe and vanished without a trace. The Myriad Spirit Star was a star surrounding the Myriad Spirit City. On the Myriad Spirit Star's teleportation plaza, there were teleportation platforms. On one of the teleportation platforms, a pillar of light descended and revealed Li Fuqin and the other saints. So this is Wanling City. Looking over, Li Fuqin was a little shocked. In the pitch-black universe, there was an incomparably huge city floating in the air. This city was almost as big as a high-class continent. Just the city walls alone were millions of miles tall and stretched out for who knew how many millions of miles. Below the city was a large piece of land, and at the edge of the land there were numerous rainbow-like waterfalls. Each waterfall was millions of miles long and tens of thousands of miles wide, and they emitted a dreamy light. There was only one city gate in Myriad Spirit City, and on top of the city gate, the words Myriad Spirit City were written in gold. In Li Fuqin's opinion, these 3 golden words were obviously written by an unrivaled expert. A single glance would cause one's chi blood to stagnate and their spirit to be suppressed. Outside the city gate, a golden path extended all the way to the depths of the universe. On the golden road, figures of various sizes were lining up to walk towards the city gate. No wonder it is a universe city. Among the saints, there were saints who came to a universe city for the first time. They couldn't help but widen their mouths in shock. Soon enough, Li Fuqin and the other saints had also joined the queue and walked towards the city gate. Too slow. How long do we have to line up? A foreign race saint who looked like a Tyrannosaurus in human form and had a huge tail behind him complained. However, he only dared to complain. This wasn't his hometown, and if he dared to mess around here, he would die miserably. It was fortunate that the queue wasn't slow either. Some of them took out a talisman that had the same chi presence as the myriad spirit city and entered the city. No one stopped them. After lining up for a long time, it was finally Li Fuchen and the other saints' turn. 1 peak-grade spirit stone or 10 million high-grade spirit stones per person. Remember, don't lose the city entrance talisman. With the city entrance talisman, you won't have to pay any fees to enter the myriad spirits city for the next 10 years. The soldiers guarding the city gate were actually saints. The leader of the soldiers spoke loudly. The city entrance fee is 1 peak-grade spirit stone. I wonder how many peak-grade spirit stones the myriad spirit heaven monarch has accumulated over the countless years. Li Fuchen raised his brows. In the universe, there would be a huge difference between heaven monarchs. It was normal for a city lord to have a wealth that was 100 or 1,000 times more than a regular heaven monarch. To be honest, Li Fuchen found it hard to imagine how many peak-grade spirit stones the myriad spirit heaven monarch had. He reckoned that a few tens of thousands of peak-grade spirit stones would only be a drop in the ocean in the eyes of the myriad spirit heaven monarch. Li Fuchen had a large number of high-grade spirit stones, therefore he chose to pay 10 million high-grade spirit stones and not 1 peak-grade spirit stone. After paying the spirit stones, Li Fuchen obtained a talisman. This talisman contained the same chi presence as the myriad spirit city. Furthermore, the moment Li Fuchen obtained the talisman, the chi presence on the talisman was diminishing at an extremely slow speed and couldn't be suppressed. This city entrance talisman should contain the chi presence of the myriad spirit heaven monarch. It is almost impossible to fake it. After lamenting, Li Fuchen kept the city entrance talisman and walked into the city. It was too wide. The streets of the myriad spirit city were unimaginably wide and were at least 1,000 miles wide. The buildings on both sides were at least 100 miles in height. Some of the taller buildings were even 1,000 miles in height. Li Fuchen wasn't a fool and could naturally see that the streets were so wide for convenience. After all, the various races had differences in quality, size, and size. There wasn't a unified standard, and it wasn't possible to use the human race as the standard, right? Furthermore, the myriad spirit heaven monarch wasn't a human. If he wanted to use something, he would use his own race as the standard. Of course, it wasn't good to be too tall either. If a demonic beast overlord entered the myriad spirit city with their original body, their body would be a few thousand miles in size. The streets and houses wouldn't be able to accommodate them. Therefore, those races that were too big would have to shrink their bodies. Those that weren't especially big wouldn't have to shrink their bodies and could enter the city with their original body. In the city, there weren't just saints. Most of the beings were below saints. Reproduction was the characteristic of most races. A city that had existed for countless years naturally wouldn't lack living beings. It is too small. I shall grow bigger. Li Fuchen's body expanded and turned into a 10,000-meter giant. As a body refinement saint, Li Fuchen could easily grow 1,000 or 10,000 times bigger without affecting his combat strength. A height of 10,000 meters should be the most suitable height for the myriad spirit city. It felt as though he was in a human city, and everything was much more normal. Let's go take a look at the store first. Li Fuchen's objective for coming to the myriad spirit city was to exchange his resources for peak-grade spirit stones. Therefore, he wanted to know the exact price first to prevent himself from being ripped off. Chapter 856. After strolling for a few days, Li Fuchen finally knew how much his resources were worth. Excluding the mango and shadow fruit, Li Fuchen's resources were worth around 15,000 peak-grade spirit stones, and the fluctuation wouldn't exceed 2,000. Let me trade a portion first. Li Fuchen didn't trade everything. He had just arrived, and if he traded too many resources, it would attract too much attention. Therefore, when he had 3,000 peak-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen stopped trading and found an inn to stay in. Inside the inn, Li Fuchen shrunk his body and sat cross-legged. I wonder how many peak-grade spirit stones I need to increase my cultivation to the late stage of half-saint. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen circulated the primary extreme sword technique and started to absorb the spirit chi from the peak-grade spirit stones. 1, 2, 5, 10. As the peak-grade spirit stones turned into powder, Li Fuchen's chi presence was climbing at a visible speed. 79-80. Li Fuchen's estimation was wrong. 80 peak-grade spirit stones weren't enough for him to progress to the late stage of half-saint. 85. 90. Finally, after absorbing 90 peak-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen's cultivation had climbed to the late stage of half-saint. Li Fuchen opened his eyes and let out a bitter smile. The higher the grade of the cultivation technique, the greater the consumption of resources. I wonder how many resources those heavenly monarchs used to become heavenly monarchs. In order to become a heavenly monarch, the cultivation technique had to be at least a first-rate extremity cultivation technique. Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique was only at the third-rate extremity. Li Fuchen reckoned that if he was to push the primary extreme sword technique to the first-rate extremity, he wouldn't just need 90 peak-grade spirit stones to progress from the mid-stage to the late stage of half-saint. He reckoned that he would need more than 900 peak-grade spirit stones. As for absorbing heaven and earth energy to increase his cultivation, that was the most helpless method. A second-rate extremity cultivation technique might be comparable to absorbing peak-grade spirit stones, but the efficiency was only equivalent to absorbing 1 or 2 peak-grade spirit stones in a day. Furthermore, the heaven and earth energy was impure and required time to purify. It was fine for a short period of time, but after a long period of time, if the chi wasn't purified, it would damage the foundation and affect the future cultivation. Of course, no matter what, the higher the cultivation technique's rank, the better. Saints didn't lack time. As long as the cultivation technique's rank was high, their cultivation would slowly increase. It didn't matter even if they didn't have the resources. He had reached the late stage of Sage to Be. Next was Sage to Be Peak. As the peak stage of half-saint wasn't a small realm, when the chi of a late-stage half-saint was accumulated to the limit, it would be the peak stage of half-saint. Therefore, Li Fuchen only used 50 peak-grade spirit stones to smoothly reach the peak stage of half-saint. At this moment, he was only a step away from the first level of the unity realm. However, this final step had obstructed countless people. Many people didn't have enough talent, many people didn't have good techniques, and many people didn't have enough resources. They needed a long time to accumulate true energy. Some of the older people died of old age before they could accumulate enough true energy. More than 2,800 best-grade spirit stones should be enough. Li Fuchen wasn't certain. In the deep blue plain, many of the saints' cultivation techniques were only close to extremity. They were far inferior to his primary extreme sword technique back then. Right now, his primary extreme sword technique was at the third-rate extremity. Li Fuchen didn't choose to break through to the unity realm immediately. He rested for half a month and waited for his cultivation level to be stabilized to the extremity before preparing to break through. Of course, the breakthrough location couldn't be in an inn. The myriad spirit city was enveloped by a great array, and most of the places wouldn't be able to descend the heavenly tribulation. Without the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, there was a high chance that one wouldn't be able to break through successfully. In the myriad spirit city, there was a place that specialized in breaking through to the saint, and it was called the Heaven Calamity Mountain. There wasn't just one Heaven Calamity Mountain, there were plenty of them. Arriving at the nearest Heaven Calamity Mountain, Li Fuchen paid 1 peak-grade spirit stone and was brought to a platform at the waist of the mountain. This platform is engraved with restrictions. Apart from you, no one else can enter. Therefore, you just have to break through with ease. Many thanks. After the other party left, Li Fuchen lifted his head and looked up. The sky was still enveloped by an array, but this array didn't isolate the heavenly tribulation. Instead, it would guide the heavenly tribulation. Time to break through. Li Fuchen sat cross-legged in the middle of the platform and started to absorb the spirit qi from the peak-grade spirit stones. 1 day, 2 days, soon enough, 1 week had passed. Rumble. Outside of the array above Li Fuchen's head, a patch of dark clouds that were as thick as ink gathered, and there were green thunderbolts brewing. 2,500 peak-grade spirit stones. It is better than expected. After keeping the peak-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen looked up at the dark clouds. He could feel the power that was gathering in the dark clouds. Boom crackle! A green, crystal-like thunderbolt suddenly struck down and covered half the platform. Li Fuchen's body felt a slight pain. Subsequently, he felt a slight itch, as though something was seeping out from the deepest part of his body. Second thunderbolt. Third thunderbolt. In a single breath, hundreds of green thunderbolts descended consecutively. The entire platform had turned into a sea of thunderbolts, and it was a ghastly sight. Such a stench. I didn't expect my body to actually have impurities. Li Fuchen's skin appeared with colorful mucus impurities. When the mucus impurities seeped out, they would be scorched into nothingness by the thunderbolts. 1,000 thunderbolts, 2,000 thunderbolts. Li Fuchen's heavenly tribulation was completely different from others who were progressing to the soul unity realm. The thunderbolts were like rain and were extremely concentrated. If it was someone else, they would have already lost 100 lives. My bloodline and chi blood source are all being strengthened and purified. It seems like those impurities earlier are the impurities in my bloodline and chi blood source. It is impossible to expel them during normal cultivation. I can only rely on the power of the universe's calamity. The green thunderbolts gradually weakened, but immediately after, blue thunderbolts started to brew. This blue thunderbolt was different from normal blue thunderbolts. It contained a power that would make one's heart palpitate. It felt as though it wasn't the thunderbolts of this world. After thousands of blue thunderbolts, there were purple thunderbolts descending. Green, blue, and purple. Could it be? Li Fuchen thought about his spirit soul. His spirit soul was from gray to green, then blue and purple. Could this thunderbolt be related to the spirit soul? Li Fuchen couldn't care so much. When the purple thunderbolt descended, Li Fuchen's body started to twitch. There were even cracks and scorch marks. If the green thunderbolt was like static electricity, then the blue thunderbolt would only cause him some slight pain. But the purple thunderbolt made him feel threatened. If he didn't treat it seriously, he might even be struck to death. Li Fuchen didn't know that his breakthrough commotion had attracted the attention of the guardian of the Heaven Calamity Mountain, the Wu Si Saint. The Wu Si Saint was a peak-class saint. He had been guarding the Heaven Calamity Mountain for so many years and had never seen anyone breaking through to a saint. If there was such a commotion like Li Fuchen's, it would probably be less than 100%. Even if the Wu Si Saint was a fool, he would know that Li Fuchen was definitely a prodigy. Such a prodigy would most likely have heaven-defying resources. It seems like I can work together with the Dugra clan. The Wu Si Saint took out a communication token and contacted something in secret. After thousands of purple thunderbolts, Li Fuchen had already broken through to the first level of the soul unity realm. Right now, his bloodline was countless times purer, and so was his chi blood source. Be it his bloodline or chi blood source, they were all emitting a trace of eternal chi presence. Just as Li Fuchen thought the heavenly tribulation had ended, a weak red thunderbolt suddenly descended from the sky and struck Li Fuchen. Chapter 857. There were too many changes after reaching the 9-star extremity of the bone frame. Firstly, the cultivation speed had increased by several times. Secondly, the physique had a fundamental improvement. Thirdly, the perception had been greatly improved. In short, the bone frame directly reflected a person's potential. Li Fuchen's potential was already heaven-defying. Now that his bone frame was at the 9-star extremity, it was like adding wings to a tiger and adding the finishing touch. There are still over 300 peak-grade spirit stones left. It seems like I have to trade for more peak-grade spirit stones. Now that his bone frame was at the 9-star extremity, Li Fuchen reckoned that he wouldn't have any bottlenecks before progressing to the mid-level of the Unity realm. Since that was the case, why didn't he increase his cultivation to the point where it couldn't be increased anymore? In a single breath, Li Fuchen traded all the resources that he could and exchanged for 13,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen knew that he might have suffered a significant loss. If he sold these resources slowly, he would be able to get at least another 1,000 or 2,000 peak-grade spirit stones. But he didn't have so much energy to waste on such small matters. I have really underestimated him. Li Fuchen's every move was under the Wu Si Saint's eyes. When he saw that Li Fuchen casually traded resources that were worth over 10,000 peak-grade spirit stones, the Wu Si Saint knew that he had caught a big fish. Apart from the Wu Si Saint, there were also other factions that had their eyes on Li Fuchen. As a universe city, the Myriad Spirit City had all sorts of people. It was impossible to miss out a fat sheep like Li Fuchen. After all, there were some factions that had spies in the major shops. Li Fuchen could vaguely feel that he was being targeted, but he didn't mind. Killing was prohibited in the Myriad Spirit City. As long as he didn't leave, no one could do anything to him. After obtaining 13,000 peak-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen continued to cultivate. 2nd level of Unity Realm. 3rd level of Unity Realm. 4th level of Unity Realm. After consuming 12,000 peak-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen's cultivation had forcefully broken through to the 4th level of Unity Realm. At this moment, Li Fuchen didn't know what level his sword Dao strength had reached, but he was certain that his sword Dao strength was definitely superior to his body refinement strength by quite a bit. However, the 4th level of Unity Realm was already the limit. In such a short period of time, Li Fuchen had progressed from a half-saint to the 4th level of Unity Realm. The leap was truly too huge. Even if Li Fuchen's spirit soul was heaven-defying, he still felt that he couldn't control the sudden increase in power. Next, it was not enough to just have the best spirit stones. He must continue to temper his sword essence and lay a solid foundation in order to continue to improve his cultivation realm. I wonder what level his comprehension has reached. His cultivation was now at the 4th level of Unity Realm, and his bone frame was at the extremity of 9-star. If Li Fuchen didn't personally test it, he wouldn't know how much his perception had increased by and how it was compared to when he consumed the black whirlpool fruit. 3 days later, Li Fuchen opened his eyes and a terrifying sword intent burst out. In a short period of time, he had pushed all 7 moves of the Skyline sword technique to the pinnacle of first rate. Especially the 7th move, the Soaring Dragon Thrust. Its power had reached an unbelievable level. Its instantaneous destructive power far surpassed that of the Boundless Sword Sea. Of course, the Boundless Sword Sea didn't pursue instantaneous destructive power. It was the Sword World level. When the Sword World level was high enough, the Sword World that was created would be more complete. Even if the enemy's strength was superior after being trapped in the Sword World, they would be eliminated by the Sword World power. Right now, my perception has already surpassed when I consumed the black whirlpool fruit. It also means to say that my perception has increased by at least 10 times. Li Fuchen believed that before he progressed to a saint, his perception wasn't inferior to any saint's. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pushed his sword art to the pinnacle of first rate. Normally, only regular peak-class saints would be able to comprehend first-rate martial arts, and they would have to go through countless years of hard work. It also meant to say that Li Fuchen's perception was at least at the Saint Lord level, and might even be at the Heaven Monarch level. Right now, his perception had increased by at least 10 times. Li Fuchen's perception was at least at the Heaven Monarch level and was at the Half-God level. After half a month, Li Fuchen had improved the primary extreme sword art and the radiant sword art to the pinnacle of first rate. Putting aside the radiant sword art, the primary extreme sword art's first move, Sword Sea Horizon, was already at the pinnacle of first rate. Right now, it had improved further, and the sword world was even more complete. But as compared to the second move, Sect Origin Sword, and the third move, Sword Chi Return, the Sword Sea Horizon was much inferior. For a short period of time, I have no choice but to improve my sword art to the pinnacle of first rate. Li Fuchen didn't waste any more time to study the sword art. It wasn't easy to reach the pinnacle of first-rate sword arts. A Saint Lord's martial art level was only at the pinnacle of first rate. Furthermore, the Saint Lord had spent countless years to improve his martial art level to the pinnacle of first rate. Li Fuchen was still far from reaching 100 years of age. Therefore, no matter how heaven-defying his perception was, it was impossible to surpass the Saint Lord's countless years of hard work within a short period of time. The sword art is almost there. I just lack a powerful sword now. The Autumn Rain sword was just a mediocre extreme Dao artifact sword and was too inferior to a sword art. Apart from being able to carry the sword art, it didn't have any enhancement effects. According to what Li Fuchen knew, regular saints would have martial arts that were at the pinnacle of first-rate extremity. Cultivation techniques would be at the second-rate extremity, and weapons would at least be first-rate extreme Dao weapons. But first-rate extreme Dao weapons were too expensive. With so many peak-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen might as well keep them and use them to break through in the future. Let me comprehend the Joint Heaven Sword's sealed sword pattern first. Comprehending a sword pattern was much easier than comprehending a sword art. If the Joint Heaven Sword's sealed sword pattern was only a first-rate extreme Dao sword pattern, Li Fuchen felt that there was a chance to comprehend it. Just as Li Fuchen expected, with his current perception, he was indeed able to try to comprehend a first-rate extreme Dao sword pattern. Originally, his sword pattern comprehension had been stuck at 40%, but now he had finally broken through and reached 50%. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's sword pattern proficiency was getting higher. 60%, 70%, 75%. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had comprehended the sword pattern to 90% and was only 10% away from complete comprehension. 91%, 92%, 93%. But after reaching 90%, the difficulty of comprehension increased drastically. It seemed like most of the essence of a first-rate extreme Dao sword pattern was concentrated in the last 10%, while the first 90% was all the foundation. Soon enough, Li Fuchen had already been in the Myriad Spirit City for 4 months, and he had spent most of the time comprehending the sword pattern. But no matter how hard Li Fuchen tried, the sword pattern comprehension was stuck at 95% and wasn't able to make any progress. Your sword pattern foundation is still rather weak. You need to study more other sword patterns and not just the Joint Heaven Sword's sword pattern. The sword spirit reminded. Li Fuchen nodded in response. Indeed, apart from the Joint Heaven sword pattern, he had never come into contact with other sword patterns. The great Tao might be one, and the sword patterns would eventually return to the same place. But before reaching that level, it was still better to study other sword patterns and comprehend by analogy. Perhaps there might be some gains. After exiting the inn, Li Fuchen arrived at the main street. Have you heard? There is going to be a Morning Star class auction recently. Morning Star class auction, huh? It seems like it has been a few hundred years since such a massive auction was held. On the street, 2 foreign race saints were conversing softly. This is a good opportunity. After listening to their conversation, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. He was just worrying about how to sell the light mango and shadow fruit. He didn't expect for the opportunity to arrive. The Myriad Spirit City's auctions were separated into many classes. They were low class, mid class, high class, peak class, Morning Star, Radiant Moon, and Glorious Sunday. High class auctions were already attractive to saints. Peak class auctions were able to attract peak class saints, while Morning Star class auctions were able to attract Sacred Lord level experts. As for the Radiant Moon and Glorious Sun class auctions, they might not be held even once every few thousand or tens of thousands of years. Each time they were held, they would attract a group of overlords and were considered a grand event in the entire star field. Chapter 858. There was still a period of time before the auction. Hence, Li Fuchen strolled around the Myriad Spirit City. The Myriad Spirit City actually had a lot of humans. Since there were a lot of humans, there were naturally plenty of swordsmen too. In a rather large grocery store, Li Fuchen found a sword pattern book called Sword Pattern Truth. Just by flipping through the introduction, Li Fuchen knew that the sword patterns in this sword pattern book had already reached the extreme Tao level. It should be rather helpful for him to comprehend the Joint Heavens Sword Seals sword pattern. Subsequently, Li Fuchen went to other grocery stores and found Sword Craftsman, Sword Tool Tao, and Heaven Sword respectively. These three books were either directly related to sword patterns or indirectly related to sword patterns. As long as it was related, Li Fuchen would buy it. It's about time. Li Fuchen returned to the inn. In just a few days, Li Fuchen had finished reading all the books. With his current level of comprehension, it was easy for him to comprehend these things that were slightly more superficial. There was no difficulty at all. These seemingly superficial things had greatly expanded Li Fuchen's sword pattern thinking. For a martial artist, perception was important, but foundation was even more important. Previously, Li Fuchen's sword pattern foundation was lacking. Therefore, he was unable to comprehend the Joint Heaven Sword Seals sword pattern. Since it is effective, I shall buy more. The sword spirit mentioned that sword patterns were extremely important to a swordsman, and it wasn't as simple as unsealing the Joint Heaven sword. Therefore, Li Fuchen was planning to solidify his sword pattern foundation. The Myriad Spirit City was too massive. Li Fuchen reckoned that if he was to stroll around slowly, he wouldn't be able to finish exploring the entire Myriad Spirit City even after a few years. After spending 1 week, Li Fuchen purchased over 100 sword pattern books. There were a few books that weren't related to sword patterns anymore, but Li Fuchen felt that as long as they weren't completely separated from the sword pattern, they would be able to broaden his sword pattern thinking. This time, Li Fuchen spent half a month to finish reading all the sword pattern books. Of course, when he said finish, he naturally meant that he had completely understood them. It should be enough, right? As compared to 1 month ago, Li Fuchen felt that his sword pattern foundation and sword pattern thinking were at least several times stronger. When the thinking was opened, the efficiency wasn't just a little bit. He continued to comprehend the Joint Heaven Sword Seals sword pattern. 3 days later, the comprehension rate was at 96%. 1 week later, it was at 97%. Half a month later, 98%. At this moment, the auction began. Although he could continue to comprehend, Li Fuchen had no choice but to stop. He didn't want to miss the Morning Star auction. Besides, he had already entrusted the light mango and shadow fruit to the auction house. He had to go and take a look. There was also a sun in the sky above Myriad Spirit City. The sun revolved around Myriad Spirit City, causing the city to have night and day. In the morning, billions of rays of sunlight covered the entire Wanling city as countless figures gathered towards the auction house. It was different from low-class auctions. Only saints could participate in the morning class auctions. Therefore, it wasn't allowed even if someone brought them along. Of course, if a sacred lord brought people in, no one would dare to stop them. The disciples of powerful factions could also enter. In this world, the weak obeyed the rules while the strong overrode them. The auction house, which could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people, was quickly filled. Due to the partnership with the auction house, Li Fuchin was arranged to be in a VIP room. The three sides of the VIP room were made of transparent crystals. One could see outside from the inside, but not from the outside. Through the transparent crystal, Li Fuchin took a glance and saw that the entire auction hall was filled with saints. The saints that were extremely prestigious in the deep blue plane were just ordinary individuals here. Apart from that, there were private rooms, and the people in these private rooms were either wealthy or nobles. Some of them were experts. Li Fuchin could even feel abnormally horrific waves from a small portion of the top-class private rooms. If Li Fuchin didn't guess it wrongly, the people in these private rooms should be Saint Lord-class experts. It seems like even in the myriad spirit city, there aren't a lot of sacred Lord-class experts. There were too few Heaven Monarch-class experts. For countless years, it was already incredible for a plane to produce over a dozen Heaven Monarchs. In the history of the Deep Blue Plane, there were less than 10 Heaven Monarchs. These Heaven Monarchs had never appeared before, and it was unknown if they were dead or alive. Perhaps they had all died of old age or in battle. Therefore, during the era where Heaven Monarchs vanished, Sacred Lords were influential figures. Most of the major events were led by Sacred Lords. The auction started very quickly. The morning class auction was worthy of its reputation. The first auction item was already rather useful for saints, and the price was extremely high. Second item, third item. During this period of time, there were plenty of first-rate, extreme Dao weapons and armors. Li Fuchin forcefully resisted the urge to bid. His strength had increased too quickly. First-rate, extreme Dao weapons and armors might be useful for now, but they would soon be useless. It would be a waste to buy them. After all, first-rate extreme Dao armors wouldn't be able to block attacks from Sacred Lords. With Li Fuchin's current defense, even if he didn't have a first-rate extreme Dao armor, there weren't many peak-class saints that could break his defense. The items that were truly useful to him were the super first-rate artifacts. It was a pity that Li Fuchin probably wouldn't be able to afford super first-rate artifacts, as those were the targets of the Sacred Lords. After enduring for half a day, Li Fuchin purchased a first-rate extreme Dao artifact sword, the Xinhua sword. It might not be very useful, but it was rather good for disguise. Once the Joint Heaven sword was unsealed, it would be a supreme artifact sword. Furthermore, supreme artifacts were rare in the entire star field. It was hard to guarantee that top-notch Sacred Lords, or even Heaven Monarchs, wouldn't target him. Therefore, unless it was a crucial moment, Li Fuchin decided not to reveal the Joint Heaven sword. Li Fuchin's light mango and dark shadow fruit were arranged to be auctioned at the later stages of the auction. After all, there weren't many people that could afford to purchase items that started from 10,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Those that could afford it were only a small portion of peak-class saints and Sacred Lords. As expected, the appearance of the light mango and dark shadow fruit immediately caused a commotion. It was a commotion that even the auction hall didn't expect. Ultimately, the light mango and dark shadow fruit were auctioned off at 28,000 and 35,000 respectively. It is fortunate that there isn't a private transaction. If it was a private transaction, Li Fuchin would suffer a loss of at least 20,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchin had sold so many resources previously and only obtained 16,000 peak-grade spirit stones. After the light mango and dark shadow fruit, there were some other top-notch artifacts. After seeing these top-notch artifacts, Li Fuchin was very tempted. It was a pity that these top-notch artifacts would easily start from 50,000 peak-grade spirit stones, and Li Fuchin wouldn't be able to afford them even if he wanted to. The final finale item was a super first-rate extreme Dao cardinal artifact. According to the introduction, it was a high-grade super first-rate extreme Dao cardinal artifact. The auction price was a shocking 500,000 peak-grade spirit stones. After the end of the auction, Li Fuchen had an increase of 60,000 peak-grade spirit stones. The Xinlua sword only cost him over 3,000 peak-grade spirit stones. Chapter 859. After the auction ended, Li Fuchen returned to the inn and continued to comprehend the sword pattern. Time flew by. The Joint Heaven sword's sealed sword pattern was harder to comprehend towards the end. From 98% to 99%, Li Fuchen spent 1 month. From 99% to 99%, Li Fuchen spent 2 months. For the final point, Li Fuchen spent 3 months. When the Joint Heaven sword was unsealed, an extremely terrifying sword chi was emitted from the scabbard. Li Fuchen had a strong premonition that once he drew the Joint Heaven sword, everyone in the myriad spirit city would be able to sense the existence of the Joint Heaven sword. I didn't think that you would comprehend the sealed sword pattern so quickly. The sword spirit was very astonished, as he thought that Li Fuchen would need a long period of time to do it. Li Fuchen didn't reply, as he was immersed in the world of the sword pattern. The final sealed sword pattern of the Joint Heaven sword was a super first-rate extreme Dao sword pattern. Once it was comprehended, it would be extremely helpful for Li Fuchen to comprehend super first-rate extremity sword arts in the future. Furthermore, for now, the super first-rate extreme Dao sword pattern would be able to greatly enhance Li Fuchen's strength. If Li Fuchen had an incomplete sword that could contain the super first-rate extreme Dao sword pattern, it would be the same as obtaining a super first-rate extreme Dao artifact sword. When the Joint Heaven sword couldn't be casually used, the super first-rate extreme Dao sword pattern was definitely Li Fuchen's greatest trump card. 3 days later, on the main street, Li Fuchen's figure was slowly walking towards the city gate. His objective for coming to the Myriad Spirit City had been achieved, and it was time to return. To Li Fuchen, with 60,000 peak-grade spirit stones, it didn't make a difference whether he cultivated in the Myriad Spirit City or the deep blue plain. Incredible. After such a long time, he is finally going to exit the city. Once he exits the city, I will devour him cleanly. On the main street, in the tea houses, restaurants, and shops on both sides, all of them were looking at Li Fuchen with obscure eyes. It seems like there are quite a number of people eyeing him. At the top floor of a tall building, all the windows were opened. A group of people were looking down at Li Fuchen, who was a few streets away. Isn't it good to let others test his strength first? No matter who it is, as long as our Duggar clan smells their chi presence, even if they escape to a certain plane, we will still be able to find them. The Duggar clan was a rather famous hunting clan in the Myriad Spirit City. They were adept at tracking, and almost no one could escape from them. The Duggar clan shouldn't be targeting me. The Duggar clan was at most a peak-class saints. Li Fuchen's spirit soul force was extremely powerful, and it was impossible to secretly observe Li Fuchen without being discovered. In his opinion, it was impossible for the Saint Master to target him. Of course, that was a possibility. After all, if he exposed all his wealth, it would be enough to attract the Saint Master's attention. Lees, and there, but the Saint Li Fuchen see. And there, Li Saint, Fuchen, there, and there. Li, sacred lords, were also divided into grades. When facing regular sacred lords, Li Fuchen was confident he could contest with the Joint Heaven sword. After exiting the city, Li Fuchen headed straight for the Myriad Spirit Star. Using the Myriad Spirit Star's teleportation array, Li Fuchen returned to the teleportation star again. Still not making a move? Li Fuchen tilted his head slightly and silently praised these people for their patience. Swish! With a burst of speed, Li Fuchen turned into a stream of light and flew deep into the starry sky. Hurry up and chase after him, he is escaping. Figures flew out from the teleportation star and chased after Li Fuchen. It is about time. Li Fuchen had been controlling his speed to be around the same speed as the fastest person in the group. After flying for over 2 hours, Li Fuchen stopped. After following me for such a long time, Aren't you going to reveal yourself? Since you have discovered me, then things are simple. As long as you leave 10,000 peak-grade spirit stones, we will leave immediately. 7 figures flashed out, and they were 7 foreign race saints that looked like humans. In the universe, the appearance of the human race was quite popular. So many races would transform into the appearance of humans. The only difference was that these 7 foreign race saints had 2 feelers on their heads. They looked strange and dangerous. 2 peak class saints. From the aura fluctuations, 5 of the 7 foreign race saints were high stage saints, and 2 were peak stage saints. This lineup was rather powerful. After all, Li Fuqin only looked like a subcompletion level body refinement realm or 4th level body refinement realm saint. With just the few of you, it is probably not enough. Everyone else, come out too. Li Fuqin looked at the void. Such incredible observation skills. They are actually able to discover our hidden fog race's traces. A thick mist appeared out of thin air, and 5 blurry existences walked out of it, their faces blurry and indistinct. Hidden fog race. The foreign race saints with feelers on their heads had grave expressions. The hidden fog race was an extremely dangerous race, and they were blessed with assassinations. But what made them grave wasn't the appearance of the hidden fog race. It was Li Fuqin discovering the hidden fog race while they didn't. Did it mean that Li Fuqin's strength was stronger than they imagined? It is hard to get off now. Even if this person is extremely powerful, he will not be able to turn the situation around when surrounded by so many people. One of the foreign race saints with darker feelers grinned sinisterly. Su Lantern Race, let's work together. By then we will split the spoils equally. One of the hidden fog race saints suggested. Li Fuqin didn't know what race these foreign race saints were, but the hidden fog race immediately recognized them. The Su Lantern race could use the feelers on their heads to sense anything. Apart from that, the Su Lantern race could also use the feelers to communicate with each other over long distances. It was much more convenient than the communication token that the humans invented. All right, the Su Lantern race, Saint nodded. At this moment, it was impossible to monopolize the spoils. There might be other factions eyeing covetously in the dark. If both sides worked together, there would be benefits. Let me witness the strength of a foreign race's peak-class saint. Li Fuqin was rather excited. There were 7 Su Lantern race saints and 5 hidden fog race saints. There were a total of 12 saints, and 3 of them were peak-class saints. Right now, any other peak-class saint would have a hard time. If Li Fuqin couldn't instantly kill all 12 saints, he would be attacked by all 12 saints. This situation was extremely dangerous. After all, most of the peak-class saints wouldn't be able to defend against high-level saints. In fact, they might not even be able to defend against mid-level saints. It was unknown when one of the hidden fog race saints vanished. A faint mist appeared behind Li Fuqin, and a sharp claw clawed at him. I am waiting for you. The strength of the hand of the sun erupted. Terrifying astral laws distorted the void, even distorting the fog. With a bang, the hidden fog race's holy monarch that had launched a sneak attack revealed his silhouette. Then his body lit up and he exploded into ashes. This person is a peak-class saint. Everyone be careful. Chapter 860. Before the Su Lantern race and the hidden fog race worked together, Li Fuqin dashed like a beam of light and penetrated a Su Lantern saint's body. Bang! The Su Lantern saint's body was also blasted into ashes. Not good. Hurry up and scatter. Li Fuqin's speed was too fast and was more than twice as fast as before. No one was able to lock onto Li Fuqin for a moment. Bang! Another Su Lantern saint was blasted into pieces. Void net. Finally, one of the Su Lantern peak class saints locked onto Li Fuqin's chi presence. With a wave of the hand, a transparent net enveloped Li Fuqin. Good timing. Li Fuqin used his left hand to absorb the transparent net into his palm. He then executed a giant golden palm with his right hand. PFFF. Just like crushing an egg, the transparent net exploded. The golden palm grew larger and was like a blazing sun. Furthermore, it had a powerful gravitational force. It forcefully killed one of the Hidden Fog Race's saints and one of the Sioux Lantern Race's saints. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuchin had already killed 5 of the Sioux Lantern and Hidden Fog Race's saints. His efficiency was so high that the other 2 races' saints were terrified. Blade of Hidden Fog. A sharp blade formed from mist suddenly stabbed at Li Fuchin's body. The one who attacked was a peak-class saint from the Hidden Fog race. He was patient and had been hiding in the void. Even if 2 of his clansmen died, he didn't bother. Die. When the sharp blade touched Li Fuchin's body, the peak-class saint pushed it forward. He felt as though he could already see Li Fuchin's body getting pierced and gradually turning into fog. Clang! The massive force caused the peak-class saint's arm to go numb. What? The peak-class saint's eyes contracted. The blade of Hidden Fog actually wasn't able to pierce through Li Fuchin's body. It didn't even pierce through Li Fuchin's skin. Trying to escape? Li Fuchin executed a fist, and the fist force distorted the void. The peak-class saint vomited fresh blood violently, and half of his body was blasted apart. In the face of Li Fuchin's fist that contained a massive gravitational force, the Hidden Fog Race's fog transformation innate ability was useless. Kill! At this moment, the foreign race saints finally seized the opportunity to attack Li Fuchin together. Clang, 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 clang. It was a pity that Li Fuchin's body was simply indestructible. When the 6 foreign race saints' attacks landed on his body, they couldn't even break his skin. Furthermore, there were 2 Sioux Lantern Race's peak-class saints that attacked. Since you're here, don't leave. Li Fuchin's body burst out with golden radiance and instantly drowned all the foreign race saints. Bang, 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 because they were too close apart from the peak-level great monarchs. All the other great monarchs were annihilated. This person is too strong. Let's go. The remaining 2 peak-class saints of the Sioux Lantern race were afraid. It was fine if Li Fuchin was powerful, but his defense was also so tough. How were they going to fight? Wasn't this bullying? Didn't he see how the Hidden Fog Race's pinnacle Great Lord was beaten half to death by a single punch? The 2 of them wanted to leave, but they couldn't. With Li Fuchin as the center, there was an extreme gravitational force that locked down this void. Anyone who wanted to leave this void would have to put in 10 times or 100 times more effort and wouldn't be able to increase their speed. Bang! The first to die was the Hidden Fog Race's pinnacle Great Lord. He was struck by Li Fuchin's fist earlier and didn't even have time to catch his breath before he was turned into ashes by Li Fuchin's second fist. We admit defeat this time. Tell us, what do we have to do for you to let us go? Of course. I advise you not to go overboard. Our Sioux Lantern race isn't to be trifled with. Seeing that they couldn't escape, the 2 Sioux Lantern races, pinnacle great, lords turned around and spoke with a stern expression. Let you go? Is it possible? Li Fuchin wasn't worried that the duo would escape. The Star's Law was one of the most fearsome laws. In the face of such laws, escaping was definitely an extravagant hope. After all, no one had seen a meteorite that was able to escape after falling into the star's gravity sphere. If you kill us, the Sioux Lantern race won't let you go. The 2 Sioux Lantern races, pinnacle great lords, had already transmitted messages to the nearest Sioux Lantern race's saint. The spear at the tip of the tentacle was flickering with light. I shall wait. Li Fuchin's fist glowed as he blasted a fist forward. Damn it! The duo was complaining incessantly. Li Fuchin's fist was too hard to dodge. It wasn't just fast, it also contained an extreme gravitational force. Bang! One of the Sioux Lantern race's pinnacle great lord's head exploded. Immediately after, his body was also blasted apart. No, the final Sioux Lantern race's pinnacle great lord, was in despair. The tentacle on his head suddenly turned into a rainbow, and Li Fuchen's image could be vaguely seen. Immediately after, a glowing fist blasted his body apart. As compared to the demon race, the hidden fog race and the Sioux lantern race are much easier to deal with. Li Fuchen made a comparison and felt that the combat strength of the hidden fog race and the Sioux lantern race were inferior to the humans and were around the same level as the demonic beasts. The hidden fog race's greatest advantage was their mist transformation. Without the mist transformation, their combat strength would immediately drop by a level. The Sioux lantern race's advantage was that they could communicate with each other. They weren't like the humans who needed to rely on the communication token to communicate. In terms of combat, the Sioux lantern race wasn't adept at it either. That's true. Although the hidden fog race is blessed by the heavens when it comes to assassinations, when it comes to fighting races, the hidden fog race isn't even close. There aren't many recognized fighting races in the universe, and the demon race and the human race are two of them. The human race was still extremely powerful. Apart from the demon race and a few elite races, there weren't many races that could suppress the human race in combat. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, the scattered spatial rings in the universe were pulled over and landed in Li Fuchen's hand. Li Fuchen didn't check the spoils of war. He kept the spatial rings and said to a void, "After watching the show for such a long time, you can show yourself now." The Sioux lantern race and the hidden fog race didn't know that there were people hiding in the dark. It was a pity that they couldn't hide from Li Fuchen. Incredible, truly incredible. Even the Spectre ship can't hide from you. In the void, the outline of a ship gradually became clearer. At the bow of the ship, there was a group of black-robed figures. Who are you people? Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and saw that there were actually 4 peak class saints among this group of foreign race saints. From the chi waves, they were much stronger than the Sioux lantern race and the hidden fog race. You have at least tens of thousands of peak-grade spirit stones. Shouldn't you contribute some? A black-robed figure said, "If you want peak-grade spirit stones, you will have to see if you are qualified." Li Fuchen smiled. "It is indeed incredible to kill all the Sioux lantern race's saints and the hidden fog race's saints by yourself. Forget it. Let me try you first." The black-robed figure flashed and shot at Li Fuchen. Boom! The duo's fists instantly clashed. Li Fuchen's body shook a little, but he didn't take half a step back. On the contrary, the black-robed figure was sent flying, and his arm was in a strange and twisted position. Roar! The black robe exploded, and a stalwart man was exposed in Li Fuchen's vision. In the next moment, the stalwart man's body started to expand and turned into a monster that had the upper body of a wolf and the lower body of a human. He had a violent and savage chi presence. Wolfman race, ha? Li Fuchen recognized the other party's race. Chapter 861. The werewolf had 2 forms. One was the normal form, which was also the human form. The other was the combat form, the werewolf form. When in the werewolf form, the werewolf strength would increase by 10 times, but the price was 10 times the stamina loss. Again, the werewolf that expanded by several times swung its thick right hand at Li Fuchen. Swish! The void was torn open. The werewolf's claw contained indestructible power and felt like it could easily tear everything. In the face of this claw, Li Fuchen countered it with an unchanging stance and countered with a fist. Anyway, body refinement martial artist battles were always like this. It was a straightforward clash of force, and see who couldn't withstand it first. Bang! The void between the duo exploded. This time, both of them took a few steps back. Strength increased by 10 times, and the claw contains the ripping law. If the werewolf had the strength of a regular peak-class saint previously, it was now almost at the strength of a mid-class peak-class saint. Bang, 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 bang. The duo clashed with extreme speed. Fists and claw lights bloomed in the sky. After a few dozen moves, when Li Fuchen saw through the werewolf's attacks, the evenly matched battle had turned into a one-sided one. The werewolf's defense might be tough, but it wasn't enough to face Li Fuchen's fist. After enduring 3 consecutive punches, the werewolf's body was nearly penetrated. Ramos can't withstand it. Devin, go and help. The leading werewolf saint said to the werewolf saint at the side. All right. The werewolf saint named Devin took off his black robe and instantly transformed into an even larger werewolf before pouncing at Li Fuchen. Fighting 2 at the same time, Li Fuchen was at a disadvantage. After all, the duo's speed and attack power weren't inferior to Li Fuchen. They were only inferior to him in terms of defense and combatability. The so-called combatability included many things like reaction speed, combat experience, combat talents, and so on. In terms of combatability, there weren't many individuals that were stronger than Li Fuchen. After all, there weren't many individuals that possessed a powerful spirit soul like Li Fuchen. Clang clang. After over a dozen moves, Li Fuchen suffered a claw attack. It was a pity that the werewolf's indestructible claw was like scratching a diamond, leaving behind a faint white mark. Clang clang clang. The violent claw storm enveloped Li Fuchen and caused sparks to burst out. Impossible. How can his defense be so high? Ramos finally felt the helplessness of the Sioux Lantern Race and the Hidden Fog Race's saints. Li Fuchen was simply a tortoiseshell that couldn't be smashed or chewed through. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Li Fuchen blasted a fist on the head of the werewolf called Devin, causing the werewolf's head to bleed. His massive body looked as though he was drunk and his combat strength was sharply reduced. Die. The werewolf named Ramos attacked Li Fuchen from behind. Li Fuchen sneered. He spun his body and elbowed Ramos's temple. The terrifying force deformed Ramos's head on the spot. Even 2 of us can't suppress him. Looks like we've underestimated him. Mary, you go too. The werewolf leader said to the only werewolf female. Watch me. The Wolfman race's female, Saint, had an abnormally petite body like a young girl. Her body swelled up, and she was like a cheetah as she leaped off the bow of the ship and appeared behind Li Fuchen. Poochie! Blood splattered everywhere. So fast! Li Fuchen was rather surprised. This female werewolf speed was at least twice as fast as Ramos and Devin. Absolute speed was also absolute attack power. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Twice the speed would usually mean several times the attack power. PFFF, PFFF. Li Fuchen's body was covered in wounds. His defense was high, but it wasn't the level where he could ignore all attacks. Of course, he might be in a sorry state, but these injuries were just like scratching an itch for him. Streams of blood splattered everywhere. Mary's speed was getting faster and faster. She weaved in between Ramos and Devin's attack net, but didn't affect their attacks. With Mary around, we should be able to exhaust him to death. Ramos and Devin were very confident. Mary's speed was second to none in their Duggar clan. As long as one's speed couldn't catch up to her, they couldn't even dream about surviving. Her speed is indeed ridiculously fast. I can't keep up with her rhythm. Li Fuchen praised in his heart. The werewolf race's speed and burst power were already rather horrific. This Mary had pushed her speed and burst power to a level that Li Fuchen couldn't even catch up to. Not even the Star's Law was able to lock onto her. Apart from that, Mary's Rip Law was also one of the nemesis of the Star's Law. It was able to easily tear the Star's Law and create a gap. But there is still such a thing as prediction in this world. Li Fuchen's speed was indeed unable to keep up with Mary, but due to his tough defense, he had countless opportunities to retake. Using the opportunities, he was able to observe Mary's movement pattern, a phantom that was shuttling through the void attacked. At this moment, time turned blurry. I am waiting for you. Li Fuchen seemed to have predicted it and reached out with his right hand to grab Mary's neck. How is this possible? Mary's eyes contracted. She was certain that Li Fuchen didn't rely on speed or luck to capture her. He relied on prediction. But a long time ago, she had already consciously separated herself from the influence of her habits and tried to be as disorderly as possible. Logically speaking, her opponent shouldn't be able to predict her next movement pattern. How did you do it? Mary didn't understand. Li Fuchen said, "Your movement pattern is indeed very disorderly and without any pattern. But the instant you attacked me, it would still go from disorderly to orderly, because disorderly attacks mean that the efficiency is low." I see. Mary was enlightened and immediately let out a sinister smile. "Do you think you can defeat me just because you can predict my movements?" Mary's neck thickened as she forcefully broke free from Li Fuchen's grasp. Blood halo. Mary's body rippled with a blood-red halo. Her claws were like awls that drilled at Li Fuchen's chest. PFFF. The sharp claws stabbed in and got stuck. Not good. Mary wanted to withdraw her palm. Trying to escape? It is too late. Li Fuchen blasted a fist at Mary's head. This fist was too ferocious, and Mary's head was blasted open. In terms of defense, she was much inferior to Ramos and Devon. Interesting. All of us have underestimated him. If it wasn't for me, our Duggar clan might have suffered a huge loss. The werewolf saint lamented. If Lord Aaron makes a move, he will definitely be able to deal with this human. A few of the weaker werewolf saints were very confident. The Aaron that they mentioned was the gold werewolf of the werewolves and was known as the werewolf of the werewolves. I originally came out to relax. I didn't think that I would have to make a move. Forget it. I shall treat it as a warm-up. Chapter 862. A golden light flashed, and Li Fuchen's body was left with a bone-deep claw mark. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. In the blink of the eye, Li Fuchen's body was left with dozens of claw marks. The deepest claw mark had even broken a bone. As compared to Mary, the gold werewolf named Aaron was faster and stronger. Li Fuchen reckoned that Aaron's speed was around 5 times faster than Mary, and his strength was at least 5 times stronger. With the addition of Aaron, Li Fuchen was at a complete disadvantage and couldn't even lift his head. But what made the 4 werewolves speechless was that no matter how severe the injuries on Li Fuchen's body were, they would always recover in the blink of the eye, and the loss of vitality was negligible. He actually has such powerful recovery ability. Aaron frowned. Their werewolf race's claws contained the laceration law. Anything that was lacerated by the werewolf race's claws would find it hard to recover and would constantly lose vitality. As a gold werewolf, Aaron's claws contained the laceration law, and it was twice as powerful as regular werewolves. Logically, no matter how powerful Li Fuchen's recovery ability was, he shouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. Aaron's eyes flashed with a grave expression as he knew that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. In a battle between saints, if the strength difference wasn't significant, it would actually depend on who could resist and whose recovery ability was stronger. Li Fuchen's recovery ability was simply stronger than the demon race's peak-class demon lords. It isn't that easy to break my star immortal body. Li Fuchen looked around and constantly searched for Aaron's flaws. The high-class star immortal body was indeed very powerful. The werewolf race's claws might be effective against the demon race's demon lords, but it wasn't effective against Li Fuchen's star immortal body. Bang! Li Fuchen's observation skills were definitely at a horrifying level. Aaron's speed might be faster than Mary, but under Li Fuchen's prediction, there was still a flaw. Li Fuchen blasted a fist at Aaron's chest. Li Fuchen's arm went numb and was sent flying. On the other hand, Aaron wasn't injured at all. Aaron flicked the golden fur on his chest as though he was dusting off dust. He lifted his head and said, "I have to say that your recovery ability is incredible. But so what? You can't even break my defense. How are you going to contest with me? I heard that after your werewolf race transforms into werewolves, your stamina will be reduced by 10 times. Li Fuchen said. Mary, who was standing beside Aaron, sneered. It seems like you don't know enough about us werewolves. We werewolves have 10 times the stamina of most races. Losing 10 times the stamina is nothing to us. So that's how it is, as expected of a warring race. Li Fuchen nodded. The Wolfman race was the same as the demonic demons and humans. They were all combat races. As a combat race, they were extremely insane in certain aspects. I advise you to surrender without a fight. Perhaps I can spare your life. Ramos sneered. Previously, he was beaten up quite miserably by Li Fuchen. He secretly decided that once he captured Li Fuchen, he would definitely torture him. Li Fuchen laughed. Not to that extent yet. Stubborn, Devin shouted coldly. Why are you wasting words with him? Just kill him. Mary licked her lips, and some mucus dripped down. For werewolves approached Li Fuchen from 4 different angles. Each of their eyes were cold and emotionless. Seems like I still have to reveal my sword, principal strength. Li Fuchen flipped his palm, and the Xan Luo sword landed in his hand. Swordsman, Aaron frowned and had a bad premonition. Do you think you can defeat us with a first-rate extreme Dao artifact sword? Ramos was disdainful. Go. Devin was the first to charge at Li Fuchen. Locking his sword intent on the 4 of them, Li Fuchen's eyes turned stern as he brandished his sword. Sword see horizon. Swish. The tumbling sword see instantly devoured the 4 of them. Aaron was indeed a gold werewolf, as he was actually bobbing up and down in the sword sea. It felt as though he was going to break out of the sea, but it was a pity that he was still dragged in. What? On the ghost ship, the rest of the werewolves were flabbergasted. The Li Fuchen that executed his sword art was actually much stronger than before. Didn't this mean that the Duggar clan was in danger? If anything goes wrong, immediately return to Myriad Spirit City. On the ghost ship, one of the werewolves said with vigilance, PFFF. The sword sea vanished, and a figure landed. After taking a closer look, it was Aaron. But right now he was in a miserable state. His body was covered in sword wounds, and his golden hair was stuck together, making him look like a drowning dog. Aaron's eyes flashed with a vicious gaze as he said, I don't care who you are. You are dead for killing Mary and the others. Li Fuchen's sword move was terrifyingly valiant and could immediately drag them into the sword world and use the sword world's power to kill them. But Aaron was a gold werewolf and wasn't that easy to kill. No wonder he is a werewolf among werewolves. Li Fuchen could see that Aaron's injuries weren't fatal and could only be considered severe injuries. It was worth noting that Aaron's chi presence was much stronger than before. It seemed like the more severe his injuries, the stronger his combat strength. The sword sea horizon is indeed unable to kill existences with strong defense or vitality in a single attack. Li Fuchen didn't mind, as he was clear about the characteristics of each of his sword moves. Die. Aaron's speed burst to the limits. His true body was already in front of Li Fuchen, but there was still an extremely realistic phantom image left behind. In fact, the phantom image was still speaking and was still emitting a chi field. Aaron's sharp and thick claws were clawing at Li Fuchen's head. Aaron was roaring in his heart. This claw attack was definitely going to rip open Li Fuchen's head and kill him. Li Fuchen didn't move and simply stood there. It is about time to end this. As the thought flashed in his mind, Li Fuchen's mouth curled up. Boom! A shocking sword light lit up the universe. There was a surging and natural sword intent that was emitted. Impossible. Aaron's body froze, and in the next moment, a wound appeared on his face while a stream of fresh blood flowed down. Nothing is impossible. From the moment you encountered me, your fates were already destined. Li Fuchen said indifferently, I am unwilling. Aaron roared with anger and wanted to continue attacking Li Fuchen, but he couldn't move at all. Sword lights had penetrated his body, and at the same moment, Aaron's body appeared with wounds. Bang! In an instant, Aaron exploded into countless pieces, and each piece of flesh continued to explode. The sect origin swords is the most perfect move among all of my sword moves. It is the move with the least flaws and also the most tyrannical move. It is the move that is most natural. Li Fuqin might have created the sect origin swords, but as the sect origin swords gradually became stronger, he was still very shocked. This move was too perfect. As long as the sword intent existed in the heart, it didn't matter how the enemy attacked him. It would cause a backlash from the sect origin swords. It also meant that even if he didn't dodge, others wouldn't be able to hit his body. Previously, Li Fuqin was only using his body, refinement strength, to fight with the 4 werewolves. If he used the sect origin swords, the female werewolf and the gold werewolf wouldn't be able to touch his body no matter how fast they were. Chapter 863. Flee! Hurry up and inform the patriarch. The werewolves on the Spectre ship immediately steered the Spectre ship into the void and flew towards the teleportation star. Do you think you can escape? Li Fuqin brandished his sword, and a rumbling sword sea enveloped the Spectre ship. In a few blinks of the eye, the Spectre ship fell into the void, and the werewolves inside were all killed by the sword chi. After cleaning up the battlefield, Li Fuqin looked at the interspatial rings on his hand and revealed a smile. These people are truly people who give away wealth. Every saint's wealth was astounding. The resources in these interspatial rings were probably no less than 100,000 peak-grade spirit stones, maybe even more. But the greatest harvest is still this ship. Li Fuqin looked at the Spectre ship. The Spectre ship was definitely an extreme Tao cardinal artifact, and it looked different from the human race's extreme Tao cardinal artifacts. It contained extremely ancient power. After spending some time, Li Fuqin erased the imprint on the Spectre ship and boarded it. As Li Fuqin activated the Spectre ship, it flickered and silently entered the void. 1 times the speed of light, 2 times the speed of light, 3 times the speed of light. It is actually 15 times the speed of light. Li Fuqin's face flashed with astonishment. He was only able to travel at around 4 times the speed of light with his body refinement. Without a doubt, the Spectre ship was a first-rate extreme Tao cardinal artifact. As it was a ship-type cardinal artifact, its value was much higher than most of the first-rate extreme Tao cardinal artifacts, and was close to a super first-rate extreme Tao cardinal artifact. With the Spectre ship, Li Fuqin only spent a few months to return to the deep blue star. It was a pity that the teleportation array from the deep blue plane to the deep blue star was only a one-way teleportation array and couldn't be used in the opposite direction. As such, even if Li Fuqin traveled with the Spectre ship, he would need 2 years to return to the deep blue plane. 2 years was too long for Li Fuqin, and it would be a waste to spend time traveling. Merging his body with the sword, Li Fuqin turned into a sword light and flew out. In the universe, it was visible to the naked eye that a sword light was traversing at a rapid speed. Due to the extreme speed, it gave off a feeling that time was flowing in reverse. 50 times the speed of light. No wonder it is the skyline sword art. Li Fuqin praised in his heart. Moreover, he had only cultivated the skyline sword technique to the first-rate supreme realm. Once it reached the super first-rate supreme realm, his speed would probably increase by a few hundred or even 1,000 times. The skyline sword technique was known as the fastest supreme sword technique in the deep blue plane, and it wasn't without reason. It was likely that there weren't many supreme sword techniques that were faster than the skyline sword technique in this star field. Traveling at 50 times the speed of light, Li Fuqin felt that the boundaries of time and space were blurred. Everything was a fluid existence. In Li Fuqin's eyes, the stars were just slightly bigger grains of sand that would flash by in a flash. Deep blue plain. Above the vast ocean, the sky was as clear as jade. Who? A phantom flashed by, and within the phantom was a human saint. Who, behind him, a group of demonic auras chased after him. All of them were demon sages. The world has changed. The deep blue plane has changed. Since when did our human saints be publicly pursued by the demonic race's demon overlords? The spirit fire saint was enraged. He was an elder of the Sacred Fire Hall, one of the top 10 major sects in the deep blue plane. In the past, with the Sacred Fire Hall's status in the deep blue plane, be it humans or demonic beasts, they would have to show some respect to them, let alone publicly pursuing a Sacred Fire Hall elder. It was impossible for them to even pursue a Sacred Fire Hall disciple. Damn demonic beasts. When the demon race invaded, they watched the fire from the other side and didn't do anything. Right now, they are taking advantage of the fact that the human race is severely injured and are pressuring us everywhere. They are intentionally inciting a war. When my human experts return, I will uproot them once and for all. The reason why the Spirit Fire Saint was being pursued was because of the death of a Class 1 demonic beast. The demon overlord that was pursuing him believed that he was the one who killed the Class 1 demonic beast. The reason was laughable. It didn't matter if he was the one who killed the Class 1 demonic beast. With his status as a saint, it wouldn't be a big deal even if he killed 10,000 Class 1 demonic beasts, let alone a Class 1 demonic beast. On the other hand, if a demon overlord killed an ordinary person, would he be pursued by a saint? That was completely impossible. It could only be said that the demon race was unscrupulous in order to incite a war. They only needed an excuse to provoke the human race. As for whether the excuse was reasonable or not, they didn't care at all. Of course, the Spirit Fire Saint was just saying it. The human race had experts who had yet to return, and the demon race also had experts who had yet to return. Since ancient times, the human race and the demon race had been similar in strength. There was rarely a great disparity between them. Now, the human race only had one ironclad saint, while the demon race had 2 demon lords. Previously, the ironclad saint had personally warned the demon race not to cause trouble. Unfortunately, the demon race was determined to dominate the deep blue plane. They ignored the ironclad saint's warning and continued to cause trouble. Just as the ironclad saint was about to establish his dominance, the 2 demon lords appeared. Of these 2 demonic lords, one was a high-tier holy beast, while the other was a mid-tier holy beast. They were extremely strong, and even though sacred leader Ironcloud had a top-tier extreme Tao secret treasure, he was unable to suppress them. Instead, he was injured. As the Ironcloud saint was injured, the demon race became even more unrestrained. Over the past few years, there were at least 20 human great lords who were suspected to have died in the hands of the demon race. Spirit Fire Saint die. On the surface of the sea, water chains wrapped around the Spirit Fire Saint. In a moment of carelessness, the Spirit Fire Saint was entangled by one of the water chains. Although he broke free immediately, a light blue cover descended from the sky and covered him. Break! The Spirit Fire Saint opened his right hand, and a ball of spirit fire burned. As he swung his hand, the spirit fire turned into a fire dragon and struck the light blue cover. Bang! The light blue cover shook but didn't break. Spirit Fire Saint, kneel down and beg for mercy. In the blink of the eye, a group of demonic beast overlords surrounded the Spirit Fire Saint. The Spirit Fire Saint said in a deep voice, "A group of bastards wants me to kneel down and beg for mercy? In your dreams." Spirit Fire Battle Armor. A blazing battle armor appeared on the Spirit Fire Saint's body and emitted a surging, blazing chi presence. Go! The group of demonic beast overlords didn't waste any time and attacked the Spirit Fire Saint together. The strength of demonic beast overlords might be inferior to human saints, but they had the advantage in numbers. Furthermore, among the group of demonic beast overlords, one of them was Overlord Beast and had extremely powerful strength that wasn't inferior to human saints. Crackle! One of the spirit fire saint's arms was severed by a demonic beast overlord and blood was gushing out. Has the situation of the human race fallen to such a state? After half a year, Li Fuchen finally arrived at the deep blue plain. After passing through layers of atmosphere, Li Fuchen arrived above the boundless ocean and was just in time to see the scene below. Li Fuchen shook his head and felt that the humans of the deep blue plain were rather pitiful. When the demons invaded, the humans resisted. After the demons retreated, the demonic beasts came to cause trouble again. Li Fuchen descended and appeared in the light blue cover. Who is it? I don't care who he is. Since he is a human saint, kill without mercy. Li Fuchen's sudden appearance had shocked all the demonic beast overlords. But immediately after, all of them laughed sinisterly. Chapter 864. Kill. The overlords were either in close combat or executing their innate abilities to attack Li Fuchen. Be careful. Sage Spirit Fire hurriedly dodged to the side. Boom! As soon as the golden radiance was released, the demonic beast overlords that surrounded Li Fuchen were all turned into ashes. Not even a trace of residue was left. Just like that. Sage Spirit Fire was dumbfounded. It's dangerous here. You should leave quickly. After leaving a statement, Li Fuchen flew towards the Emperor's Sky continent. Thanks a lot. Taking a glance at Li Fuchen, the Spirit Fire Saint had a premonition that Li Fuchen might be able to create a new wave. As for the Spirit Fire Saint, he was just a small ant. If he got involved, he would be crushed into pieces at any moment. It was best to return to the sacred fire hall as soon as possible. After arriving at the Emperor's Sky continent and seeing that his family and the floating sky mountain were fine, Li Fuchen flew back to the East Unicorn continent. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the East Unicorn continent's heaven and earth chi had been increasing and had already surpassed the Emperor's Sky continent. The way of the heavens is to take away surpluses and replenish deficiencies. Perhaps the invasion of the foreign races is a good thing for the deep blue plain. A martial artist's cultivation was to plunder the essence of heaven and earth. It was fine if it was an ordinary martial artist, but any saint was a burden to the plane. As long as the saint was alive, he would constantly demand from the plane. Although after death, all the essence would return to heaven and earth and return to the plane, there would always be some heaven-defying saints who didn't age and didn't die. There were also some saints who died in the universe, and their essence couldn't return to the plane. This caused the plane to gradually weaken and the heaven and earth essence energy to gradually become sparse. Although the invasion of the other races was a great disaster for the human race, it wasn't necessarily a great disaster for the plane. War brought death, causing many great monarchs to perish and their essence to return to the plane. Apart from that, the essence of the foreign great monarchs was also a great supplement to the plane. The Saint Spirit continent had almost become the demon race's world. In the past, only a small number of demon saints would be active in high-rank continents. Now, whether it was on land or in the sea, most of them had come to high-rank continents to compete with the human clan for resources and territories. Naturally, the human race was unwilling to see their living space shrink. They had endless conflicts with the demon race, and the flames of war were everywhere. The only places that were relatively quiet and peaceful were the main city, the Zhu family, and a few other places. Skyfire's son's splitting sword. Outside a damaged, low-level city, Li Jianxin was fighting with several demon saints. The current Li Jianxin was no longer the same as before. Not only had his cultivation advanced to the second level of the Unity Realm, but the treasure sword in his hand was also a superb extreme Dao treasure sword, the Sky Travel sword. His strength was comparable to an ordinary high-level saint. However, his opponents were not to be underestimated. They were 2 mid-level demon overlords and 2 high-level demon overlords. Boom, boom, boom. 1 against 4, Li Jianxin was ultimately defeated. After dozens of moves, he spat out blood and flew backward. Li Jianxin, You can't use the Skyline sword like that. Along the way, Li Fuchen had killed countless demonic beasts. As long as he saw demonic beasts bullying humans, he would kill without mercy. In the sky, a sword light flashed, and Li Fuchen appeared above Li Jianxin. Li Fuchen. Li Jianxin's pupils shrank. Another human race genius, Saint Monarch. Kill him. Seeing that Li Fuchen was only at the 4th level of Soul Unity Realm, the 4 overlords didn't put him in their eyes. Take a good look. Sky Wind Godspeed slash. Li Fuchen didn't draw his sword and simply slashed with his sword fingers. Wisps of sword wind spread out recklessly, and the speed was obviously close to light speed. Of course, this was because they were on a high-class continent and in the deep blue plane. If they were in the universe, this sword finger speed would be at least a few dozen times the speed of light. PFFF, 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 PFFF. The 4 overlords didn't even have the strength to retaliate and were instantly pierced into sieves. When the wind blew, they were turned into dust. Is this the quintessence of the Skyline sword art? Li Jianxin was shocked. He obviously knew that Li Fuchen cultivated the Skyline sword art. After all, Li Fuchen was the one who found the Skyline sword. But in his opinion, Li Fuchen would at most be able to cultivate the Skyline sword art to the 3rd-rate extremity. If he relied on the Skyline sword, he would also be able to cultivate the Skyline sword art to the 3rd-rate extremity in a short period of time. But from the looks of it, Li Fuchen's Skyline sword art wasn't just 3rd-rate extremity. It was at least 2nd-rate extremity, or even 1st-rate extremity. No wonder he is the owner of the supreme artifact sword. Inside the Skyline sword, the sword spirit lamented silently. Li Jianxin might be outstanding, but as compared to Li Fuchen, he was definitely insignificant. It has been a long time. Li Fuchen's eyes landed on Li Jianxin. It has indeed been a long time. I originally thought I would be able to catch up to you. It seems like I am too optimistic. Li Jianxin took a deep breath and said slowly. Li Fuchen smiled and said, "The human race is currently weak. Work hard." The massive human race wouldn't be able to rely on him alone. Li Jianxin, the Sword Emperor, the Sword Sovereign, and the motionless Sword Emperor were the future hope for the human race. Li Fuchen didn't know if they had progressed to become saints. The duo didn't have a close relationship. After a brief exchange, Li Fuchen left. "I am still too weak." Li Jianxin clenched his fist tightly while looking at Li Fuchen's back. "With my help, it won't be difficult for you to become a saint in the future. As for him, he is destined to become a heaven lord." The sword spirit lamented. It was too difficult to become a heaven lord. Back then, the Li clan's ancestor, the Sword Lord, was able to become a saint because of a fated encounter. He had developed the Skywalker bloodline and used the Skywalker bloodline as the foundation to create the superb extremity cultivation technique, Skyline sword technique. Despite the case, the Sword Lord was still a rather weak existence among the Heaven Lords. A truly powerful Heaven Lord would need to comprehend a supreme martial art. As for those absolute Heaven Lords, they didn't just need to comprehend supreme martial art. They also needed to create a supreme cultivation technique. Of course, above the Heaven Lord, there was still the half-god realm. However, the half-god realm wasn't something that could be reached with innate talent. It required fated encounters. Without fated encounters, even if one had unparalleled innate talent, one wouldn't be able to step into the half-god realm. What the ancestor can do, I can also do it. Li Jianxin didn't believe that he couldn't become a Heaven Lord. In the past, he didn't have a goal and was rather relaxed. But after participating in the swordsman tournament, he had been constantly pushing himself. Wind Cloud City. Swordsman Guild Headquarters. Li Fuchen, you are finally back. I thought you had perished. After seeing Li Fuchen, the mystic deep sword saint let out a breath of relief. It was a troubled time now. In the past, there wouldn't be a single saint that perished every few decades. But now, there would be quite a few saints perishing every year. Li Fuchen asked, Mystic Deep Sword Saint, did anything happen during the recent years? The Mystic Deep Sword Saint sighed and said, everything else is fine, but the Myriad Image Sword Saint went missing. The Myriad Image Sword Saint went missing? Li Fuchen frowned. With the Myriad Image Sword Saint's strength, unless it was a peak-class saint, it wouldn't be easy to capture him. That's right, your companion, Yen Qingguo, was taken away by the sacred Saber Gates Yen clan. The mystic Deep Sword Saint recalled something and continued. Have they acknowledged each other? Li Fuchen wasn't at ease and was planning to visit the sacred Saber Gate personally in a few days. Chapter 865. The Holy Blade Gate was one of the top 10 sects in the Deep Blue Plain. The sect master, Great Een Saber Sage, was an extremely powerful peak-level sage. During the glorious period of the Holy Saber Gate, just like the Swordsman Guild, they once had a Heaven Monarch. That Heaven Monarch was called the Holy Saber Heaven Monarch. His saber art, the Holy Saber 9 Absolutes, was unrivaled in the world. During the invasion a few years ago, the Sacred Saber Gate had suffered significant losses. A total of 8 saints had perished, and one of them was from the Yen clan. As one of the 7 major clans of the Sacred Blade Gate, the Yen clan had always had 2 saints overseeing the clan. Therefore, they were able to maintain their position as the 3rd clan in the Sacred Blade Gate. However, during the invasion, the Yen clan had lost a saint, and it was the strongest saint of the Yen clan. Now, the remaining saint was called the Long Saber Saint, and he was only at the 2nd level of the Unity Realm. This greatly reduced the authority of the Yen clan in the Sacred Blade Gate. If this continued, the Yen clan would undoubtedly decline. Fortunately, the Long Saber Lord had brought back a top prodigy with the bloodline of the Yen clan. This top prodigy had already condensed a Holy Spirit when he was still in the Transcendence realm. He was extremely talented. No one knew that once a member of the Yen clan advanced to become a saint, their saint spirit would give birth to the Soaring Swallow Taoist charm. 2 Yen clan saints with the Soaring Swallow Taoist charm could easily sense each other's presence. However, this made Long Saber Sage feel strange. Why couldn't he sense each other's presence before? On one of the 18 peaks of the Yen family, Flying Swallow Peak, Yen Qingguo was practicing her blade. His saber technique was as agile as a swallow, filled with a unique saber Dao charm. A streak of light streaked across the sky and landed on Soaring Swallow Peak. What a great flying swallow saber technique! It looks like you have already practiced the flying swallow saber technique to a level that is infinitely close to the extreme realm. The Long Saber Sage was a middle-aged man with a long beard. He nodded and exclaimed in admiration. The strongest saber technique of the Holy Saber Gate was naturally the Holy Saber Lord of Heaven's Holy Saber 9 Absolutes, while the strongest saber technique of the Yen family was the first-rate supreme saber technique, the Flying Swallow Saber technique, created by the Yen family's ancestor. Yen Qingguo was the only one who could cultivate the Flying Swallow Saber technique to a level that was infinitely close to the extreme state in just a few years. Greetings, ancestor. Yen Qingguo sheathed her saber and cupped her fists at the Long Saber Sage. Although she had been brought back to the Yen family, she had not yet reunited with her parents. In her opinion, the time was not ripe yet. Qingguo, you are the future pillar of our Yen clan. Do not delay your saber Dao cultivation because of your personal feelings. That Li Fuchen, if you don't have to contact him in the future, try not to. One day, when you are strong enough, it won't be too late to talk about your personal feelings. The Long Saber Saint suddenly said. The Long Saber Saint had already found out that Yen Qingguo and the Swordsman Guild's main guild leader Li Fuchen had a very good relationship. Even the Long Saber Saint didn't believe that the two of them didn't have any relationship. Li Fuchen was indeed a person with astounding talent. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the #1 prodigy of the Saint Spirit Continent's recent generation. It was a pity that Li Fuqin offended the Zhou clan and killed the Zhou clan's saint, Zhu Herong. Once the Zhou clan's #1 patriarch returned, Li Fuqin would definitely perish. Right now, it was an eventful period, and the Yan clan didn't have to offend the Zhou clan, who had a deep foundation, just because of Li Fuqin. Yan Qinggu immediately understood what the long saber sage meant. Patriarch, if you're worried that I'll implicate the Yan clan, I'll leave immediately. Hold on. The long saber sage let out a bitter smile and said, Take it that I spoke too much. It was obviously impossible for Yan Qinggu to cut off her past in a short period of time. The most important thing now was to let Yan Qinggu have a sense of belonging to the clan. As such, Yan Qinggu would place the clan first in everything she did. As the #3 clan of the Saint Saber Gate, are you worried that the Zhou clan will take revenge? A voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the void. Who is it? The long saber sage's eyes turned stern. Saber lights rushed out from his body and slashed in all directions. The saber lights paused, and Li Fuqin walked out step by step from the void. I am Li Fuqin. Li Fuqin. The long saber sage had a change of expression. He was just talking about Li Fuqin earlier, and now Li Fuqin actually appeared. This was too much of a coincidence. Most importantly, this was the Saint Saber Gate Xian clan, and there were layers of arrays protecting them. How did Li Fuqin enter? Do you know that it is a capital offense to barge into my Yan clan? Oh, the long saber sage yelled out. Capital offense? Who dares to sentence me? Li Fuqin smiled, and the void around the long saber sage suddenly split open. Void swords pressed against the long saber sage's body and immobilized him. The Saint Saber Gate might be one of the top 10 major sects in the deep blue plain, but they didn't have a sacred master. With Li Fuqin's strength, as long as there wasn't a sacred master, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Of course, Li Fuqin had spent quite a bit of effort to sneak into the Yan clan. You are back. Yan Qingwu's pitch-black eyes burst out with a trace of gentleness. I am back. Li Fuqin nodded. I am here to see how you are doing. From the looks of it, Yan Qingwu was doing rather well. Since she was doing well, there wasn't need for Li Fuqin to bring her back. After all, Yan Qingwu was still very safe in the Yan clan. At least, she was safer than staying by his side. The two of them chatted quietly, leaving Lord Long Saber to one side. The Long Saber sage didn't dare to have any dissatisfaction. The void swords that were pressing against his body were extremely sharp. He didn't doubt that if he made any strange movements, he would definitely be pierced by thousands of swords and would be dead. This child has probably progressed to a saint, the Long Saber sage guessed in his heart. Before Li Fuqin progressed to a saint, he was already a swordsman guild headquarters elder. Now that he was a saint, it was hard to estimate his strength. But it was certain that in the future, Li Fuqin would definitely become an overlord of the deep blue plain. Of course, the prerequisite was that Li Fuqin could survive until that day. After the void swords vanished, Li Fuqin and Yan Qingwu finished their conversation. He then said to the Long Saber sage, Pardon me. The Long Saber sage said indifferently, Li Fuqin, you are indeed very strong, and I am not a match for you. But you have to know that this is the Yan clan. With a single thought, I will be able to control the array to kill you. The Yan clan's array was a Class 9 high-tier array, and it was able to trap a high-level saint. Apart from that, the Sacred Saber Gate's Extreme Dao array was enveloping the outside. Even a peak class saint wouldn't be able to escape once he was trapped. You can try. Li Fuqin smiled indifferently. Since he dared to come to the Sacred Saber Gate and the Yan clan, he naturally had a foolproof plan. Firstly, the Sacred Saber Gate wasn't the Zhou clan and didn't have a deep foundation. The Zhou clan might be able to resist a Sacred Lord's attack, but the sacred saber gate might not be able to. Secondly, Li Fuqin had a powerful spirit soul and could see through all fabrications. Let alone the sacred saber gate, Li Fuqin was confident that he would be able to find the flaw in the Zhu clan's array. Thirdly, he was now a peak-class saint. There weren't many places in the deep blue plain that could stop him, and it didn't include the sacred saber gate. The long saber sage was startled. From Li Fuqin's eyes and qi presence, he could only see confidence and no trace of apprehension. The long saber sage didn't understand where did Li Fuqin get his confidence from. I am leaving. These are some small gifts that I have brought back. Keep them. Before leaving, Li Fuqin tossed a spatial ring to Yan Qinggu. Immediately after, he flashed and turned into a sword light that tunneled into the void. Incredible! The long saber sage took a deep breath. Earlier on, he had already controlled the Yan clan's array to lock the void, but it still wasn't enough to stop Li Fuqin from leaving. The long saber sage didn't inform the other saints in the sacred saber gate. He had a premonition that if he did so, he would definitely be asking for trouble. Since he doesn't have any ill intentions, there is no need to offend him. The long saber sage thought to himself. After receiving the spatial ring, Yan Qinggu opened it and saw that it was filled with cultivation resources, extreme Dao cardinal artifacts, extreme Dao armor, artifact saber, and a pile of peak-grade spirit stones. With a rough glance, there were at least a few thousand peak-grade spirit stones, and it was enough for her to cultivate to the middle or late stage of the soul merge realm. Such a sharp saber. With a flip of the hand, the extreme Dao artifact saber landed in Yan Qingwu's hand. It was a 3 feet long emerald green curved saber. Before the saber was even unsheathed, a sharp saber chi was already revolving around Yan Qingwu's body, forming a protective saber chi. Clang! When the curved saber was unsheathed, there was a burst of emerald green saber light. It had dyed half the Yan clan into emerald green. In the sky, the clouds suddenly split open. First-rate extreme Dao artifact saber. Chapter 866. On a boundless plain, a sword light was flying. As expected, high-class continents are only able to reach light speed and are unable to reach light speed. Be it movement speed or attack speed, it is the same. Li Fuqin thought to himself. With his current sword arts realm, his speed was extremely fast after he became one with the sword. However, under the suppression of the rules of the world in high-grade continents, the speed of light was still a hurdle that was hard to overcome. But even if Li Fuqin wasn't able to surpass the speed of light, it was already very fast to be close to the speed of light. In just 1 hour, Li Fuqin traveled over 2 billion miles and arrived at the Saint Spirit continent's largest plain, the Saint Spirit Plains. Green Flame Sage, are you sure he will pass through the Saint Spirit Plains? Tens of millions of miles ahead, 2 figures were hidden in the void. One of them was Zhu Nanshan, and the other was a monster saint. His body gave off a faint yet terrifying monster chi. We'll know soon whether they will pass through the Saint Spirit Plane or not. See, Demon Lord, it's all up to you. Zhu Nanshan was very confident. Haha, as long as he passes through here, I'll definitely make sure he doesn't return, and he'll definitely die. Demon Lord Move Sea grinned. He was one of the 8 demonic beast lords from the mad demonic palace, and his strength was close to a peak-class saint. There were 2 reasons why he cooperated with Zhu Nanshan. Firstly, it was because the Zhu clan had a powerful foundation, and even the mad demonic palace wasn't willing to provoke them. They were qualified to cooperate with him. Secondly, he knew that Li Fuqin had supreme weapon and was wealthy. He's here. Zhu Nanshan's eyes sharpened. Li Fuqin's growth speed was too fast. During the invasion, the strength that Li Fuqin displayed made Zhu Nanshan apprehensive. He didn't doubt that if Li Fuqin was given more time, there wouldn't be anyone in the entire deep blue plain that could deal with him. Therefore, he had to nip the other party in the bud. on the plain where the breeze was blowing, a sword light streaked across, and the void suddenly twisted like a kaleidoscope, tightly wrapping around the sword light. A trap array? Li Fuchen let out a sneer. Although this trap array formation was only a level 9 high-tier array formation, its advantage was that it covered a large area. Anyone who barged in would be trapped by the array formation. Moreover, it should be known that the difficulty of breaking the formation varied according to the type of formation. The specialty of a trap array formation was not to kill, but to trap the target. Seriously speaking, a level 9 high-tier trap array formation could even trap a peak-class saint for a period of time. As the sword light dissipated, Li Fuchen revealed himself. With his ability, it would only take one sword strike to break this trap array formation. The prerequisite was that he didn't want to. Li Fuchen, today is the day of your death. The void of space split open as Zhu Nanshan and Demon Lord Yi flew out. Zhu Nanshan. Li Fuchen immediately recognized Zhu Nanshan. Previously, you had the Myriad Sword Saint and the Mystic Deep Sword Saint to protect you. I want to see who else can protect you now. Zhu Nanshan looked at Li Fuchen as though he was looking at a dead man. Previously, when he tried to take Yan Qinggu and the Thunder Beast away, he was repelled by the Myriad Elephant Sword Sage and the Mystic Underworld Sword Monarch. Now that he had the help of the Sea-Shifting Monster Lord, the Myriad Elephant Sword Sage and the Mystic Underworld Sword Monarch were nothing. Really. Li Fuchen looked at Zhu Nanshan and Demon Lord Shift Sea with a teasing expression. He knew how strong Zhu Nanshan was. Zhu Nanshan, who had many treasures, was even stronger than the Mystic Deep Sword Sovereign. He should be on par with the Myriad Sword Sage. From the demonic chi waves of the demonic beast overlord, the demonic beast overlord didn't seem inferior to the mystic ice demon lord and was even superior to the Myriad Sword Saint. With such a powerful lineup, it would be easy to defeat anyone below the peak class saints. It was a pity that the current Li Fuchen wasn't the same as before. Zhu Nanshan during the invasion. Your Zhu clan caused the death of the 100-flower Sword Saint. Now that the Myriad Sword Saint is missing, your Zhu clan is probably involved too. I didn't look for you. I didn't expect for you to look for me. Li Fuchen didn't conceal his murderous intent as he spoke to Zhu Nanshan. Look for me? Haha, this is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Zhu Nanshan had a sinister expression. Li Fuchen, I admit that your strength has improved very quickly. If I am alone, I won't be able to take you down. But with the help of Demon Lord Shift Sea, even if you grow wings, where can you fly to? The Mystic Ice Demon Lord had already informed the duo about Li Fuchen escaping from the Mystic Ice Demon Lord. Therefore, just in case, he used a Class 9 high-tier array board to set up a trap array on the Saint Spirit Plains. As long as Li Fuchen was trapped in the trap array, no matter how fast Li Fuchen's strength improved, he wouldn't be able to escape from the duo's joint attack. As for whether Li Fuchen's strength could suppress the duo, Zhu Nanshan didn't even think about it. What a joke! Only a peak-class saint could suppress the duo. It was impossible for Li Fuchen to reach the level of a peak-class saint within a few years. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Die! Demon Lord Shift Sea waved his hand and gathered countless water Dao laws. They turned into countless transparent steel forks and shot at Li Fuchen. Deep flame sky. Zhu Nanshan leaped up and brandished his sword. Countless tiny green flaming sword lights enveloped at Li Fuchen. Is this all you have? Li Fuchen waved his hand and shattered the steel forks and sword lights. What? Demon Lord Shift Sea was shocked. That attack earlier might not be an innate ability and was purely a normal attack. But if it was executed with his strength, even a slightly stronger high-level saint wouldn't be able to block it. Impossible. Zhu Nanshan had an ashen expression. He executed a second-rate extremity sword art, and it was actually broken by Li Fuchen. Didn't it mean that Li Fuchen's strength was far superior to him? Green Flame Saint, bring out your true ability. This person is much stronger than we imagined. Demon Lord Shift C started to turn serious. Back when the mystic ice demon lord wasn't able to take down Li Fuchen, he even mocked the mystic ice demon lord. Right now, he knew that Li Fuchen was much harder to deal with and much stronger than they imagined. He had a premonition that Li Fuchen must have improved again. The Li Fuchen that the mystic ice demon lord mentioned wasn't this powerful. Of course. Zhu Nanshan flipped his palm, and an awl that was covered with ancient flame patterns appeared in his hand. Sacred Fire Awl, a first-rate extremity Dao cardinal artifact. With this cardinal artifact, Zhu Nanshan didn't fear anyone below a peak-level saint. Go! Zhu Nanshan brandished the Sacred Fire Awl. Countless cone-shaped flames shuttled through the void and instantly appeared in front of Li Fuchen. Mountain Shifting Sea. Demon Lord Shift C had also activated his famed innate ability. In the void, the water Dao law was surging and turned into a horrific wave that blasted at Li Fuchen. Break! Li Fuchen's right fist glowed as he blasted a fist at the void. Bang boom! Be it the cone-shaped flames or the horrific wave, they couldn't even last for a single breath in front of Li Fuchen's fist force and instantly crumbled. At the same moment, the remnant fist force was released at Zhu Nanshan and Demon Lord Shift C. Not good. Zhu Nanshan was shocked and quickly took out his second cardinal artifact. The red pearl on his waist suddenly lit up and a scarlet barrier enveloped him. Bang, bang, bang. When the fist force blasted on the scarlet barrier, it was only able to deform it slightly. On the contrary, Demon Lord Shift C was in a miserable state. He was sent flying, and his body was riddled with injuries. Another first-rate extremity Dao cardinal artifact. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Chapter 867. Peak Class Saint. Zhu Nanshan was stunned, so was Demon Lord Moving Sea. The two of them worked together and were beaten to such a miserable state. They wouldn't believe that Li Fuchen wasn't a peak-class saint. Overturned C. He didn't escape. At the crucial moment, Demon Lord Moving C still wanted to take a gamble. Even if Li Fuchen was a peak-class saint, he didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to put up a fight. He raised his hands high and formed a giant water spear. The water spear was surging, and it felt as though an ocean was gathered inside. Immediately after, Demon Lord Moving C tossed the giant water spear at Li Fuchen. Extinguish. On the other side, Zhu Nanshan's fire Dao Qi was poured into the Sacred Fire Awl. In an instant, the Sacred Fire Awl was a few meters long and looked like a flaming spear. When Zhu Nanshan tossed it, it turned into a flaming waterfall and blasted at Li Fuchen. The duo were confident that they could contest with regular peak-class saints. After all, they were inside a Class 9 high-tier array, and the battlefield was advantageous to them. Just in time. When facing the duo's all-out attack, Li Fuchen executed a fist to burst the water sphere and sent the sacred fire all flying. The difference in strength was too great. In terms of strength, the duo weren't even peak-class saints. However, Li Fuchen's body refinement strength was at least mid-class peak-class saints. How is this possible? How did his strength reach such a level? Zhu Nanshan couldn't believe his eyes. Li Fuchen's improvement speed was too insane and couldn't be calculated with common sense. It had only been a few years, and he had already become a peak-class saint. Wouldn't he become a saint in a few more years? When did it become so easy to become a peak-class saint? Flee. Demon Lord Moving Sea was the first to flee. He fused into a water sphere, and the water sphere turned into a water droplet before fleeing into the void. Damn it! This child must have a new fated encounter. The next time we meet, I will make sure you die without a burial ground. Zhu Nanshan controlled the array to restrain Li Fuchen. At the same time, a large amount of fire Dao Qi was poured into the red pearl on his waist. The red pearl flickered with radiance, and a fire snake wrapped around Zhu Nanshan before fleeing into the void. You come and go as you please. Do you really think I am that easy to bully? Li Fuchen snorted and extended the horrific hand of Sun's chi power into the depths of the void. Instantly, Move Si, Demon Lord, and Zhu Nanshan were pulled out by a terrifying gravitational force. Not good. Demon Lord Yi Hai struggled with all his might, trying to escape from the gravitational pull. Die. This time, Li Fuchen didn't hold back anymore and executed a fist to blast the sea-shift demonic lord into dust. Li Fuchen, you cannot kill me. Zhu Nanshan screamed. The strength that Li Fuchen displayed was too valiant. Li Fuchen might have plenty of artifacts on him, but he reckoned that he wouldn't be able to last for a long time. Why can't I kill you? Li Fuchen sent a punch at Zhu Nanshan. Kacha! The fire snake dissipated, and the red bead on Zhu Nanshan's belt was immediately extinguished. Extreme Dao cardinal artifacts had a limit too. Once the limit was exceeded, the extreme Dao cardinal artifact would malfunction and would require a long period of time to recover. If the external force was terrifyingly powerful, it was normal for the extreme Dao cardinal artifact to be damaged. A blood-colored arrow appeared in Zhu Nanshan's hand as he said sternly, "This is the Blood Guide arrow. It can transmit all the information here to the Zhu clan. If you kill me today, when my Zhu clan's #1 patriarch returns, it will be the day of your death." Li Fuchen mocked. I remember that Zhu Herong also threatened me in the past. It is a pity that I am not afraid of threats. Damn it, you forced me to do this. Zhu Nanshan spat out a stream of essence blood on the blood-colored arrow. Swish! The blood-colored arrow flew into the void. Come back. Li Fuchen reached out and grabbed, wanting to grab the blood-colored arrow. But the blood-colored arrow was much stranger than he imagined. His power wasn't able to affect the blood-colored arrow at all. The Half-God clan is indeed formidable. Li Fuchen frowned slightly. He could feel a supreme bloodline chi presence from the blood-colored arrow. It was obvious that this bloodline chi presence should be from the Half-God bloodline. Everyone in the Zhu clan had the Half-God bloodline. During normal times, the Half-God bloodline was too thin and wasn't very useful. But this blood-colored arrow was able to absorb the Half-God bloodline from the Zhu clansman's essence blood, let alone Li Fuchen, who was just a P-class saint. Even a Saint Lord wouldn't be able to intercept the blood-colored arrow. Li Fuchen reckoned that only the strength of a heaven monarch would be able to intercept it. Of course, it didn't really matter to Li Fuchen if he could intercept it. He had killed Zhu Herong and was already mortal enemies with the Zhu clan. It didn't matter if he killed Zhu Nanshan now. Furthermore, the current Li Fuchen didn't have any reason to fear the Zhu clan. Die! Li Fuchen blasted another fist at Zhu Nanshan. Seeing the situation, Zhu Nanshan quickly took out a thick shield. But the thick shield was immediately warped and dented by Li Fuchen's horrific fist force. Zhu Nanshan was anxious. Li Fuchen, if you want to know the whereabouts of the Myriad Sword Saint, stop immediately. I believe you will tell me voluntarily. Li Fuchen continued to brandish his fist. Boom! The warped and dented shield was smashed into pieces along with the scarlet molten iron. The Myriad Sword Saint is imprisoned in the mad, demonic palace. Without me to lead the way, you cannot enter the mad, demonic palace. Zhu Nanshan yelled out. Very well, you can die now. Li Fuchen's eyes shot out with radiance as he blasted a fist force. The fist force immediately penetrated Zhu Nanshan's body. As for the armor on Zhu Nanshan's body, it wasn't able to withstand the assault of the blazing fist force. I am not resigned to this. Zhu Nanshan glared at Li Fuchen. I will use the Zhu clan's demigod bloodline to curse you to die a horrible death. I will curse your bloodline to be severed, impatient. The fist force burst out and exploded Zhu Nanshan's head. Curse? No, It should be the bloodline resentment chi of the demigod bloodline. After killing Zhu Nanshan, Li Fuchen's body was stained with a layer of blood chi. This layer of blood chi was very strange. Be it chi power or sword energy, nothing was able to affect it. Soon enough, this layer of blood chi fused with Li Fuchen's blood chi and was indistinguishable. Li Fuchen guessed that this should be the bloodline resentment chi. The so-called resentment chi was a kind of intent power. When killing someone, one would be stained with the resentment chi. When killing wild beasts, one would also be stained with the wild beast's resentment chi. However, the resentment chi was too thin and would disperse after a period of time. But the demigod bloodline was different. The resentment chi of the demigod bloodline wasn't a curse. It was even better than a curse. It seems like this Zhu Nanshan's demigod bloodline is much more concentrated than Zhu Hairong's. He is actually able to trigger the bloodline resentment chi. Li Fuchen didn't really care about the resentment chi. As long as he was strong enough, the resentment chi of the demigod bloodline didn't matter. He didn't even need to fear a demigod. With a wave of his hand, Li Fuchen kept Zhu Nanshan and the Sea Shift Demon Lord's spatial rings and storage bags. Mad Demon Palace, huh? After doing everything, Li Fuchen looked into the distance. He had to rescue the myriad image Sword Saint. Right now, the only person he could rely on was himself. There was a flash of sword light. Li Fuchen changed his direction and flew towards the sea. Zhu Clan, Fire God Mountains, Second Peak, Fire Soul Hall. Bang! The soul token that belonged to Zhu Nanshan had automatically shattered.